All right, there we go. All right. Now you have the recording.
To make sure that you can get this.
Yeah.
Bam. Fucking perfect, dude.
I saw you there, and I was like, "Oh, I know who's gonna enjoy this." I just
Started laughing immediately.
It's the only way to get the recording immediately. Do you know another way? I don't know another way. And I was like, I hope he's following me. You can invite him back. Can you imagine UK drill Dan? That guy's talented.
Dude, it sounded good. I actually left it to listen
Yeah.
to it so I could actually hear it, and then
Yeah.
came back.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like people angry that Rishi Sunak is the prime minister.
Have you ever met that guy, Tattoo Jake?
Briefly,
Do you know?
but it was in the context of like the karaoke
Ah,
Royal Rumble. Yeah,
dude.
I think he stuck around.
Sometimes it's not for everybody, but oof, man, he's got. Dude, I think he's got a little something.
You know what? Even the people who sometimes annoy you can provide you with nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's
Yeah.
part of the intermittent rewards.
Mm.
Right? Like
Mm.
sometimes I'll listen to something Crow says. I'm like, you know what? That motherfucker isn't so crazy.
Yeah.
It's hard. It takes a lot of mining to get to the bottom of that coal mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, like pressure makes
Yeah.
diamond. You have to
Yeah.
dig deep sometimes. You know,
And
but
hi,
sometimes,
Lagertha. By the way, hi, Lagertha.
hey, how's it going? Did you send the air fryer?
Dude, I think you could do better. Like, part of me thinks that you're purposely doing a bad
What
dramatic.
are you doing? I could have sent you an air fryer. No,
No,
I think we
no,
lost Dan. Okay,
no.
Dan's back. Dan, can you give me the laugh? Because I didn't get it in the 13,000 people
Oh
space.
my god, dude,
Wait,
you
who
guys.
do you want?
Oh, the Lagertha's laugh.
I mean,
It's more like that. It's more
you.
like
No. The
you have
first
a bit
one
of
was
a Richie
better.
Whisk
The first one was better. You're getting like dangerously close there. That's.
So, Dan, you're going to be in a drill track. How do you feel?
a drill track. That's gonna be cool.
Do you know what UK drill is, fam?
Mm-mm.
UK drill is music made by
There we go.
black people in England.
I'll look this up on YouTube.
It's their version of hip hop. And it's taking over the airwaves, wouldn't you say?
It's UK drill type beat. Is that correct?
So you would look at top UK drill songs.
Is that kind of like Mandem?
Yeah, the Mandem.
Oh, I love Mandem.
Yo, what's going on, bro? Who you saying, dog? Oh, yo, run those pockets, fam. No, that's a bit Toronto-ish, but like yeah. UK drill is like kind of like Toronto slang, but UK-ish.
That's cool.
Yeah,
So
but it's really popular.
Wait a minute. This seems like kind of gangster hip hop type
Oh, it's
stuff.
very gangster, and
That's
you will
great.
be wearing a ski mask very soon.
So why do they want my voice? No, I'm just kidding. That's
Well,
fine.
let's ask him yourself, Mr. UK drill fam. What's going on, bro?
That's cool, man. I mean, if it's higher power, I'm all about it.
No, I'm saying like no, I'm not saying like we're not promoting we're not promoting it, but we are promoting it at the same time. It's kind of weird. Like, cause I would like mix a drill track, right, with like Katy Perry. Like, no, you know what I mean? Like, that's what you know those kind of mixes. That's what I would do.
Well,
Like the dirty
when
mixes,
I think about when I think about Katy Perry, I think about Dan. So I think we're on the same page.
No, yeah, that's like the kind of mixes I'll do. I don't know. Did you listen to the last one I put out for it?
Yeah. Sorry. So you know how to access the previous space, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
I got
And by the way,
recording of it.
I have more of those where that came from. We've been doing this for like a year, going on 10. It feels like. So if you need more Dan speeches and soliloquies, we got them.
Years. I feel like it.
In Twitter Spaces years, right?
Yeah, it's been like 1 decade in Twitter Spaces by now.
Usually bank
really
failures
has.
happen once every 10 years. Now they're happening every month, and you're like, okay, how many?
You know, what would be funny
Yeah.
to do is to go back to the release date of the beta of like Twitter and mark like history from like that's like when humanity like started, and then put in all the events that Twitter Spaces raged about.
So
You
again,
know?
can you tell Raucus what track you're about to be on? Raucus doesn't know about this
Oh
good
yeah,
news.
Ruckus, I'm going to be on a UK drill type beat track, potentially something like Mandem or something like that, that may promote gang warfare in different sectors of the world. However, I'll be a force of good depending on those who use me best. I mean, if you're a god, you really don't have any control over how people are going to call out your name. Like, for all you know, you got called out like, God, save my child. And you're like, not a problem. Or, God, strike these motherfuckers down and kill these bastards. Help me out. Why again? Right? So, God, you know what I mean? If you think about it, if we the people invoke the spirit of the Lord, does he not come into our call? And does he not see our API calls and realize that a lot of this is trash? I mean, potentially. Does it matter? It might not actually matter. There is no good or evil. There is simply pattern or no pattern. And if it's no pattern, that's definitely a pattern. Ooh. 'Tis be delayed. Behold, for the mountains provide us essence, yet we have no wine to drink. Nay, bring the ruckus. He will tell us the words of data and display. Knave, my people, ruckus. Behold, please do not kneel. I am but of one spirit. I bring to you the kitten that meows, and to tell you that this data is unlimited API calls. Let us be praised. All right, that's all I got.
Congratulations, Dan. That's great. I saw you in the room. I wasn't able to jump in though. But is the recording available?
You mean from that?
I think it's over. They're still running it.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Yeah, but we're gonna get the recording, and yeah, Dan spoke in front of 13,000 people at
He
the
did.
highest level of at the highest level of finance. Sorry, finance, high
And I
finance.
gave them a question and they didn't have an answer for it. So.
Oh, nice. You stumped them.
Uh-huh.
Did I already tell you what that
So
question was? I think I did, didn't I?
So what's going on over there?
Oh, they're still talking about SVB
What
and
happened?
who takes over and how they save it and what happens and the capitulation and who's infected and all the other players. And everyone's trying to predict what the next 4 weeks of market's going to look like. And it's going to be like...
It's a tiny bank, though, right?
No, it
No.
is and it isn't. I mean, it's... no, it's...
45 locations.
It's the
But it's
second
also an
largest
investment
bank
arm.
failure in U.S. history.
It's also got equity in 844 companies, and it's got it's got 100,000 startups. That one guy said on there, which I don't know if that's true or not, that have their funds, their payroll, and everything in that company as part of the terms that you had in the deal. So often these VCs and Y Combinator and all these other people, when they said, here, do this deal, we're going to give you 10 million and you're going to do business with Silicon Valley Bank. So every investment from, it's just a lot. But I don't know. I mean, I think but I also feel like there's going to be more impacts because Silicon Valley Bank was acquiring private equity groups all over the coast. They were buying groups up in Boston and everything. That means all those companies are also probably compromised. So there's a lot of contagion. Just it's not just contagion, it's going to be capitulation. What else is going to be targetable? And if you're in the puts business right now, you're going to go field day. You're going to go to the roulette table and you're going to put 500, 1,000 chips on every number because they're all going to go. There's enough fear. There's enough blood.
100%. Bro, 100%. Because we played roulette, you know? come on, we did draw. So come on, that's how we. Oh, we recorded again. Why are you guys recording your space? When it's not a recorded space, I will talk properly, if that makes sense. I'll actually go into detail. But yeah, me and the team, we have something working in the works. Hence, I will put a little draw track on the thing, and it's kind of the story of what we're doing here. Because at the end of the day, we're all in this space together. But us, as in London, what we do is if I promote your thing, yeah, it's like kind of automatic that you will, help me out, if that makes sense. That's how it is here in London. It's automatic you kind of help me out, like
Sure.
in my thing.
Well, I don't know what that means. I mean, yeah, use my voice, run with it. I'll help promote it on my side,
No, I'm
whatever.
not talking. Yeah,
I'm good.
yeah. I'm not talking about your voice, but like I'm like saying like in general, like events, because I'm a part of a collective of artists where we do basically club events.
Cool.
We do club events. But it's not mostly drill, but like you have a mix of everything.
Well, that's perfect.
But you get
I'm gonna take.
but you get London.
Yeah, I would be taking a lot of cues from So You here, just because he is also the musician. He's head of. Well, I'm head of propaganda here at the Syndicate, but Michael usually head of operations and typical musical affairs, and Zach is currently doing security. Ruckus is taking over progression and litigation. It's a whole new data science area that we're taking on. Lags is currently in charge of HR, and it's not going well. No, I don't know. Just making stuff up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know you
I
are,
know.
but it's cool. It makes sense. It makes sense to me, though, to be fair, because that's what I do. Because like I do every job in this company, and I don't even know why. I need to get promoted, so that's why I'm like, can you please repost my posts because no one likes them. I don't know. No, not repost it. Comments. I think because engagement is key here because we are in an age of like information. So actually, comments is more valuable than money at this point. If you
Yeah, no,
deep
I'm
it
with you on
properly,
that.
like
100%.
because I want to know, we need to know how we can improve and progression.
Well, couldn't we do it by negativa? Like to understand how we might progress, but by how we might destroy ourselves, and then do the opposite. We never ask how might we destroy ourselves. You know what I mean? As a via negativa, Nassim Taleb way, Black Swan way of approaching it. How might we destroy ourselves?
By destroying yourself is by integrating something that's not you. Because because
You mean like
everyone
silicon?
No, I'm saying like in general, like if you zoom out and like go back in the day, why you came into this space, in like you have to think about what your dreams were before. Like, what did you actually want to accomplish here? Like, so you have to think, okay, is what I'm doing getting me to that point on my dreams? If you're not doing that, you're declining, no? So like it's just a thing about you have to look into yourself and like
So,
literally know
so
your
it sounds like
thyself.
you've been doing music for a long time then.
Not really, and like not like yeah, actually, but I've been doing it for a very long time, like epochs,
Oh
because
yeah, like
they call
Roselle or Scratch.
yeah no, because I know I could go into so much like I can go so deep into this topic. It's
No,
like
keep going.
because
Yeah.
like we used to be in okay, let me give context on my job first of all because I think context is needed here. But context is I'm a horomancer, so I read timelines. I read timelines of everyone, and obviously I have links to Akashic records, so I can read everyone's book because every entity has a book, and it's in Akashic records. No, but obviously before that was in epoch that was in the first epoch of Lumerian. I don't know if you know about Lumerian times when
So
everyone had
is that why you had a record label, like the Akashic record label?
I don't I I probably own that record label. I'm not going to lie because I don't
Uh,
like to like I don't know why I don't like to like actually
so I'll give you
be
some context for why
yeah.
I'm asking, right? So um, I've been playing music like since I was 16. When you talked about beatboxing, I just put up a picture when I was on the radio with Scratch from The Roots, and I play steel pan, so that's a video of me playing. And we have a record label out in Ghana, so that's why I'm asking. I'm pretty deep into music.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I like that though. It's fun to see that everyone's like kind of into their own creative things, if that makes sense. Because
Mhm.
it's refreshing to see. Because like I don't because with me like cool like with my job what I do like we get a lot of like war contracts in it. We get a lot of war contracts because that's the only time they will acknowledge my job as an oracle because I'm an oracle at the end of the day because that's my like I'm oracle of the fiend. Like I don't hate to say it, but like I feel like I don't deserve saying it. What like my position, if that makes sense in this game, is one of those things that I'm like I don't know if I deserve like to say I'm Oracle of the Fiend without proving it first. If that makes sense, because being Oracle is a big job, but because like I have to manage so many people, and they like how many artists do I manage? Like I probably manage like probably 20 different artists, and I actively promote them day to day. You know what I mean? Because I feel like I know is a bit of a toxic motto that I have though. But I'm like, if BTC doesn't sleep, I don't sleep. That's my motto. Like that's the thing, Like so, I'm always
Mm.
awake and active. Like I'll take like like an hour nap, like like an hour nap, but I'll be back. You know, paying work for the guys because I'm like, and not even just the guys, like everyone. To be fair, because it's just I feel like artists not acknowledged as what like because cool I could be a trader. I've done that, been there, done that, but like it's not fun as like giving actually artists that are producing stuff because what artists produce, but like what traders we just trade it like we just trade volatility, we just yeah, and but there's a lot of volatility which is kind of fun to trade. I'm not going to lie. In the markets. There's a lot of volatility, which I like because I'm like, I really like because I'm into like
In a
obviously
lot of
chaos.
ways, when you look at the spectrum of a wave file, it kind of looks like the markets, you know?
Exactly, because you have to think about what is going on here. Everyone is connected to each other. Everyone's connected to each other, like at the end of the day, because we're all in like, and this is how like as in my job, how I see people, it's kind of different. We see people as entities that are in a nebulous network of computer systems. So we try to hack them. So we try to hack people, like because obviously, like I'm a romancer, so like I'm very hypnotic. No, that's why they call me for like different jobs and stuff, and I can make different spells for different things. So I feel I don't like how like when it comes to war, that's when they acknowledge witchcraft, and oracleness, like making spells and that. That's when they actually acknowledge it, which is kind of weird to see, like because what back in the day you were burning witches, and what now when you have a problem you're calling me. It doesn't make sense to me. So I'm like, cool, I'll play your game, but come on, I'm 10 steps ahead because I'm Oracle. You know what I mean? Like,
I can hear what you're saying. I don't think I'm in a position to understand what you mean. You understand?
yeah, I get you because I like
Yeah.
because because I have to abide by laws. There's a laws for this craft that I'm doing because it's I have to abide by universal laws, which is I have to tell people what I'm going to do before I'm going to do it. That's like universal law number one, which is kind of denoted in Netflix series. Is that's why they show you what they're going to do before they do it. No, and so like because I used to be like encoder for a Netflix, and we kind of and like what we used to do is we used to encode like spells into Netflix series. So you guys watching Netflix will think, okay, this is fiction because it says fiction, no, on the title of whether you're watching. Like if you're watching a sci-fi, it says science fiction. But little do you know, little do you know, science fiction means science fact, but disguised as non-fact. Because you have to think about like the terminology and the words they use here. Because like my guy said, like in London, my guy said the truth is madder than fiction, and it's very evident right now in this game. Like we're playing here, we're all playing a game here, and I don't know if you're going to actually like announce you're playing the game, but we know like everyone here is playing the game because we're trying to go up somehow, and everyone's chasing something, you know. Not even chasing something, but everyone wants to be something better. So so it's understandable why you would play games. But I'm like, okay, cool. What if everyone does the same thing and like helps each other? We all go up and like we all go up, and then that's what's going on in this Web3 thing. Everyone's going up, and the banks are crying. The banks are literally crying at this point, and it's kind of fun to watch it. And I don't know. That's why I'm like, I'll say stuff, yeah, but I don't want I say stuff in like riddles because I don't want everyone to know what I'm saying. I want you to actually work it out yourself, if that makes sense. Because if you don't if you like I don't want to be like media like legacy media. Legacy media is telling you what to think. But
Right.
they literally live
Right.
and tell you what to think. But I want to like
There are conclusions even in the headlines.
exactly, yeah, there we go. So
They're
I want to
conjugated. Yeah.
yeah, so I want to just like I'll put what I think out there, but I'll put a lot of questions in it. I'll just ask I'll ask the reader or audience a lot of questions so they can think for themselves.
I have a feeling that you build in a lot of this Akashic influence into the engineering of the music.
Yeah, I do.
I can hear it. I can hear it.
Because like with me, like I spend most of my time in Astro in basically Fae realms. Because I'm half Fae. I'm half Fae at the end of the day. So if you're Fae, you have to abide by CE law. There's a thing called CE law where you cannot lie. You're not allowed to lie. You're literally not allowed to lie, but you can deceive with your words. So that's why stuff that I will say, it might go over some certain people's heads because I'm actively trying to we triple speak. Not even triple speak at this point. We don't even triple speak at this point. Yeah, you get what I mean. We triple like what I'm saying has so much meaning.
Yeah,
Like
I understand.
behind it. but because we're not allowed to lie,
You
but
can
we
say
can't.
the same words to different people, knowing that they will interpret things differently.
Yeah, that's the idea, and I know because I know because I have a thing where I can kind of read what everyone's energy is, which is kind of it's not weird, but to be fair, I worked for that. I'm not going to like trust me. I put in work for that because
that doesn't come overnight.
yeah, I put in work
That
for that.
perception.
Yeah, I put in work for that, like because I'm like cool, like to actually get to read Akashic records. There's so many tests to do. I don't know why. I know why there's so many tests because I don't want like that's why I get told obviously don't bring everyone into the thing like into the movement. If they follow you, they follow you. But I'm not actively, like I don't really care too much about followers. You know what I mean? Because like it's not. I I want like active people, like active people that are actually in this thing and they want to progress somewhere. That's what I'm looking for here. But yeah, Akashic Records helps because like it kind of like it helps with the mixings and stuff like artwork. Even like the artwork I have on my PFP, how I got it, it was a crazy story how I got that artwork because like all my artwork I've done it. I've actually been there, done that. If that makes sense, because I don't want to be like drawing something that I haven't done. So all the artwork I've been there, done that, and I've told the story in descriptions on my like NFTs. I've been there, done that. Like it's nothing. It's okay. It's not. It's nothing new because I come from a vocal line. Yeah, an old line of vocals because yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one to like because I feel like, but it's a weird one because just read what I say. Don't read what I say, but like look at it, but have discernment. Because I feel like discernment is key right now. Because we're in the age of information now. So there's so much information floating around. There's too much information flowing around. But
Well, I don't think there's too much. It's just it's up to the individual to make sense of it.
Yeah, hence
And if you haven't
discernment.
done your homework, you're gonna be confused. Because to understand what's happening now required you to start reading about a decade ago at least.
More than a decade ago. But
you understand though, right? Like
yeah, I
you don't
understand.
just wake up and be able to see things.
Yeah,
right?
because it's a lot of work. Like literally, like for this uncle job, I literally risked my life for this. Like, look, we bet our lives for this job. I didn't like literally we bet our lives for this job. Like, so I'm like, right now, I'm like, okay, if this doesn't work, I don't even know what I'm gonna do, but it's going to work. I know it's gonna work because it's progressing.
The music is good, man.
Yeah,
Really good. Yeah, UK Trill is not. It's it's like one of those things like Dogecoin. You know what I mean? A lot of people know Dogecoin, but like if you're not in those circles, you'll be like, what the fuck? You why? You know what I mean? Like, but I see the similarities between the UK scene and the Toronto scene, right?
yeah,
And even the way that the people talk is the same, really.
Yeah,
So.
it's the same. Yeah, because everyone's on the like Joe, we got. I even got French Joe. I even have French Joe like remixes in my like. I have so much in my like camera roll of like I got
You know
French
what's
Joe.
crazy? The rap beats out of Germany are nuts. Those producers are crazy.
I got that, bro. I got that. I even have that as well. Like there's so much like we have to offer. Like that's why I'm like cool. I need to actually find not a place to put it, but like audience. Audience is the thing because I feel like like UK drill, we speak this like what I'm speaking like that's how all UK, not all UK people will speak like, but there's a lot of context in what we say, but you have to know the context but I've been on front lines, so I know the context of what is actually been going on live there. You know what I mean? Like I've seen it happen in face to face, like or like someone's messaging me and sent me a video of what happened. Like, so I'm like, it's a bit. I don't know. It's a thing of like no cap. It's a no cap thing. No, like
Yeah, actually, one sec. Just to explain, like the stuff I'm talking about. I'm gonna put this to the top. Ruckus, you still with us? I want you to hear this track. It's by Luck and Phil. All right, Ruckus, check that track out at the top. Let me know what you think. These Germans, man, I'm telling you, it's not just all. Well, you know. Sorry, Ruckus, are you talking? In here, maybe because the song's playing. Ruckus, you are talking, I think, right? Yeah, I don't think your audio is coming through. Maybe because the music is still on.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you
well,
now.
I don't. I need a translator. Like the beat is nice. It's funky. I like it. But
Yeah, if they got rid of the rapper, it'd be amazing. You know what I mean? Actually, hold on, I can do that with the AI. Have you ever heard of Lalal? LALAL?
uh
Dude, if you go to lalal.ai, you can drag in a song, and it removes the vocalist.
does it? Oh, that's dope.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You know how much I use that shit when the rapper just like vomits all over the track? You know, like, oh, they ruined this beat. I go to Lalal and I remove the vocalist. It should be a crime to ruin good beats. Like there should be like a hip hop police, like Master P and Drake and everyone should get
Yeah,
together
yeah,
and like have like a union and be like, look, you must perform at least this level. You know what I mean? Like some sort
yeah,
of regulation.
yeah. I agree. And I mean, I'm sure the rapping is what he's saying. I'd like to understand what he's saying,
Yeah.
but the beat
But
is nice. The beat is nice.
with the horns and everything, like somebody worked at that.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with rap and music is that I mean I want to appreciate it in other languages. Like India has some dope beats. You know what I mean? Like um, and they collaborate with American artists, but I don't really feel like they kind of have to do that to get their music out when they really probably shouldn't. You know what I mean? Or have to? Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
Because I want to appreciate it, but there's a language barrier. Lags, can you translate?
Yeah, I can. There's just not much to translate. Mike is fucking with y'all. If he made the effort to translate it, he will know that nothing really was said. So,
Oh,
I mean,
Anyways,
that sounds like rap music, though, right?
however, I do not think that we should have any constrictions on art. art is the very thing that everybody can interpret and create however the fuck they want. And if you want to be a rapper and make shitty music, then go ahead and do that. I don't think anyone should be unionizing rap songs or whatever. And in any way, shape, or form, art is to be created freely and to be consumed freely.
Yeah, but that's our music. That's cultural, right? That's like it should be in English, right? You should make it in English. This is rap music. It's represents,
Why can't you rap
culture.
in a different language? Who said rap
Nah,
can only
not
be
so
in
much.
English or French or
It's
whatever?
it's the law.
Yeah, I
We
think
should have
you'll have to maybe go to a different country and have different laws and then figure that one out. I don't know.
we get Master P together, some the old school, and just kind of like write some rules, some covenants, right?
No, we had
Get them together and
some pretty good raps, not like crazy good, but decent ones back in the early 2000s. But that's just me being an old fuck now, I guess. Talking the same way my parents talked when they were in their 30s. I guess it's just a thing when you get old to say. Back in the days when I was a teenager, the music was so much better. But back, when people like Dre and Eminem and all these American rappers were doing their
yeah.
stuff, there was a few decent German ones that were doing decent stuff then, but obviously they long have retired since, so,
Yeah, I mean, Mia listens to K-pop, the Korean, and they start rapping. I just just turn that off. Do you know what I mean? Like that's not rap. That's
but it's
there should be
art and
rules. There
it's
should be
music,
definitely
and
covenants.
everybody can choose how they make music or if they want to listen to it. We can't decide for other people what they like and what they don't like.
We
Yeah,
have
like some people want to live in a house and some people want to live in
For
a
fuck's
basement,
sake, I'm talking for
Some
days we've
people
been
want to listen to
fucking.
rap. Some people want to listen to K-pop.
Yeah.
we should
why should we stop people from living in a basement if they don't own a house, right?
Oh, I got it. We're going to
I'm
start
not going to the house conversation again.
we're going to
I
start
didn't understand. I just wanted to understand where we left off.
Ruckus and I had a private conversation. That's where we left off, and I will not
we
go back.
Oh, what's the conclusion?
yes,
There will be no public conclusion from my side. If Ruckus wants to give a public conclusion,
Wicked.
that's his to do. But I will not be having this conversation again.
I will say that after talking to Lagat, I have softened a bit, and not I understand what Lagatha was explaining, and I can sympathize what's going on a little bit more than what I perhaps I was came in a little too hot, and a little too stubborn on my side, but there are some. Why are you laughing? There are some issues that need to be addressed.
No, you went from ally to ally.
I'm not saying I don't disagree with what I thought, but I believe that I kind of put a wall up on my belief. I was kind of stubborn on not really seeing the side. I still kind of believe what I believe, but however, there
That is the
is
slickest way I've heard you say.
no.
You know what? I heard the other side. Haven't really changed my mind, but I heard the other side. Yeah.
No, I mean I think listen, we there's a lot we need to do as citizens in this country with our spending. Like there's a lot.
You hear that?
There's a lot. I mean, our spending is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous, and we spend. You know what I mean? Why are you laughing?
Just move into like the different conversation.
What?
That was great, eh? Yo, you probably could win that dance show. What's that? Dancing with the Stars.
You're not taking it seriously.
I think you could. I think you could win that show, Dancing with the Stars.
Why?
Huh? Because the way you danced around that.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying I understand what Lagatha was explaining, and I get it, and it is an issue. However, there are other issues in play too.
You hear it, Dan? I love it.
No, I mean,
I enjoy it.
listen. I don't believe houses should be are entitled. I believe you should work for it. I still believe all that. However,
Mhm.
there are also problems, and
I don't think anybody has ever said we should all be gifted a $400,000 house. I don't think
you're
that was ever
no,
a discussion.
no one said that. You're right. But and again, this conversation I've had with Melody about housing and student loans and people not being able to afford houses, and my stance has always been, you're not entitled to a $400,000 home. There are other homes to buy in this country that you can get. Just because the median price is 400,000, don't feel you're entitled to that. And so that was the whole. That's been our conversation. And so, yeah, having that much student loan debt is bad. Not being able to afford a house is not a good thing. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. Would I want to be in that situation? No, absolutely not. However, you have to take a few steps back and say, what's the plan for me to get that house? Basically, you have the student loan debt. You want a $400,000 median home. What plans do I need to take to achieve that goal and objective? So that's all. That's it. My solution was, hey, there are cheaper houses in the United States you can buy. That was my solution. And that was it. I mean, that was kind of the conversation.
Yeah,
Like,
Chris and I
you have,
looked at
Incredible.
houses that were like $300,000, and we figured they're way too big and way too much work for us, and we would probably go for a house much cheaper than that because they're way too big and way too
now,
lazy to clean all 5 bathrooms and 5 bedrooms and the double garage and whatever else it comes with. It's way too much house for us.
And the glass from the break-in.
now, so what really shocked me about New Zealand that I didn't know, what kind of made me see Agatha's point of view, is that their terms are 5 years. Like, 5-year term.
Like none of this 20-year, 30-year shit, you mean?
Right. Exactly.
Good morning,
Incredible.
everyone, by the way. Howdy,
So
howdy.
Good morning.
And if
Wake
you
up
look,
with a little mortgage talk in the morning. That's right, mortgage talk in the morning. Playing
and you,
house ally, the Syndicate. Go
whatever.
ahead, Roger.
It's
And
IRL Monopoly
is moving.
time.
U.S. is moving.
IRL monopoly.
U.S. is moving to a 40 to 50-year mortgage. Like, we're not. You know what I mean? Like,
At
we're
what point is it indentured servitude?
25 years, I think, is, yeah.
Is that the mark? Not 24?
Let's ask
is that
ChatGPT.
insane or what?
right?
Is that
Uh-huh,
insane?
incredible.
Right? That's insane, right?
I mean, they used to. I mean, that's how my parents or ancestors got to Guyana. They worked on a rice farm until they could own it. So I guess it's not much different than Guyana. Congratulations, everyone. We made it.
Yeah, but I feel like, yeah, everyone made it, because I'm like, obviously, I don't want to like repeat something that everyone can read, no? But I feel like adding visuals to artwork kind of helps, because with like the drill raps, like even though they might be French or like German, Dutch, the we put subtitles and we put the video out, no? So you can see the video and like actually get your context from the video, if that makes sense. That's how we kind of like to make our stuff. It's like a little documentary, but in 3 minutes. But like a very quick documentary of like, there's so much context. Like, you could literally research every like line and you will find context in the lines, if that makes sense. Because
That makes sense.
yeah, like, it's because not the way we speak, but we speak in code. We speak in code for obvious reasons, because of what we're doing is not it's not actively promoted. No? So
Mm-hmm.
we have to speak in code.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to actually like know the context of the code to like to know what we're talking about.
So here's my hang up with rap across the country, the globe. I like trap music. I like, ghetto gutter trap music. Jeezy,
Mm-hmm.
Pusha. You know what I mean? That's what I like.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? That's my
Future all the time. Just 808s. Yeah.
just, you know what I mean? Just
Uh-huh.
yeah. That
Woo-doo-woo-doo.
not really. I mean,
I understand.
Jeezy,
Uh-huh.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
and Rick Ross. You know what I mean? Like,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
yeah.
Lots of hi-hats. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I like that. I like that. And so I need to hear that. I need to hear that griminess. I need to hear that grimy. If you got grimy gutters going on, that's what I want to hear.
So how come you don't like Ice Spice? She's not grimy?
I don't like high yellow women.
Whoa.
What do you mean? Ice Spice is my girl,
What?
bro.
I'm not attracted to high yellow women, so
What do you mean?
I
Whoa.
don't care how fat her butt is. It's not gonna work.
Damn.
I'm
Wow.
sorry. Yeah, I just preference. You know what I mean?
Peter just
Wait,
came
so
up from
butter
listener on
babes
that
are
one.
out? Total butter babes are not on the table then?
I like Puerto Ricans. You know what I mean? But
Hold
if you're
on.
like high yellow,
Dan, do you know Ice Spice?
Yeah, I totally saw that scandal that went on that so and so. What was it? Pete Davidson was supposedly hooking up with
Mm-hmm.
Ice Spice, and she has got the. She's wide and the tracks are thick and good. But the
yeah, she's
question
got a
is,
wagon. She's got a wagon on her.
yeah, she's
Yeah,
totally
but
got the wagon. But the problem is, I think there's a lot. Like, there's like easily like one of those like 15-year arm mortgages on the front end of that deal. So like it's gonna click, and then you're all gonna be fucked when it comes to money. So just high
yeah,
maintenance,
but
man. I
yeah,
would shoot for Corolla that you can flip.
yeah, but I'm saying with like obviously I don't know, you guys don't know her like personally, so but like you don't know how long she's been in this game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like she's been here since what musically. Remember
Yeah.
musically?
Mm-hmm.
She's been there since musically days.
What song does she sing? She just looks like her songs are
All
trash.
right, hold on.
No.
I'll send you something.
Give me
I have.
something. And this one's gonna have to slap. I'm serious. Like this is your one. This is your elevator pitch for Ice Spice, and
No, I'm not even doing like an elevator speech for her, but I'm just like I kind of like I respect the girl. I'm not gonna like I can't lie. I respect her for what she's doing, and like because there's context in her raps as well. There's so much context there.
I respect the girl who worked at McDonald's and went to college full time, 18 credit hours, graduated with a kid, and went on to be a successful professional. Probably just as much as I respect Ice Spice. That you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
like Ice Spice what is she? She's cute. She's got a fat booty. What else? I mean, she got bars. Is she saying anything?
Hold on. Did they
Rapping?
used to say anything?
Right.
Everyone's got bars. You can't use fucking bars, man. I feel like
I
everyone does fucking
I
bars.
need
Okay.
more than a wagon. Everybody got a wagon.
I'm just trying
She's
to
got
work
groovy
out
hair on
whether
the wagon.
you're saying that you respect Ice Spice as much as like that lady that grows up and becomes successful, or whether you go on the other way around, because there was some implication there. Like she's got a booty, but does she have bars?
I mean, I'll
Like
look at
what
her
she got
ass.
there?
I'll look at it. You know what I mean? I'll look at it. She turn
Look,
around and walk away.
would you agree that Nicki Minaj has bars?
No,
Got
I
Mellow
mean
Racks.
she's okay. But
Really? You've
Nicki's
heard her on
okay.
Monsters?
Yeah, she's all right. Nicki's all right. Okay.
Hold on, did you hear her on that
I
Monsters track?
did. Yeah, Jay-Z. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
She's okay.
And she buried them on it.
She did. That
Uh,
was even Jay-Z admitted that was the hottest.
uh-huh.
She had the hottest track. So
Uh,
she's cool. Nicki's
so
cool.
so you probably heard this song already, but I put it to the top night. It says all right. I think you like the beat at the very least.
What about that Cash Me Outside girl? I can't remember her name.
Bad Barbie.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
more
Bad Barbie.
Rockets' lane. Well, which would you rather? Would you rather, Raucus? No, it's the U50. It's weird.
I think the last hardest female rapper that I like is Raw Digga. Like she's like,
Okay.
yeah, Raw Digga is. I like Raw Digga,
I'ma do me. Yeah, do you? Yeah.
I like Raw. And
What
before
was-
that, remember, you won't remember this one. If you know this one, then I fucks with you. Boss. Remember Boss from the 80s? That bitch Boss?
Here's the thing. I started in 90. My music awareness started at around 90, 91 because I was like 7 years old in 90.
Boss was out of Detroit, and she's probably the hardest rapper I've heard. Like, she's legit the hardest rapper. Female. And like and then the Raw Digga. And that's my standard. Like, I think Boss, with MC Light was nice.
They're harder than MC Light? Good.
Yeah.
MC Light.
Cold to Rock a Party is top 10 hip hop songs of all time.
Yeah.
The remix? Yeah.
Yeah, Light is nice. But there, there's not too many of them.
Foxy Brown had her moment.
Foxy Brown, yes. Foxy
like
Brown.
that Sunshine and all that, those songs with Jay-Z. Those are really good.
Wrote a lot of that too, right?
Well, Biggie wrote a lot of Little Kim's lyrics.
He did. He did.
When you listen to those old Lil Kim tracks, you're like, oh fuck, it is Biggie.
It is Biggie, yeah.
And then you realize, oh shit, this guy was really prolific for him to write that stuff.
Exactly. They delivered it well. But is it really authentic? Is it really?
Well, I mean, let me ask you this: if you found out that Chris Rock's early jokes were written by Michelle Buckland, would you respect Chris Rock less?
No, I mean, he delivered it. I mean, I love Richard Pryor as my number one, favorite comedian. But
that's Paul Mooney's jokes,
Paul Mooney,
yeah.
right? You know what I mean? I mean, you have a great point. I mean, Rich was just delivered it like it was just natural. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Paul Mooney would have got kicked off stage if he went on. He had to wait all the way till 1991 to release Race.
Yeah.
Do you remember that special? Those Paul Mooney specials are some of the hardest shit of all time.
Yeah, I mean, I've listened to Paul Mooney's stand-ups and try to really get into him, but he needed Rich to deliver it.
Yes, he did. Yeah. Yeah.
And that was like a match, producer rapper. I mean, that was like you
good point.
Yeah, you couldn't get a better match.
It's like Guru and Gangstar. Never think about it that way.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just chemistry, and it works.
Paul Mooney with DJ Primo.
Yeah, exactly. I think as a female rapper, there's not a lot of them, good ones. I tried to get into, what's the one? Megan Stallion, The Body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I haven't been able to get into any of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay.
But then again, I'm not into a lot of it, so.
Yeah, I mean, now it's just fat ass. Just put my ass in and it's like, okay, but do you... You're an entertainer, but everybody's got a fat ass. Do you got bars, and are you saying anything? You know what I mean?
Fat ass is like a Rolex. Yeah, you got that shit too. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Hey, Jeff, have you ever considered that a fat ass these days is kind of like getting a Rolex? You could put it on layaway.
Now you can go pay for one, which is wild.
What are your thoughts on the inflation? Jeff?
I'll just point out that the fatter your ass, the more carbon you're sequestering. So you're actually helping the environment.
Ooh. ESG credits, anyone?
Are we talking about a plump donkey? Like,
yes, sir. What other kind of fat ass is there?
Jeff, do you have your guitar with you? I know that's a weird thing to ask. I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Oh yeah, I do.
Oh man, if you would indulge us, have you ever heard? You guys have probably never heard Jeff play guitar, but it's one of the most sublime experiences I've ever had.
Oh, thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know what I was playing, but maybe I can pick it up in here.
Sounds like a Pink
Gorgeous.
Floyd intro.
That's him
Or
playing.
no, it sounds like Hey
That's him
You
playing.
intro, except we do like Hey Silicon, hanging out in the halls, wondering if you can make those deposits. Can you hear me? Sorry.
There, something like that.
Wow. Was that a eulogy for Silicon Valley Bank?
Man. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. I saw some stuff going across Slack about that.
Mm-hmm.
But good thing we didn't have all of our eggs in that basket.
Yeah, the eggs are too expensive. You have to be an accredited farmer, I think.
Yeah, I when I first started getting, my payroll through them, I was like, "Oh, this is cool, SVB." Now I'm like, "Crap, that's not so cool
Shit.
anymore." But we've moved on from there, so that's,
Well, look, at least you still got to keep the guitar. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, don't be quiet on account of me. I'm just noodling.
Gorgeous. So what's the latest in distributed energy and Python?
Just handling different data types from smart meter Texas to Centerpoint, CRIP, and Encore. They all have like weird quirks.
Are you building the Energy Skynet?
The Energy Skynet. Yeah, sort of. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, all right.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Can you tell Raucus and Mentis and Dan and everyone else kind of what you're up to?
Oh, I'm just a monkey pushing buttons. I'm a knuckle dragger.
Yeah, right. You used to push buttons on harp. Don't be modest.
Actually, I didn't really push any buttons there. But
You made the buttons work properly. Let's say.
no. I kind of just uploaded some files. That's more, and it ended up breaking harp. But that's another story.
There you go.
But yeah. So like, essentially, like we went public with a partnership in Texas with Sonova.
Whoa.
So we're going to be partnering to help customers that have batteries and solar sell back to the grid in Texas.
What?
Yeah, that's super tasty, Jeff. Great idea, man.
Oh, it's not my idea. I have no, like, I'm literally just a button pusher, like, in a lot of ways.
All right, well,
but
it's a good button to push.
Yeah, thanks, man. It's really like I would have to give all the credit to like the freaking geniuses I work with, honestly. But yeah, I just hustle and get data, clean it up, try to automate as much as we can using Python and SQL database stuff, and
You
then
taught yourself Python last year, right?
yeah, just enough to like do a few things that made me more effective in my job, and that's, you get a few of those under your belt, and it feels good, and it gets easier. So yeah, I've been pulling SQL, doing queries in SQL to pull into Python and then output into Excel, just for like pulling reports and stuff, which is kind of fun. I like doing that, and that's
so you
like
got the whole pipeline, the whole ETL pipeline already figured out.
Yeah, I have an idea of how I want to fix some stuff at work, because we need an ETL like hub, like a center spoke, or not a center spoke,
right?
But center hub.
There's
for
like
all the
big
spokes.
companies like Informatica that just specialize in that.
Yeah, Informatica. I haven't heard of them. There's
Teradata, Informatica, these big data warehouse people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'll send you some names.
Yeah, thanks. Have you heard of I think it's Hevo or Evo Data, HEVO?
No. Let me look them up.
I think they're out of India. They're a startup, and they've got some in California.
Hey, go ahead, man, with a bunch of sigils.
many songs.
It reminds me of an acoustic machine gun. You know, by Jimi Hendrix?
Yeah, he played Machine Gun with a band of gypsies.
With the Crossroads. Did you see that? That's one of the best performances I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. I haven't played blues in a long time. Looks like someone has their hand up.
Oh, hi. Now I wanted to like add to someone's. I don't remember the person's name about the button pusher for a company. That person. That's what I remember. But I wanted to say like we have like things in the works, right? Because basically what I did is because I was thinking, okay, everyone wants to go to the moon with crypto, no? Like everyone, that's like that's a narrative. But I was like, okay, why don't you look at the moon when you're trading crypto? Like look at the moon like astrology charts in relation to BTC. Obviously, first deployment. No one looks at that to trade, which is kind of funny to watch. Like, so what we did is we did we call it trace. We traced the whole of his astro, like because people love to put their charts online. I'm not going to lie, I don't know why. They give us charts to use. So we have a lot of like astrology charts to like reference from. So we traced astro, like we did like an astro trace of we kind of chased the sun for a good 2-3 months. 2-3 moons to be exact. Like not months, 2-3 moons. We traced 2-3 moons of the sun moving around the moon, and we kind of got, I don't know, we kind of got the ability to move faster than time in a way, move faster than light, so we can like actually picture light, which is kind of crazy to like say it like it's very crazy to say it, but we pictured like we can like photograph light right now. So what, like I know it's kind of the what that can bring is kind of mad because you can obviously denote to how light rays move across people, because you know when you're walking in the street you have like light shining on you at the end of the day, but imagine if you can capture that light and then integrate it into this Web3 thing, because what I did here was I made like a spell which essentially mines people's attention. Like it mines attention from people. So
I feel like it's doing that right now.
yeah, exactly. It mines attention. Like
We might have to have a civil attack.
yeah,
Yeah.
it mines attention. Then is obviously collected in a certain bank in Astro. Is collected in a central bank in Astro, and that's what I use to fuel my further spells.
Dan, do you have any investments in this bank? This Astral Bank?
Yeah, not all my investments are there, but like most of it is there because
Have you
I
leveraged
didn't.
in any investments into this bank?
It's not like that. You guys are thinking of it too short term. You're thinking about it too short term. We're not looking for short term profit
This
here.
is a long-term investment horizon.
Yeah, we're not looking for short term profit here. Like in like what I'm doing.
Are there penalties for early withdrawals?
What do you mean? Penalties for what?
Yeah, like when you invest into this bank, like if you try to redeem the funds before maturity, are there any penalties?
Um, you have to get into it first.
No,
Then
okay.
then
Because I was thinking it's
wait.
like a Roth IRA or something.
No. It's not
Have
like
you
it's.
heard of this before, Jeff?
I'm just trying to figure out how this work, and like, you know, like the speed of light is what, like about 300 million
1,000,
miles per second,
miles per second. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the Earth to the moon is, I don't know, like almost 400,000 kilometers. So it's about 2.5 seconds, for the radio waves, or even visible light to travel from the Earth to the moon and back. So, I mean, that's pretty high latency for, like, if you wanted to do a transaction or you're, high frequency trading. I mean, that's a really
But
long distance to go.
fortunately, quantum entanglement is starting to exceed the speed of light already with communications. I mean, they've been able to. The Chinese have conducted an experiment on the ground in China and on a satellite in orbit, where they had instantaneous interaction with one thing, and it triggered the interaction in the other.
Oh, is that when like they have like a building exists and it doesn't exist? I've seen those videos in China.
No, this is like entanglement. So it's where you actually have two things that have their quantum state tied to each other, even though they're in different physical positions.
I thought it was like a quantum seed.
Are they actually able to like move any real data through it yet?
No. They're able to actually just prove that two things that are at separate places can basically be coexisting with in a way that has them interacting with each other.
Oh,
can I connect it to a Google Colab notebook?
So they just reconfirmed that all the science that we've done 100 years ago, basically.
I don't know if quantum entanglement was being done 100 years ago. In fact, 100 years ago, they were saying quite the opposite, which is that there's no way that could happen because it exceeds the speed of light. There's no way that the information could travel from one place to the other faster than the speed of light.
Well, I mean, I don't know a whole lot about this stuff, but wasn't that
Neither do I, man. Let's stumble through the dark together.
Yeah, like wasn't that what Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr called like spooky action at a distance?
I thought they were racist. Okay, no, that makes sense. What?
Dude.
Oh man, Mike, that was fucking fire, bro.
I got that.
That was for Ruckus. I'm sorry. He's still listening to Ice Spice. No, you didn't like it?
No, I'm not a fan. I mean, it's just cool, but...
But hold on, we forgot about the Brat.
The Brat.
The Brat album was something else. Functified? Come on.
Brat was nice.
Sorry. But
hey, Jeff. I think to be fair, when you say 100 years ago, I think 1900. When, to be honest, 100 years ago was almost 1925 now, and that was in the 30s where they started to come up with quantum. So pretty.
Yeah, I'm just saying, about 100 years ago.
Quantum sounds like a financial engineer who's not sure what stock to buy. Like quantum. No.
SVB. Not financial advice.
So that's crazy, Jeff. So because the vision of the company was to be able to unlock the wasted energy that existed between connected nodes in an electrical system. And so now with all of these batteries around, you can use that which is not being used and monetize it for anyone who has a battery in their garage. Is that the thing?
Yeah, it's called a DER, or distributed energy resource. So yeah, anytime you have like,
So you're building like energy chain.
I mean, yeah, it's a decentralized energy grid basically,
Jesus, dude.
but it's a, it's a tough thing because utility companies are
Mm-hmm.
so entrenched and don't want to give up any data. They're hard to work with. They want to make their profits.
Well, they probably sell that data, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, they do, but it's not. They're not selling it to make a profit. They hold the keys to the kingdom, and
Right.
it's like if you look up this company, it's called Mission Data. They're trying to fix that in a regulatory aspect, and come up with some
Wow.
standards. And there's this thing called Green Button, which is a step in that direction to get data more readily and quickly and in a standardized way for independent reps or energy supply companies.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it'll take, because the utilities aren't motivated to make things work better or cheaper to a
Yeah,
certain
why would I
degree.
want to give up my monopoly? Are you nuts?
Yeah.
So, Jeff, do you know about centrifugal gravity batteries?
Centrifugal gravity batteries. So are you talking about like a flywheel, like a gyroscope?
Yeah, it stores energy as rotational kinetic energy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know a lot about them. I know what they are, and they're very interesting.
I think it's interesting because literally, like, you could have one in your basement. Like, everyone could have one in a home. They have very high round trip efficiency. They have very high lifespan. They have very high energy density. They really only don't compete with lithium ion on upfront capital cost. But yeah, I think it's pretty promising, and I'm hopeful that we'll see more of that.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I know the concept, and but I haven't really researched it. Are they big or small or expensive, or?
They scale from micro to macro. I mean, the physics is the same. You just basically have magnets that are keeping this thing floating, without friction, and then you use the electricity to spin it faster and faster. And it's just a heavy mass, so it has a lot of inertial energy.
Yeah, I could see that on, like, you could try to maybe offset your grid use, your usage on the grid at peak hours, so you could like get that thing.
I mean, you
pumped
just
up with energy.
it would replace like your Tesla Powerwall, basically.
Yeah, neat.
I just had ChatGPT make a little table comparing it to lithium ion. I'll tweet that out.
Cool.
Jeff, you geeking out on ChatGPT with your work?
Me?
Yeah.
A little bit, like, I don't know. So, sometimes I'll use it a little, just for like a couple lines here or there.
Mm-hmm.
I've been using it more though. So yeah, it's been helpful a few times. Most of the stuff that I have built I did before Chat GPT, and I kind of go back into it. So it's all like very similar kind of tasks modified for certain, versions or different types of data. And so I can usually find my way around that pretty well because,
Sorry, have you ever thought about having OpenAI analyze your data sets?
Yeah,
It's a question. It's a question I ask anyone who has access to a database.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like it's not gonna. I don't know how to make it useful because we just have interval data, usually 15-minute or 60-minute, kilowatt hour interval data.
Also, yeah.
I mean, it's not too complicated. I don't know really what intelligent.
I don't know either,
could be
right?
pulled
But
from
that's kind of the point. Like, I'm just curious if it might notice something. You know how like it plays chess moves that people don't think about or makes risky moves and go. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Yeah.
Oh yeah. 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 I mean, I think this is pretty straightforward stuff. I mean, what it comes down to is like just a confluence of curves, and so you have like
Yeah.
you have a usage profile. So
A confluence of curves sounds like Ice Spice. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it really is. I mean, you have like your electrical usage, which is, we usually normalize it to 60-minute intervals.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have a year's worth of that data. And then we keep track of weekdays and weekends, and, grid peak times. And then there's usually like what they have a capacity tag, which is like your most usage. It depends on the market, but usually it's like in the summer and, like July 20th, they'll see what, your usage is then. And then whatever that peak is, that's what they're going to use to price your electricity. So there's all that, like your steady state usage. And then you look at the forward market curves where they're projecting, kind of like demand on the grid. And then there's all kinds of other like little pricing components like taxes and ancillary costs and green rec costs and things like that just add or subtract to the cost of your usage at any given point in time. So you have like a really a confluence of curves that you just kind of add and subtract on a time or temporal basis.
Mm-hmm. I want to welcome everyone to the German part of the show. Lagatha, go ahead.
I've pinned up top. Take a look, Jeff, when you get a chance. Highlight. Go ahead.
I really enjoy the data talk of power data, whatever, electricity data. But I wanted to say hi to my friend Wonder Woman. That's all.
Hey.
Hey, friend. How you doing
What's
tonight?
going on, stranger?
Oh, not too much. I just saw all of you
You
in
don't
this
talk to us
room,
no more.
and I couldn't resist. I know you don't talk to me anymore.
What? I
What's with
figured you
that?
found like you found like a man or something. I figured, okay, well, I guess we'll see you at the wedding.
If I had a man, it would.
A stable?
The only man I. What are you saying, Lagatha? You're breaking up.
Oh shit! I'm saying you have a full stable of men, not just one man.
That's why you call her Wonder Woman for nothing. You got a lasso.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, whoever I lasso in won't keep me from Twitter Spaces. I think they would only encourage me to continue.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know. Life's been a lot, and for some reason I just like, it's like I just needed a little break from the Twitter world. And but then certain nights I'd be sitting around like, or different times of the day, like, oh, I wonder how my friends are doing. And but yeah, here I am. It's good to see you.
Amazing. Have you met Ruckus? Ruckus is an ally.
I don't think so. Hi, Ruckus. Okay, we'll talk, Lagatha, but hello, nice to meet you. So, what's been going on around here? I don't want to derail this, whatever's happening this evening.
Oh,
Derail.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless you want it derailed,
please
we can
do.
derail.
Please.
Hasn't there been
Last year.
enough derailment lately?
Oh my God! Too soon, Mentis. Too soon.
Mentis, I hope you're
That's what
praying
makes it funny.
Mentis. That's all I gotta say. Well, I went to a great show last night that was very mystical and trippy and full of wonder and belly dancers, and it helped to reignite like feelings of creativity. And it's sometimes you have to step into these spaces, real life spaces, that are out of the ordinary to like gain a new perspective or refresh your perspective, get out of the mundane. It felt like a big freaking shake of the shoulders out of the mundane.
Tell us more.
Yeah.
Other belly dancers, what did you see?
And I want to know what's the last bagel you had, what flavor it was, and what was the topping.
Bagel.
Coffee seed.
I'm gonna
Oh, that was a question for Wonder Woman. Okay.
I'm gonna answer these questions in reverse order. The bagel that I last had, you would find this interesting, Dan, because it was just several mornings ago, and I was at a coffee shop, and I'm in New Mexico, and so they add either green chili or red chili to everything, and this coffee shop had green chili bagels and red chili bagels, in addition to several other types. And so I asked them, like, do you have any of either green chili or red chili left? Because that's all I ever want. And they said no, they only had everything left. So
Lame.
my attempt, I know, I would love to, like, green chili bagels are amazing, but I got myself an everything bagel, to answer you, Dan, and it was pretty good. And but before that, though, I was in New York last week, and I had the most amazing cinnamon raisin bagel I might have ever had. It was so
Wow.
good.
You guys
Yeah.
are killing me.
Was it-
My whole family's from New York, and now I'm in Australia. I am missing bagels, like proper bagels, so bad.
Just want to point out they only had everything left is one of the quotes of all time.
So, okay, last question
Out of context,
before
yeah,
you
that's
move on
brilliant.
to the other questions is Wonder Woman, based on that bagel that you had, the cinnamon one that was like super yummy, is that as good as any of, like, say, the past relationships you've had with others, men, others? Like, does it even ranked in the, like, there's like Joe, Frank, Susan, Bagel, whatever. I put Susan in there. I don't mean that imply that there's a Susan there. That could be a Swiss name for all you know for people. Anyway, you can answer it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So Susan, okay, we'll just assume that Susan means, like, how about we use Susan for any gender neutral name?
Exactly. I was thinking more like Swiss artist. Something like I am Suzanne. You know what I'm saying? I could go by Suzanne. In fact, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm picking it up.
No, I think that's fine. Again, my name is Suzanne. I think it's good that you have Italian bagel. I speak Italian, but I'm Swiss.
They're close enough, right? I could see some really good bagels making their way out there. But wait, I need to answer your question. So, what I'm thinking is that the bagel is probably tied for like the top spot of my most recent relationships.
Wow.
And I'll say, however, what the advantage that the bagel has is that I assume bagels have like pretty good levels of emotional maturity.
Right.
Right, yeah, but like lower levels of like, just higher level thinking and comprehension in general. But pretty equivalent amounts of like companionship and tastiness.
Yeah, I think too. You said you had cinnamon cranberry. Is that correct?
What? Cinnamon
What?
raisin? What world do
Oh,
you live in?
I'm sorry. I have
He's
a
so
hearing
high.
problem. Anyways,
He lives in Dan's world. Come on.
it's been a weird day for me. It's been a weird day,
Okay.
but
Oh, I wish I could give you a bagel right now,
aw.
Suzanne.
All right, pinky swear on the bagel. Got it. Okay.
You're listening to the Syndicate. They only had everything left.
Oh, that's great. Good. That's a perfect new title, Michael.
That's my favorite. That's the most North American thing I've ever heard in my life.
I'd like to open a bagel shop now called We Only Have Everything Left.
Yeah, can you do that here? Because we don't really do bagels here. I can't even remember when last in my life ever I had a bagel. It must be last time I was with my ex, 2012 in America. I remember we had a bagel there. But that
Lagatha, I have failed you. We didn't get bagels.
Well, you didn't know that there's something that we can't really. Oh, I think if I Googled for it, I'm sure someone opened a bagel cafe somewhere in Auckland. I'm sure I can find bagels, but it's just nothing that they really do here. I don't know.
I've actually, Lag, I'll go check my notes because I used to travel for business to Auckland a fair amount, and I've definitely found the best bagels in Auckland. So I'll tell you.
All right, slide them.
Oh, nice. You're redeeming yourself, praying mantis. Also, I'm from New York as well, from Long Island. But Lagatha, if I come and visit you, we'll not that I've ever done this, but we'll boil up some bagels. That's gotta happen.
Just get your ass over here.
Wow, that sounds delicious.
Oh, and when you come, can you please bring some pretzel M&Ms? The other day, I almost bought a bag for $25. I mean, 5 bags for $25 each to make worth the expenses for the shipping. And then
wow!
I thought you're crazy. You shouldn't be doing this.
I'll do you one better. I'll get a bag of that and a bag of peanut butter M&Ms, and you mix them, and they're very good.
Yeah, but I don't like peanut butter.
Oh wow. Okay, well then you're gonna be gambling then the whole time when you grab a handful of M&Ms.
That would just destroy the whole experience.
Open your mind. Open your mind.
So
also,
Lagatha,
I'll open my mind for you, okay?
Lag, there's a place with bagels and matzo ball soup on Federal, right in the city, called the Federal Deli.
Okay, you guys have made me Google what a bagel is, and
I'm gonna go fucking eat a bagel for lunch today, right? Well, I'm dying now.
You know, like when I look at Google Images, they look indistinguishable from a donut. So, is it basically a glorified donut? What is it?
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
Dude, you're lucky I'm not a co-host right now.
It's not a glorified anything. If anything, many other types of breads are glorified. No, wait, I'm not saying that right. Anyway, no, bagels are like of the upper echelon of bread products.
So the magic is that they're boiled and then they're baked. And they just get a very unique texture to both the outside that's almost like a pretzel, but the inside that's like an amazing loaf of bread.
Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah.
And it's eaten with, they're not usually sweet unless it's cinnamon raisin or some other weird variety. And they often have cream cheese on them, or like lox with capers and onions and like strange American things.
Stop.
We don't have bagels over here, but as Lagertha can attest to, we have some pretty good meat pies. Right, Lagertha?
Is that slang for something?
No, I'm serious. We've got meat pies.
Oh,
Like,
sorry. I must have misunderstood.
you can.
What are you guys laughing at? What did you guys say?
No, I'm not. It's not any Urban Dictionary stuff here. It's like we actually have.
Boy, Sheila, you got a nice meat pie there. You know what I mean?
No, well, like you can.
Is that like moose knuckle or kangaroo knuckle? Anyways, go on.
You're kink shaming, Mike. Stop.
Who's king?
So it's just like a small pie. Just imagine like this mini pie, and often they'll have like a potato.
Small meat pie. It gets worse. It gets worse.
Australian pie, the new spin-off.
No, but it's like and often like they'll have potato top, like mashed potato on top.
Potato top, really?
Yeah, and like you don't have to walk very far to get one of these. Like they're.
You don't have to walk far to get a meat pie in Australia.
Australia
Small-
would have the
small
same
meat
thing, eh,
pie.
Peter?
Small meat pie.
So
is it tight? The meat pies, the way they are formed, like sealed.
They are sealed. Yeah, you could say that.
Sorry.
I'm done. Okay, there's like
that was too obvious, Michael. That was too clear.
That's
a bit on the nose.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go through the flavors they have. They'll have like steak,
Wicked.
steak and pepper.
Okay.
Steak and pepper.
We have that here. Yeah.
You might have mince and ketchup. Mince and cheese, which is a favorite. I don't like the mince and cheese. Then you've got potato top, and you've also got like a.
Oh man.
You've got like
potato top. Let's go.
Yeah, potato top, definitely. And then you've got a chicken pie, which kind of tastes like it's got a bit of curry in it.
It's almost like it's like a shepherd's pie almost, but in its own little pie crust.
It's like an Australian beef patty. I get it. Yeah.
It's an Aussie burger.
They even
have you had a beef, like a Jamaican beef patty? It sounds very similar.
Never had one of those.
Mike, I don't think that means what you think it means.
They probably have a song. Yeah, you have a nice meat pie.
That was for you, Rucker.
The Ting season Mel Gill. Sorry. Yeah, if you, I wonder how we talked about this before, right? Like the Spanish people have empanadas, right? Indian people have samosas. You guys have the meat pies. Jamaican people have beef patties.
Yeah, bao.
Huh? Bao. You have bao? Yeah. Like wontons is like a modified thing. It's not baked. You fry your beef patties, I guess.
No, we bake them.
You bake them? You steam them. Yeah, right. Shumai and like all that dim sum stuff. Hold on. Is that like Australian dim sum, kind of? All these pies?
I can't talk for Australia. Peter, can you give the Australian perspective?
It's.
What are we talking about?
In Australia or
Pies.
New Zealand, a meat pie is not the equivalent of a dim sum. No.
Definitely not.
We get our dim sims at every fish and chips and burger shop, apparently.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it? No, I've already told you what a beef pie is, Michael. Jesus.
It looks like an individually sized shepherd's pie.
Kind of, yes. Minus the mashed potato on top. It's all pastry.
Yeah.
Oh, I really miss shepherd's pie. Oh, it's so good. I think I'll make some soon.
Because that has literally the potato topping, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, potato, and then usually I saw a recipe where then they also sprinkle Parmesan on top and bake it, and that was the most recent one I made, and it was amazing. But I thought it was more traditionally made with cheddar cheese on top. Can I tell you guys also a story? This is the only swag I've ever received from Twitter, and I just utilized it in a really fantastic way. Okay, I'm going to tell you. So it was months ago. So I used to engage more with the Preparation H Twitter account, which for all of you who don't know, Preparation H provides soothing, lasting relief for anything butt related. So like hemorrhoids and related things that may happen in your butt region. And so, they have a pretty funny account. They're completely butt related. And so, yeah, me and a few other of the like heroes community would often banter with them. And anyway, then they messaged me saying like, thank you for, being a big fan of us. And can we send you something? So then like a month later, it comes and it's this package of a fanny pack, but a fanny pack with lots of like cartoon butts all over it. So it's like a fanny pack. And then there's a few Preparation H products inside. And then I recently wore it out on my first big outing because I was at a bowling fundraiser with some friends, and our team was called Bowl Movements. For any of you who don't understand lingo of anatomy, that is a pun for bowel movements. And so I thought, since it was such a colon related group name, that I would proudly wear the fanny pack and bring with me some Preparation H wipes, typically meant for hemorrhoids, but why not? It's just a wipe with some witch hazel on it. And then Tums, for any type of like gastrointestinal relief needed. And so this fanny pack was really a big hit, and took many videos of the like wonderful effects of it upon our team. And so I'll probably post a reel or something about it soon, as a thank you to Preparation H.
That's a true story.
Yeah, very true.
I'm down a really, really bizarre rabbit hole of thought right now. I'm still stuck on the shepherd's pie, and I'm not sure how we got to this from shepherd's pie.
No,
this
because
is blowing my mind
bagels
right now.
are bread donuts. That's where we.
I want to make a global franchise. I've thought of this for a year, called Little Bo's Shepherd's Pie. And it's like grab and go. They have heated servings for people who want a quick, cheap lunch, or you can like take it away to go home and have dinner for the family. It's easy to heat up. It's easily portable. It's low cost to make at scale, and you can pretty much do it in any country on the planet.
I'm still at bowl movements.
Speaking of, I'm going to go get a bagel, guys. I'll catch y'all later.
Oh no!
I don't think I've ever had a bagel.
I hope you get everything that you've ever wanted. Nice to meet you, Mentis.
Thanks, Wonder Woman. I'm sure to be disappointed in spite of my low expectations here in Australia, but I'll do the best I can.
I'm sure you will be. Take care.
Could you commission a bagel? Like go to a baker and commission like a piece of art?
What's a bagel?
It's a donut made of bread.
That causes bowl movements.
Actually, it might prevent bowl movements. It would be
it's a blocker. It's not a sure
blocker. It's not a mover and shaker.
Do I need to buy some Preparation H products before I eat a bagel? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and
they come in the same pack.
And in fact, everything is actually a preferred bagel flavor, because it's all about. It's kind of like the strip club. You want to enjoy all the flavors there. It's really not. Yeah, all right. Maybe that's not the great analogy, but you know what I'm saying. It's about flavor, all right. And then it's about a variety of personality. Obviously, the pepper
Texture.
is different than the salt, which is different than the whatever the other thing is. You know what I'm saying? So it all
Okay,
comes
but
together. But the spread, damn it, that did not go well. Anyways, I prefer jalapeno. Like, shit. I gotta go now. Bye.
Damn it,
No,
Dan.
Dan, you can do it. I think I know where you're going with this. I want to hear what you're saying.
You know, I knew you'd say that because you always try to bait me into these discussions and make me like say this shit. But look, simply put, everything bagel has a lot to offer, much like the multitude of incredible women in this world. Okay. However, spread can be anything you need. And I like the jalapeno ones. And let the record show that in case I ever do run for Congress, this audio may be used against me at that time. However, I want this piece, disclaimer, to be included with the citations so that the full context of this conversation can be disclosed. Without such editing or disembodiment of said comments, you are willfully actually disrespecting the notion of the public safety in regard because you are doing a disservice in how you're portraying me because I have accidentally, expertly already identified the faux pas-ness of my said statement. So yeah, I love everything bagels, and yeah, I like a really, great time. Okay, and like we all like a good time. So let's not all get into a discussion about how we don't want to be in a good time or now a good time, whatever. I mean, like that's a universal front. Like if you're not about a good time, then you should get back on the boat and go back. I'm not saying that you had to go back. God,
Dan,
just
that's gonna
stop.
be.
Just stop.
We're
I
gonna
was
take
doing
that out
great
of
until I got to that
context,
part.
Dan. Dan, I don't think you have bagels to worry about. I think you're working yourself up so much that you're turning into an anti-immigrant advocate right now.
Yeah, and I don't want to be that because obviously I believe in the melting pot of which what a strip club is in the first place. So it's all about a circular vernacular for which we bring what we had said back to what we wanted to say because we're trying to say it. And this is something that Ruckus talks about. He talks about it in chapters through 8 through 15. Lo is the man who is not with PowerPoint, for that man who not beeth with Microsoft Teams, know not thy benefit of thy thing. Although Microsoft Teams is thy shit, yes, it is. Say it, the word amen. We move on. We adopt things like WhatsApp mostly so we can communicate with our foreign partners, be it in India or Guyana or wherever. But we also understand that everyone else uses just English to talk. But that's okay. Other people use different languages. And this is why protein shakes, I think, that are just protein and water, I don't trust it as much as a smoothie. You know what I mean? Like a protein smoothie, I trust. But protein just dissolved in water and shown as an invisible drink makes me think my liver is going to do something extra in order to parse it. And I'm concerned about that. Go ahead, Peter.
Trust someone from Ohio to derail this conversation so hard. What the fuck is a bagel?
You
What the
still
fuck is
don't
a
know what a
bagel?
bagel is? Didn't we already address this? We talked
I still
about
don't get
this.
it. It's a bread ring, you're saying, basically.
No, Peter, you're just trolling us now. No,
Oh my
Praying
god, you're
Mantis
trolling
told
this,
you
Peter.
so
You know what a
clearly.
fucking bagel is. Let me guess, you don't know what a hammer is? Jesus.
What a hammer is. Are you saying a bagel's like a hammer?
You
Also,
open the bagel with the hammer.
before we answer you, Peter, I gotta just say one more bagel comment. I really hope you pick up what it is based upon our context. Is like I'm just hoping that happens. But Dan, I know you like a good jalapeno cream cheese, but I think because of that, you would really appreciate a green chili bagel with regular cream cheese on it because you get the spice then, a beautiful spice infused into
Completely.
the bagel.
Oh, I know. And I think, in fact, I wanted you to clarify the green chili. You didn't automatically, and it made me think that maybe you were a poser. But then again, I haven't seen you in a while, and so I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. But are we talking hatch, hatch green chili? Because if it's hatch, then yeah, you got me. Like, okay, just take the credit card. What else do you need? I don't care if you're
Well,
high maintenance, so I'm in.
What is a hatched chili?
oh, we have so much to teach you, Lagatha. Yeah, so okay, just side note, all of your New Zealand and Kiwi questions will be answered. Dan, I am in New Mexico, so you better damn believe it's Hatch or just of any other town in New Mexico. Which is why they had the bagel in both green and red chili form. And of course, they're both sold out because people want those before they want everything.
Yes.
And Lagatha Hatch is a town in New Mexico where one town of many actually that green chilies are grown, but Hatch green chili has become a more like famous, I'd say, moniker to say like, hey, these are good green chilies.
Is that the equivalent to like has avocado? Just like one certain kind from a certain place.
I'll let you take this, Dan.
Well, wait, what was the question? Did I hear what I thought I heard? Can you say it again?
I said, is that the equivalent to has avocado because it's a certain type of chili from a certain place?
Wow, I don't know. I can't answer that one.
Wait, isn't
I heard something completely different. Keep going.
At first, I thought you were trying to be funny, like those memes of like the dog memes of like I has sandwich. You're being like I has avocado. No, but I think it's like Haas avocado.
It's a chili from a certain town, and it's so famous for whatever because the soil is really good for those kind of chilies there.
Oh yeah. Now wait, Wonder Woman, are you there permanently or are you just visiting?
I mean, what is permanent really? Everything changes all the time. Even if you don't think something is going to change, it's either going to change sooner or it's going to change later.
Well, I'm just saying because the chili season really hits like around August and like through September, I thought.
It does.
Yeah. All right. So because I'll definitely be buying a crate of chilies then. My brother and I go in on a box. We get like a bunch of them, and then
awesome.
We you put the fire on them and whatever, smoke them and whatnot. Super tasty. So.
Oh heck yeah, yeah. Actually, so to answer your question, I won't be here permanently, but I'll be here for a little while, and
nice.
Yeah, okay. I'm kind of figuring out by summer I'd like to move somewhere, but I'm in the Southwest right now.
Nice.
Yeah, good. But yeah, and actually, this really comes full circle because I used to host people on couch surfing sometimes, and being like if you're local in New Mexico, you buy the roasted green chilies in like a big Ziploc bag from the farmer's market. It's like they roast it right there. And so I had a bunch in the fridge, and I was kind of like cleaning them off to cook with them. But at the time I had a German couch surfer staying with me. And when I was cleaning them off, she was like, "What are you doing?" She was like enthralled by this process. And so I have very specific memory of like cleaning green chili with my German couch surfer, and she thought it was the coolest.
Super delicious. I love those memories. Thank you for sharing.
Oh, you're welcome. And I think that's cool that you and your brother go in on green chilies each fall. You know what you could do? You could chop some up and add it to cream cheese and make some green chili cream cheese.
That's true. I would totally do that, especially like smoked. So then you have like smoked green chili. Like, yeah, that would be super tasty. Yeah, last time we bought some, I ended up just smoking a bunch and then like giving them to family and stuff. Like I got so many I couldn't eat. Like after the first 20, you're like, okay, what do we do with the other 160? I'm like, I don't know. We're gonna go around delivering to people. Hey, how you doing? Here's a green chili. How you go?
Yeah, and if you roast them, you could easily freeze them after you roast them. Keep that in mind this year.
Yeah, my brother lived in up in
bagels come from Jewish communities in Poland. Yes, I'm still on the bagel. Sorry.
Yeah, bagels
let's
are
go
very
back
Jewish.
to the bagel. Can you explain the bagel to Peter?
No, what I'm getting at is this comes from my motherland, and I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm so confused right now.
Also, I really didn't think the bagels were something that hadn't reached the Australian continent, so my mind's a little blown right now. But
I think he's fucking with you. We do have them at Countdown. You can buy them, but I don't think it's a thing really.
No, it's definitely not a thing here. I've never heard anyone say, "Hey, let's go get bagels."
I wouldn't know what one was if you put one in front of me.
Bowl movement.
I mean, I'd probably eat it, but I wouldn't know what it is.
Yeah, exactly. You'd just say it's on some sort of bread thing.
Oh, this is so funny. I had such a few years ago, I was visiting New York, and it's very much a staple of a breakfast food in New York. And I was at a shop getting a bagel, and some guy in front of me was like, yeah, bagel with lox, please. And, they're preparing it behind the counter, and he sees what they're doing. He's like, no, I didn't say cream cheese, just lox. Bagel with lox, no cream cheese. And it just was the funniest interaction because, first of all, who the hell gets only lox and no cream cheese? And it was just a beautiful interaction.
What's
It felt very
lox?
New York.
What is lox?
Oh, it's smoked salmon.
He thinks Lox is a rap group.
Wonder Woman, I apologize for the naivete amongst the people here at Syndicate today. We've had a drastic depressurization in the cabin earlier, about 12 hours ago, and unfortunately we lost not only a certain amount of air pressure, but a few $1 billion in the market as well. So we're going into mass capitulation that will lead to a contagion and cause mass hysteria probably for the next 9 to 24 months. However, we do appreciate your presence in the channel. Thank you.
Bull movement.
Wait, thank you. It seems like there's capitulation of some sort going on. And a striking amount of Australians and New Yorkers who have moved to Australia. So that's, when you leave for a while, you never know how the demographics are going to shift. But I'm picking up what's going on.
So the German lady she was a couch surfer. Did she sleep on the couch?
Yeah. I believe so. It was back when I had roommates. So like if a roommate was out of town, they would generally just like sleep in the if it was okay with my roommate, then if there was a bed available, that usually worked out. But I think that if my memory serves me, then yeah, she just stayed on the couch.
What does that run a night, if you don't mind me? Like, is there like an average price for that, or?
Oh, this is the network couchsurfing, I think, .org. For years, I participated as both a host and a surfer. And yeah, it's a totally free network based upon mutual aid and just like supporting fellow travelers.
It's free?
Ruckus won't believe that. He's like, here's the solution for all people that want a roof over their head. Just go couch surfing. You can get a free place to stay. Where is that possible?
Yeah, it's free. Free.com.
I've been doing that too for years.
Wait, you said you did it too, Lagatha?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's called
yeah, I used to like. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna make a joke, but you carry on.
I used to like hosting more than surfing, and like when I was like pretty broke and like in school and not able to travel so much, it like gave me the sense of still like meeting travelers and meeting people from other places still. So it was almost like I was traveling, but meeting people who were staying with me.
So how did you do like security check or a background check, or how do you know you were like staying on like a haunted farm or something, or Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Psycho?
That's the guy that wants us to move to fucking Dayton, right? Says that guy.
I didn't say for you to move to Dayton, but I'm just wondering, did you do any like, call aheads, or did you like scope out the property? Did you look up the owner, prior records, any of that stuff? I'm just curious.
I didn't personally. It was a little bit less of a background check and a little bit more of a vibe check, where like I just got a sense of who they were, which I know like some sociopaths can still get their way through via that method. But like on this network, it's similar to places like any other kind of network that is based upon reviews and like other people vouching. So like you get reviews based upon real life friends, based upon who you stayed with, based upon who has stayed with you. Like at first, when you're first starting, it's harder to get to be accepted as a guest generally, because if you look like a total rando with no comments or references, then of course people would be less likely to host you. But once you gain a few and seem like you are legit, then then yeah, I just did kind of a vibe check, made sure that they actually wanted to like stay with me for authentic and like normal reasons.
I,
Yeah.
You can figure out real quick, I think. Like if you've done it a few times, you figure out real quick if you should stay with that person or if you want this person to stay with you. It's really easy to figure out after a while.
I actually have some experience with this. Well, not personally, kind of. Well, they were staying in the house I was living in, but they were from that website, Couch Surfer. But this was many years ago, must have been like 10 years ago. So it's been around a while. And it wasn't my idea, but it was my flatmate's idea. She was from the Moldova originally, and then I think they were like either Russian or something like that. She didn't know them, but I guess she kind of maybe like the thought it'd been interesting to do. And it was like a couple, and they actually did end up like basically sleeping on the couch, and I don't know where the other one slept, I can't remember. But yeah, it was kind of like I wonder if she was doing it because when she went on holiday or she could use Couch Surfer, then she'd get like I don't know that reciprocity happening.
And how long would you stay be a guest? Like a week or two, or
Depends how long you agree to do it. Or, I know people that just end up staying forever. I know people that fell in love. I know people that, agreed to have the people stay 3 nights. And then after one night, it was clear you don't want these people around anymore. And you tell them, it's not working. So, can be anything that you want to agree upon.
Have you used it, Legatha, yourself?
Yeah. Extensively. Yeah.
And you've had pretty good experiences?
Apart from one experience where it was a bit sketchy, and one experience where we just did not vibe whatsoever, and it was a bit weird. Apart from those two, yeah, 100%. I met so many cool people. Yeah, amazing. Just really, really, really great experiences. And I actually was really lucky. Most of the time I ended up sleeping in like a normal bed and not on a couch. And sometimes I ended up in like a villa where nobody else was but me, and I had the whole villa and a pool to myself. And all I needed to do was change the sheets and clean the bathroom after I leave. So yeah.
Whoa, that's awesome. I had a I didn't do the like surfing too much, but one time me and my friend did just an overnight bike riding tour, and we stayed at the coolest woman's house. She was like a lifelong artist, and had this like a parrot and a few parakeets, and she was okay, this is out east on Long Island, and where the properties are very expensive, but her and her former partner had bought like a little like a small grocery store way back in the day that was going out of business, and they turned it into their like artist mecca. So like, and she was widowed, and anyway, just like this amazing woman with her parrots and her big art space. And anyway, yeah, you like never know what kind of situation you're going to stumble upon.
Yeah, I think my first official one stay in Australia, but my second stay overall, because I did a test run back in Germany before I went to Australia. The first stay was with a guy who just moved to Australia himself, and his work was paying for his hotel room, and I just stayed in his hotel room with him. And no, we did not hook up.
So,
but there's great potential for hookup if one wants to do that.
Yeah, I do think that's dangerous though. I don't like mixing romantic relationships with couch surfing, because I think it has been abused a whole lot by people that just want to hook up or go to places and take advantage of people that are clearly, traveling on a budget or in a foreign country with no social network. And I know that there have been some really not so nice situations. I've been regularly going to the meetup here in Auckland for like 2 years. Every week I went to the meetup, so I was one of the locals. But there's always certain people showing up that are just always hitting on the young female participants, and it's just, I don't like the mix when between hosts and guests starting to hook up. It's just like a power imbalance that's really unhealthy, I believe. It's different when you go on a meetup and you go to a party and you make out or whatever without one being dependent on the other to have a safe place to stay.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, the power dynamic is a big deal, but like as a female host with roommates in the past, when I had male guests, it would have felt different if it was like only my place, because the level of like safety is different. But if someone's staying for one night, if the vibe is there, then that can be a whole lot of fun. But this one time, on the reverse side, I hosted this guy who's going to stay for a few nights, and he clearly wanted to hook up, and I was like clearly not into it. Like it felt uncomfortable. So like after the first, like I knew on the first night that I was going to ask him to leave the next day, but he got his car broken into overnight. So he decided anyway to not stay. So, I mean, it sucks for him, but he left anyway.
Yeah, difficult situation. That's why I always try to avoid it, to not, hook up with the host or make advances on the host. And I know that a lot of people I've met have a similar philosophy. If you want to hook up, go to Tinder. And if you happen to meet a couch surfer there, I guess that's a different story. But couch surfing is not, Tinder. And I think some people were confusing it at times.
Well, yeah, like not to go into it with the idea of like we're gonna hook up, but once you get to know someone, like if the vibe is there and if it feels, like you got to be a solid person, which a lot of people aren't, like don't have that capacity or awareness. But I mean, it depends on the situation.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
This has been a great segue from bagels, and I agree. I think what I like is that we're staying with what matters, and that's the whole. Thank you, everyone, so much.
I'm kind of curious, but you don't have to answer this. But have you hooked up with someone on Couchsurfer?
100%. Not with a host, but with other couch surfers that I met at other events. There's meetups, or what was called meetups, I guess, back in the day when the app was still working without having to pay for it. And 100% hooked up with some. Yeah.
Yeah.
AC, what about you?
Just trying to make $1.
I think
AC
I only
has
you host
stories.
by every 5 minutes. You have 5-minute intervals for your hosting.
Are you talking to me or Casey?
Casey.
What's up, Wonder Woman? Been a minute. How you been?
He's not answering. But
can you hear Casey?
I think you can't hear him.
Yeah,
no, I can't. I see him as listener.
No,
Weird.
he's talking.
He's talking. Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna come back. 1 sec. He's gonna sing us some karaoke.
But as you could probably tell by
I'm broken. I've got no tokens.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
Stole my ordinal.
Okay, I'm gonna
You
shut
know,
up
at first
now.
I actually thought that might have been KC. Just for a split second.
Sing it, Casey.
Yeah, I'm broken. Head down to my toes. Yeah, baby, I'm broken. Wallet to my soul. Yeah, I'm broken.
Is he singing right now? 'Cause I
God
can't hear
damn
shit.
it. That's some bullshit.
Damn
Someone kick
it.
Wonder Woman out of the room. She's
Ah.
ruining KC singing.
Let's just kick Wonder Woman out. Kick her out.
Hold on. All right, let me add you back. All right, let me invite you to co-host. It doesn't matter.
Co-host usually fixes it.
Yeah, the co-host is usually good.
She'll be right back.
We want to have a diverse co-host thing. That's what I think about the most, you know? A diverse co-host. So if anyone indicts me and be like, look, I supported so many diverse people on Twitter Spaces, and be like, what is Twitter Spaces? And I'd be like, forget it. Hey, I made some Leonardo just released a new model. I'm putting some of the stuff at the top. Iron Man has put on some weight during the pandemic.
You made an overweight Iron Man.
I feel like that should be headlining right after the
Ooh.
latest news.
Hey, I like this.
Did you guys ever see the Fat Sonic that I made?
No, but I want to. Mike, I like this.
Oh
too.
god, I gotta see if I can dig it up.
Mike, I like this.
By the way, for Peter, I made a superhero bagel. So that's coming up. But this woman, I think Dan might appreciate, let's say. You ready? I put in Wonder Woman, actually, as the prompt for this one. This one is really good at making superhero-like thingies. Add another tweet. All right, so this is Wonder Woman.
Give me some curves. I know it. Curves are coming.
Well, no, I didn't do because I know like people don't like the super curves. So this is like, remember the negative prompt?
No, I know, but those were still pretty decent curves.
Super
So
curves.
like those ones.
Who doesn't want super curves?
And can you not make her
Ooh.
boobs underneath her chin? Like, give her like
Okay.
the good boobs, you know, like.
Okay, check this one out.
Like,
what do you think about this one?
Not the full.
That's
Who
kind
has
of nice.
under their chin?
I like
Like-
the boobs. Yeah, that's good.
That's a good one.
She's good.
Hair
But
kind of
where's
looks
the
like spaghetti
peaches?
though. I think there's a little bit of spaghetti hair, but it is really cool.
You know,
What did I tell you about the spaghetti negative prompt, Michael?
Yeah, that's true. I do think there's a chance that we got some high maintenance action here. I mean, if I don't pick her up on an Escalade, like I'm not getting any. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't think anyone from Themyscira is that superficial.
I see. All right. Well, if I'm not carrying the Tesseract, I'm probably not that interesting. Oh, look at I like that bagel.
You like the bagel?
Where's the bagel?
Where's the bagel?
It's at the top.
Dan, you'll finally get, or Peter, you'll finally get your answer.
Yeah, it's Peter's first bagel.
What a special
One
moment.
bagel to rule them all.
Don't try to just eat it all in one bite either. Take your time.
Yeah, really savor the chews.
The chews.
Just say savor the chews.
Savor the chews. It's very chewy. Also, where is this bagel? Here's the bagel.
It should be at the top, no?
Oh, nice.
See, I feel like I wouldn't eat something that looks like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it doesn't look like that. I've never seen a bagel that black with gold on top. It just looks like bread, Pete.
Darker the bagel, the sweeter the Jews.
The Jews?
I went to say choose and
Jeez.
Jews, and I got mixed up.
He's there, Kanye West.
Jesus.
The sweeter the Jesus guy. Jeez, the recorded space. You're listening to the Syndicate. They only had everything left. Bagels are bread donuts? That's right.
Where does that quote come from? They only had everything left.
Wonder Woman.
Because the bagel shop, the coffee shop, of their bagel varieties, they only had everything left.
You came up with that quote?
No, just literally the barista said that to me. They came up with it.
I just thought it was a pretty good quote. That's all.
Yeah, I didn't even.
It's great, right?
Michael was the one who interpreted it into a deeper meaning.
Yeah, but I was sitting here too. I was like, what does she mean they only have everything left? And then out of the context, I realized, oh, it must have been an everything bagel. What the fuck that is, I don't know, but it must have been a bagel that they had left. Not the red and not the green peppers, but the everything bagel, I guess.
First of all, bitch, it's
I reckon I could get down
Chili's.
with the chili stuff, you know.
Second of all, it's so funny for someone to not just like, you know, the jargon of an everything bagel. It just rolls off my tongue. But an everything bagel, yes, you're quite right. It means all of the toppings on top, clearly. But sometimes they overdo it with the
Does that
salt.
include the sardines?
Huh?
Does that include the sardines, whatever it was you were talking about
No,
earlier?
Peter. What was I talking about earlier?
Oh, was it
He's
you
talking
or
about
was
the
it...
locks.
You're saying dominant
Yeah, the
toppings
lox.
get on top.
Ruckus, do you know what the
Amazon
lox is
position
yet?
itself.
It's a fish. It's salmon, right? Not a wrap.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You don't put a wrap. You don't put black people on a bagel. That's just racist.
Yeah, that's Peter, that would be more of a topping. It's a pretty regional. I'd say it's regional to the Northeast. Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but no.
Well, and Peter, you're in the corner watching the bagel and your significant other working together. You know what I'm saying? It's not like if you're the white guy, you're in the corner. You know what I'm saying?
Is it a cuck bagel?
Yeah, I don't think I'd have it with salmon. I've seen these, I guess they called them sort of bagels or something, but they look kind of like not right. They cut them in half and do like a sandwich.
That's it.
Is that?
Yeah.
Yes, it's called a bagel sandwich.
They're round.
Yeah, actually, I think
Yeah.
we do. I've seen bagels before. They're kind of like
Oh my gosh, Dan and Peter, you guys are ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
It's crazy
Get
because
your
you've
crap
never had like
together.
a.
What's wrong with you?
Wait,
You've never like they've never had a bagel BLT.
I know that. Look, this joke has gone on long
Ruckus,
enough.
calm
Whoa,
down.
whoa,
Don't
whoa.
flare
Hold
your
on, hold on.
nostrils.
Stop
Don't
it.
Okay, I
flare the
think
nostrils.
I think I've seen bagels where they have like an egg and some bacon, and they've cut the bagel in half,
Oh
and
my
it's got a
gosh.
hole in the middle, kind of like a donut without the sugar. You know? Am I is that the one?
It's funny that Ruckus gets mad at two things: the housing market, millennials, and bagels. That's like the three things.
This joke has gone on long enough. Just stop, Dan.
It's
This is ridiculous.
I don't even think it's a joke. I can really tell people's voices, Ruckus, and I really don't think Dan and Peter are fucking with us.
I'm actually seriously not fucking
It's
with
just
you,
not a
but
thing, you
I
know?
think it is fairly common though. I think I've seen the egg bagel, what have you, but it's not like you can
Yeah.
get it at every store. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Look, the only place I've seen that, right, just real quick, the only place I've seen that is where they did something called like a Philly cheese. It wasn't even a Philly cheesesteak, it was like pork. Like, I
No,
don't know.
it's in at Countdown or Woolworths, whatever, which country you're in the bread section. And after all the toast and then the gluten-free, there comes a section with crumpets. American friends, do you know what a crumpet is? Did you ever have a crumpet?
Yeah, like
We know what
Yeah.
crumpets are.
What section?
Yeah, we
is
know
that
what
in?
crumpets
Just stick that
are.
up
Of
your-
course.
Wait,
We're
to
not-
be
like
fair,
an English muffin?
real quick, Americans call
They
the
put the crumpets.
McMuffin a
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
McBiscuit.
not
they're-
painfully naive. Come on. We know what a crumpet
Yeah,
is.
Yeah, it's
You
a
guys act like you don't
McMuffin.
have a Burger King over there. They had like the bagel sandwich. You guys
We
at
got-
McDonald's, like the
No.
bagel
with
sandwich over
Hungry
there.
Jacks,
Look, don't
though.
you forget who invented the McRib, all right? Get on your knees.
The McRib is
I don't
trash.
even like McRib.
Oh,
Casey,
But-
I sent you a picture of a hot dog. It didn't turn out too good. I don't think I can publish it.
On your
okay,
knees.
wait, just one more question about the bagels. Is it standard for it to be a sandwich or is it not normally a sandwich? I'm genuinely curious.
You know, that's a very good
Drop 'em
question.
down.
But this also comes down to what do you consider a sandwich? Because very often it is a toasted bagel with cream cheese, which I wouldn't call that a sandwich, although it often is eaten on the go with in a sandwich style, not as two separate sides of the bagel, one may say. But it's often eaten as an egg sandwich in the morning, sometimes, but I'd say less often eaten as a lunch type sandwich with, you know, turkey and other normal sandwich things. But I wanted to jump in here first because I felt strongly about this, but everyone else, I'm sure you have opinions.
You guys always call burger sandwiches too. Like everything that we would call a burger, you call a sandwich. And then random things are suddenly a burger, and I never figured out what that is all about. So I think there's a definition language barrier of sorts here too.
Drop them all down till
Burgers
It's like
and sandwiches.
like a hot dog's a sausage sandwich.
Oh,
Yeah.
ew, no. Okay, also,
Yeah, by that
Dan and Casey, you got your hands up. I'm not sure who threw them up first. I think Dan.
first.
Okay, yeah.
There we go. Yeah, you know, okay, here's something I want to ask you guys in America. What about sushi? Do you guys have sushi shops over there? Because it seems to be like a proliferation of sushi shops over here.
Is he serious? Is he drop him down, listener? Is he serious right now? Is he dead?
No,
if we have sushi,
I mean,
yes, well, we have sushi.
yeah, but
we have sushi in our gas stations, Dan. Jeez.
well, that's what
Come on,
I
you can go
wanted
to-
to know. That's what I
Do
wanted
you
to know.
trust gas station sushi?
No, but we have it in our gas stations.
Jesus.
Okay, so I wanted to
would be-
check if it was
What don't you have in gas
a big thing
stations?
over here. I just thought maybe it's like not so common over there, but seems to be everywhere at the moment here, like sushi, you know?
Yeah, that is quite affirmative, Dan, that we do have sushi. We have lots, you know. The Japanese influence has been here for quite a long time. But yes, affirmative. And high five, Casey.
Michael, release the hot dog. Dan, we can have sushi, but it's America. You have to have a big gun to get the freshest sushi.
No, I
That's the
can't. I'm
only
gonna
way.
get blocked on Twitter if I release
What?
this
No,
hot dog.
come on. It's the devil dog, man.
Well,
That's the
can you
most
post it
metal
then? You post
fucking
it.
hot dog I've ever seen. Hold on.
It looks like
Post
a
it.
tight purse. You know what I mean? Like a tight
Yeah. It's a hot dog, goddammit. I'll just hold on. Get this shit posted up right now.
I made Homer Simpson. Homer came out good too.
Yeah, it's loading. Comments.
Dan and Peter, you guys have homework, okay? Seriously, this is ridiculous. Get a bagel this weekend. Take a picture and post
Can
it.
I tell you the most?
I'll tell you what, just for you, Ruckus. Just for you.
This is a side note while Casey's looking up what he's looking up. The most like crazy coincidence of my couch surfing experience was when I was in college. I hosted these 3 guys from Hungary, and only one of them spoke English pretty fluently. So, and it was such an interesting time, you know, like having non-English speakers around, because that's very not typical for anyway, whatever. I'm getting off track, but I hosted them. They're very nice. They just stayed a night, and then, you know, okay, on their way. And so then years later, I'm doing a trip in Southeast Asia, and it's the first night I get there. I'm in Malaysia, and I'm at a hostel, and in the morning, you know, I'm like very blurry headed and go downstairs for breakfast. And then I like see these people walk by, and one of them looks very familiar. And like I'm you know, when you see someone you think you know, you're like trying to figure out all of the elements of their face and like, where do I know them from? Turns out, like, I went up to him. I'm like, it was a guy and a girl, and I went up to him like, hey, you look very familiar. Like, let's figure this out. How do I know you? And it turns out he was one of the 3 who stayed with me like 5 or 6 years prior in upstate New York, and we run into each other in a hostel in Malaysia like 6 years later. It was so crazy. And he remembered me because I had like Tibetan prayer flags outside of my house. So when it clicked, he's like, you had the prayer flags. And it was yeah, that was a good moment. But the strangest coincidence.
Casey, you like Homer?
Homer's decent. Homer, it's better than Wonder Woman's story. I'll say that much. It's
Casey, it was
Violent.
it was such a good story. Right. I mean, sorry I didn't take your voice acting class or whatever.
Oh, now it's coming out. It's coming out. They're being super petty now, aren't they?
The last two. You better watch
I
out.
thought you were gonna say like he remembered you because you were wearing your Wonder Woman outfit or something.
Don't you think it's crazy? Someone from Hungary stays with you in upstate bumblefuck New York. 6 years later, you see them at a hostel in Malaysia. Are you kidding me?
I agree with you totally. But I have had similar meetups where it's like, there's no fucking way this happens. And then I obviously go straight to, why the fuck does the universe want me to meet them twice and cross paths twice and actually also notice it? You know, you could have just been on your phone or whatever and not noticed them, right? But clearly you noticed them. So then, like, my brain, when these things happen, always goes to, what does the universe want to tell me? What's happening here?
I'm not sure if it's that much of a coincidence, really, because that's the type of people that will, the type of person that stays at the couch surfer or whatever, they're going to be the one at the, the hostel in another country. It's kind of like that pool of people that like to travel and travel on the cheap.
Yeah, travel on the cheap, yes. At the same time, from two different countries into the same hostel, not so much. You know how many hostels there and how many people are traveling to hostels every day?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same hostel of like 100 hostels in this one city. Like that was quite the whatever you call it.
Okay, seems like a pretty big coincidence, right? But a lot of people, okay? So you meet a tons of people, and then just by chance, one of them you meet in another country. It's like, oh shit, there goes the destiny, It's like, okay, well, if you had said, all right, it'll be a real coincidence if I meet, Jane today, and then it happens, all right, maybe you're onto something.
But Dan, I feel like you're trying to minimize my experience, and I think it's because you haven't had a bagel, and I'm going on about them, and there's maybe a little jealousy here, and I didn't want to call you out, but that's really the vibe I'm getting.
I didn't want to say anything either, but I agree.
It's more the fact it's more the fact that you're well traveled and I've barely left the country. But yeah, your vibe detection was pretty good.
He's just jealous. He just doesn't know. He has no fucking clue. Not only has he never had a bagel, but he also has no clue about traveling, and that's what really is the problem.
But you know what, Lagerfer? I know that you can buy a reasonable house price in Dayton, Ohio, and if you want a house, stop your complaining and go over there and buy one.
Are you and I going together? Are you and I going together go buy like 10 houses or a whole block for the money we would buy a house here?
Okay, I gotta say, Casey's had his hand up for a little bit, so I mean, it better be a better story than what I told, is all I gotta say.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I do think it's a wild coincidence. I just like the abbreviated story.
You just like the abbreviated? Wait, I'm confused about
the second version. The second time he told the story in an abbreviated fashion, I just thought that was a better telling of the story.
Really? Okay, because I was actually trying to...
You are an asshole, man.
This is actually, it's fascinating. I mean, I feel like maybe you like it abbreviated because you just don't like the story in general. But it's an interesting, it's a thing for me to take in about storytelling. I'm just fascinated at the art of storytelling, and I feel like I don't have mastery over it based upon the feedback that I'm receiving tonight.
No, I think it's a bit of jealousy because, like, the most fancy place Casey has gone is Idaho for our RC racing thing. So he's like, Malaysia, fuck you,
That could be.
Oh, I went to Malaysia. Look at me. I flew there.
When those words came out of my mouth, the other thing is I've barely traveled at all the last 4 years, or flight travel, I'll say. And I feel like I've become very stagnant and I'm not a traveler at all anymore. So maybe even my bringing up the story is sort of like, look at me, I'm a traveler. That wasn't in my conscious, I wasn't consciously thinking that, but I like reminiscing on these times where I was more mobile.
It's triggering for people who haven't traveled. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear
Right?
you.
Because they're like, oh, you're boasting. Oh, you went to Malaysia, and the most exotic place they went is the Kmart down the street. The other direction.
You know what you say is actually 100% correct. I was actually pretty triggered. But you know
Oh,
what? I'll give you your credit, one woman. That was actually a pretty amazing coincidence.
thanks, Dan. And whether you're triggered or not, I really appreciate your vulnerability. And I really believe that you will have your big days of travel and bagel eating ahead of you.
See, I'm coming at Wonder Woman hard because I just don't get to see her enough. It's like I'm trying to pack all that into just one quick little session here.
God, I would hope you would do so also.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I would question what the hell.
dude, totally. Like
Yeah,
we used to,
don't go soft on me.
right? I mean, we used to fucking throw down on the daily in the Voyager group, so
I
may as well.
know. I miss it.
He is getting older, right?
I'm
So
growing.
you never know. He could be getting soft enough.
That's what she said.
Ba-dum-bum.
I will come in more often, Casey. How about that? However, you can still come at me hard in the most platonic way possible.
Deal. I mean, look, I'm not the one that created the most metal hot dog in the world that is now third from the left in the Jumbotron.
Oh yeah, the robot
I'm,
banana. Yeah.
I'm just saying, it wasn't me. So I am actually going to bounce out now, but it was really good shooting the shit. So hopefully you're able to get back on more often.
Day 3 of freedom, Casey.
Here it
Yeah.
comes.
Good to see ya.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get the hell out of here. I'll see you
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah. Fuck
Yeah.
yeah.
Wait, did KC sing for us? Yeah, he did. Never mind. Okay, it's all good.
He gave us a taste, yeah.
I miss the taste, but you can't always have the taste.
I heard, Smokey Robinson said that a taste was worse than none at all.
Yeah, I feel that. Speaking of, Ruckus, I found some bagel shops in Perth. I can't
You need to
guarantee I'm going
film
to go
it.
there, though.
Yeah, you need to film it for us.
Wait, Peter,
I'm
are you
shocked that-
you're in Perth, Peter?
Yes.
Okay, I guess that would make sense. Please let us know how you like the bagel. Now that we're talking about this, I am really wanting to get myself a green chili bagel. It's such a specific New Mexican variety of it, and I clearly need to get to this coffee shop earlier in the day.
And Dan too. Dan needs to get a big old too.
Yeah, I think we all really kind of need a bagel right now. I think we need
Ridiculous.
either the bagel or the metaphor of what the bagel can provide.
And you hear Dan. Dan's like, "Oh, well, have you heard of sushi? Huh? Do you guys have that? Do you have sushi?" I'm like, Dan, knock it off. For real. Of course we have sushi. It's in our gas stations.
I think
So there's actually quite a few bagel shops or shops that sell bagels here, but most of them are little niche cafes in the CBD, which I am absolutely definitely not going to. But there's one that's maybe about half an hour drive, so I'll give that one a crack. It's outside of the city, so the traffic will be fine. It'll be fine for parking. It won't piss me off,
One thing that I am slightly jealous of that I've heard you guys have in America that we don't have here that I'm aware of is like a pancake house, like where they just sell pancakes with the maple syrup or something.
Yeah, I want a Waffle House,
Yeah, there's it's called IHOP, the International House of Pancakes. So they claim they are from they exist in just, beyond America. Yeah, we have entire restaurants dedicated to pancakes. That's why we're so fit and trim.
That is
What
awesome.
breakfast
That
foods
is
do you
awesome.
That's where they have all the fights.
What breakfast foods do you guys have in Australia? Like what do you guys have like waffle place or pancakes or?
Our breakfasts are pretty much the sort of typical breakfast is eggs, bacon, toast, beans, maybe some sausages and tomatoes.
Gosh, beans.
That's
Oh,
like
it's very
the
English.
big breakfast. Like yeah, very English. But most of us don't eat that regularly unless you're going out for breakfast. If you know what I mean.
That sounds
Like
fucking
you're not gonna.
amazing though right now.
Do you guys
Yeah.
have
Oh,
I'm
it's a
thinking
good
about
time.
do you guys have brunch?
International.
Do you have brunch and mimosas?
They exist.
do you have
I guess
eggs
some people do
Benedict?
it. Yeah, we have eggs Benedict.
Okay, there you go. That's like the Toronto fancy lady thing to do on a Sunday.
Yeah,
It's
but
International.
do
just
you have
it depends.
mimosas and mimosas? I mean, that's a requirement.
Oh,
You know what
mimosas.
I'm saying? What about elderflower? What's that stuff called?
Oh, Saint
I'll tell you who has
Germain.
mimosas here.
Saint Germain and
Oh,
champagne.
oh my God, Dan, you're
It's
sparking Saint Germain memories for me. It's so good.
I make a cocktail
sorry.
called the Imperial. It's a very snobbish drink, and Saint
Mm.
Germain is a key component.
Uh,
That and champagne together with a little bit of soda, water, makes for a very fine drink. Something sophisticated, like you've deserved it because you belong
Dan, you
in the
are
welcome America.
I'm so happy you are bringing this up because you are sparking something that I was going to tell you earlier in this conversation with the green chili thing, which is that there is a green chili vodka that is made here in New Mexico, and it's one of the best things I've ever tasted. And I think just a little bit of that in your fancy drink with the sweetness of the Saint Germain would be out of control.
Correct. Not to mention that could be a wonderful sort of gin and tonic infusion as well. Very tasty. I like that. Very good ideas.
Yeah.
You gin
Could
and
be a
tonic
really
people
good
are
suffering
strange.
bastard as well. A variation of the suffering bastard, that is.
I can't.
Gin and tonic people are just strange in my mind. Like, how? Why?
I will say, Dan, if you're wanting to also have that as a shipment sent to you, your green chili yearly,
Yeah,
whatever.
absolutely.
It sounds more like it's a domestic abuse shelter, but it's called Safe House Distilling, and they are the ones that make green chili vodka. And I hope you get your hands on some.
Tasty. I can't wait to try it. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. I might have some tonight, actually. That plus orange juice. It's like the New Mexico screwdriver.
That sounds like a southern porn star.
The Mexican screwdriver.
Yeah, or like a lucha libre wrestler.
It does. Yeah, it's more like, it's really spicy, so it's probably more than a screwdriver. It's like a drill driver.
That's what she said. Gives a new meaning to pile driver as well, Michael.
E-Rich is missing just a wonderful conversation.
Yeah, I have to fill in for her.
Where is E-Rich? Is she like in a shill space or something?
She's probably cheating on us with like the totally uninformed opinions people.
She's not going back there, has she?
But that space, I don't think that space even exists anymore at the moment in its current, like, whatever.
I don't know what it is about that space, but I don't know, kind of like, yeah, I don't know. The people who are running it, it started off good, but then it kind
I
of...
like the people individually when I talk to them here.
Yes, yeah, definitely, yeah.
If that makes, which is a weird thing, right? I think I like them when they're not around their friends. Is that a thing? I don't know.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, because they become, it's like code switching, right?
I don't know what is that a thing, Ruckus? Well, if you ever have people that you don't like when they're around certain people.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Yep. And they're fine when they're by themselves.
Yeah. Weird.
That's the thing. What's that called? You're the master of this is called Stockholm syndrome.
Oh, it's called Huschenschlaps. It's German. Like Schadenfreude or Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft.
I sadly I'm gonna have to go. I have a movie appointment coming up henceforth this evening.
With Wonder Man?
No, there is no Wonder Man currently.
What?
I know. I need someone who's kind and has some land and just wants to be chilling and have some goats. So if you hear of
Oh,
anyone,
you're talking about the 0.1% in America?
huh?
You're talking about the
$30,000 is all I'm saying.
0.1% of America.
0. Well, hey, that's a very small percentage, but I only need one, and that's an even smaller percentage.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Anyway, no, this is a longtime friend who happens to be of the male persuasion, but we are watching a movie. My van is actually, I'm kind of like posted up outside of his place. He's like my support vehicle, but yeah. Anywho, I'm getting off topic.
Before you go, Wonder
When you
Woman,
need support, you take a ride? Is that how it works?
Wait, what do y'all say?
Is a support ride like when you need support, you take a ride?
Oh, I sort of meant support vehicle. I guess that's very out of context. Like if you are riding a bike on a bike tour, the support vehicle would have your food, would have your amenities that you need that you can't take on the bike.
So it's like a walking purse.
He's like my he's my refrigerator and stove and place.
That's nice.
Yeah, it is nice. You know, it's nearly like a partner. It's like a platonic partner, I suppose. In some,
it's like a horse that just carries all your stuff for you.
He's the donkey. Yeah, so
great ass.
I have the curbside villa is where my van resides. That's as geographically specific as I'll get. And and yeah, so we're gonna do a little movie night, and then we're gonna have an Oscar party on Sunday. And yeah, so I feel very blessed that we've had this evening to hang out, and I'll do it again soon.
But before you go, what's the movie you're watching?
You know, I don't even know. He just said, "Hey, let's watch some Oscar-nominated movie because the Oscars are on Sunday." But we did just watch Triangle of Sadness, which I had never heard of before. It was very strange, but it was quite good, and it's a nominated one. Do you have any recommendations of what I should watch?
I don't watch any movies. If it was me, I'd just put on some YouTube clips or something. But
wait, really?
Yeah,
so you're like it's kind of like with bagels too. You're just not exposed to these things.
We don't really have movies here in
He's
New
a
Zealand.
software developer.
Yeah, movies don't exist in New Zealand at all.
We just have
they just don't exist.
We just have the short form video. So
really, so you probably just call them videos and not even short form videos because that's all you know.
They're like vids.
VHS, you know. I think that's what you call
hey,
it
you
over
want to
there.
watch a vid?
You have a lot to learn about my culture.
All right, you have a good one.
I just thought of something.
Huh?
Can we record TikToks to VHS and sell it?
Oh, that would be nice. Like back to tape storage.
Yeah, but kind of like, you know, like a retrofuturism sort of thing.
It would be cool to release like an album on a VHS. That would be kind of cool, like a novelty thing to have.
Okay, I'm gonna take off now. Have a lovely evening. Good night.
Take care, Wonder Woman. Just imagine the amount of VHSs that would exist in the world right now if TikTok had existed then. But imagine like TikTok TV, not TikTok VHS. You know what I mean? America's Funniest Home Videos, that sort of thing.
I used to have 3 different VHSs on top of my TV, and then whenever something used to come on that I wanted to record, just like you record things off the radio, I used to put in the appropriate VHS and tape it.
I had tapes on tapes of Simpsons, Looney Tunes. There were certain TV shows here. Some movies, but not really. If we had movies, we usually had like the VHS of the movie. But it was mainly TV shows and things, yeah. And then I think like at one point the Olympics for some reason.
It's kind of crazy, yeah. Like the kids today they wouldn't even know what a cassette tape is.
The Olympic rings are kind of like skinny bagels.
Oh, I wonder if someone's done Olympic bagels. Like, you know, intertwine the bagels in one big bagel.
Allie hated that Olympic bagel thing, and then you went into it more, and she's like, "Oh, not you too."
That's exactly why I did it.
Yeah. Olympic bagels. That should be a thing where they have to eat a bagel before they do their event
Oh
to
god.
to counteract the steroids. You know what I mean? Can
I've
you
always
imagine the UFC? They just have to eat like a cream cheese bagel before they fight.
Just see them throwing up in the ring like 5 minutes in.
That's so funny that Marcus didn't know what the lox is. He's not white. That's the most non-white thing I've ever heard. Like, you know, lox on a bagel.
Locks,
You didn't know
right?
what
He thought it was the rap group.
amazing.
Or dreadlocks. I was like, locks.
Yeah, lox. What are you talking about? Like Bob Marley?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Like King Haile Selassie III, who lives and rules and reigns?
I went to a like a Microsoft Power BI what do you call it, like SQL Server type conference, and there was
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Oh my god. Sounds like the most exciting conference ever.
and
How are the party?
there was a guy there who went by the name of SQL Locks.
Can you imagine the smell of that conference? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, there was a guy there who was an international speaker from America, and he had done a lot of the data science stuff. His talk was really good. He had massive dreadlocks, and his he went by the Twitter handle, I think it was SQL Locks, and so it's a bit of a double meaning there because locks refer to like you can get database locks. So if someone's editing a row, it locks that row. You know what I mean? So quite clever there.
There's like a thing in America where people are like, don't discriminate me based on my black hair and stuff like that. You ever come across that, Ruckus? You ever wear dreadlocks in the office?
Well, you're not allowed to call them dreadlocks. You have to
You're
call them.
not?
No, they're called locks here.
Why do they call it
changed it.
dreadlocks?
It's a
'Cause
negative term to use.
Really? Naughty dread?
It's called it's called locks.
Did you know that dread was a bad thing? Black people
I'm
call
not
each
gonna
other dread.
hold on. I'm gonna be careful and not say bad, but it's changed to
Frowned
just
upon?
locks.
Hmm.
Well, it's I used to have them like when I was in college, but
Mm-hmm.
but I remember someone saying dreadlocks, and then that was corrected on, and it was like it's locks now. I was like, oh, okay, well,
I know Jamaican people.
yeah. What
And
did what
they
did that?
say dread to each other. Like if you see a guy with dreadlocks and you don't know his name, you'll say, "Yo, what's going on, dread?"
Well, now remember when Damon said something interesting that the language changes, and you know what I mean? Like even for him, it evolves.
Well, the language changes if you allow people to impose their limitations on your speech. Right?
Well,
You have a choice over your language. It just people have been shamed into not, you know what I mean, using it.
yeah, I guess you could say that, but I thought that's interesting. Like, why would the language? Like, remember he said he even needs to have like a software reset when he goes back. Remember that?
Yeah.
Like, he's like he needs a software reset, and
Yeah. He's a saltwater Yankee.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like why? Well, that's interesting. How does it change, and why does it change? And you know what I mean? Like it's yeah. I thought that was just pretty interesting. Like you could be known as a foreigner if you don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that.
Oh yeah. That's the reason I didn't go back to Guyana. Is because my last name's political, and it's like they find out your last name, and either they ask you for money or they put you in the back of a trunk. Yeah, you got to be careful going back home.
So instead of it's like your voice is money, for you it's your name is money.
Yeah, I wouldn't shower for a month and then go to Guyana. Does that make sense? And I'd pretend like I didn't know how to speak English. Because like my last name is connected to not the most recent president, but the one before. Hey, what's going on, Zach? What's the latest with the end of everything?
You're royalty? I didn't know that.
Yeah. If you look up Jack Dale, you'll see the
Well, let's see. It's USDC is totally fucked now too.
Yeah, what's going on with Circle?
25% of their total liquidity is in Silicon Valley Bank.
That's supposed to be a stable coin.
Yep.
So you're saying they just probably lost their peg, or at least they will become an attack, a surface for the sufficiently funded predatory people?
And then what's interesting is the bank that was mentioned earlier in an earlier space. I've now heard it twice from two different people that are concerned about their money in that bank.
Republic or somewhere else?
Uh-huh.
Oh. Marco. That's why I said, yo, you got to come in here. Because Marco was like, yo, I got my money out. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You were in there? All right. You must know all of the juice.
And then people, like, now I'm wondering about, like, smaller banks, like startup banks like Mercury. Like, what, like, us, if everyone takes all of their money out of Silicon Valley, or the money that they do get back or whatever, they got to take it somewhere. Where are they going to put it? Mercury? Like, Republic? Where?
And these people, I mean, depending on what product they had with the bank, they might not find another, you know what I mean? Organization that's kosher with those same terms, let's say.
I mean, that's the whole reason. What they were saying in the space was that a lot of founders, part of their term sheet with the VC was that they would use the bank.
They would use the bank. So it was like how Alameda said, or FTX said, we'll give you the money, but you have to hold your short-term reserves in Alameda.
Yep.
So, I mean,
I've been really all day, just every time people are saying things, I've been like, have you met Sam?
So I'm not sure if you can talk about it, but like you're on the roster at Y Combinator, right?
Not really on the, I'm just like a recommended like top coach, and I have like 4 or 5 clients that are YC founders.
And how are they all right? Can you talk about it?
3 out of 5 are not all right. But yeah, they'll be okay.
So what's the planning process for those YC companies? Because your experience with those YC Combinator companies is probably representative of what's happening across the entire portfolio. So what's the disaster recovery business continuity planning for those companies that are in the same situation as your cohort?
So for a lot of them, they are currently just holding tight and coming up with like, we'll move our money to, one of the other banks that's friendly to startups. A lot of competitors of Silicon Valley have been saying, oh, we'll take you. And so it's not that they're not getting favorable terms. They're just not getting as good of terms because a lot of them, did their raise or close their term sheets, over the past year, last year.
Yeah, with the
right?
rates were different, right?
Yeah. And so,
fuck yeah.
So that's causing some issues, and then there's luckily the founders I'm working with there are relatively like, I'm not working with any YC founders affected that are A or beyond. All of the A and beyond companies that really have like large amounts of money have diversified banking. And so
is it true though what Gary Tan is saying, that 30% of YC companies won't be able to beat payroll in the next 30 days? Because that's what he came out with, right?
I have 3 out of 5, and they probably won't.
Okay. So they're gonna hit payroll.
No, I'm saying I have 3
They
out of
won't.
5 that won't.
Whoa. So what's
If
a disaster recovery with them?
if this goes the way it goes.
Jeez. So what's the planning like with them?
Right now, we're just talking about what's the minimum team needed to keep things going, and what's the amount of severance you need to pay, and
Wow.
so right now it's the work from worst case, and
It's
then
containment, yeah.
work from worst case, and then you can figure out maneuvers, right? So it's like
It must be heartbreaking though.
Yeah.
To have this happen,
Obviously
no
the
fault of
worst
your
case
own.
is
Yeah.
obviously the worst case is just shutting down, right? But there's a best worst case, which is right. You get
Skeleton crew. Yeah.
you get to a leaner, thinner team. You get everyone, whole or severance or whatever you need to do, and you then refocus on what it is you're able to provide. What problem are you able to solve with the new, leaner, smaller team? Is it the same? What's your new, metrics? What's your KPIs, OKRs, and how do you move forward? So, a lot of people are just saying, it's going to be a slaughter in the tech, like what the hiring looks like. Like people are just going to cut a whole bunch of people. Beyond that, I can't really say. Ruben brought up a good point, is if you don't make payroll in the state of California, your investors are liable for covering payroll. So what happens then? Should the bank not get money, and everyone only gets $250,000?
If you can't make payroll, how do they take it out from the investors?
That's what Ruben was telling me, and Ruben's on the ground there, so I trust him saying that more than, this whole thing is just crazy. And the idea of, will this spread? It's more of, how will it spread, right? So if you look at the platform Rippling, people aren't talking about this, but there's a payroll startup called Rippling.
Oh, fuck. Not an intermediary, I hope.
And most startups are using that platform
no.
to do their payroll. So even
they
startups
send the money to Rippling, and then the Rippling pays the employees?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
And Rippling has all its reserves in Silicon Valley Bank.
Whoa.
And so a lot of startups are using Rippling as a payment processing.
How do you spell Rippling?
Like Rip and then Pling.
Okay. Rippling.
HR and payment processing.
Silicon.
That's what I use.
Hold on. Rippling discovered yesterday that Silicon Valley Bank had unexpected solvency challenges. Rippling has historically relied on SVB for payments. They switched to JP Morgan. However, pay runs in flight for today out of SVB have not yet been paid. But now that FDIC is involved, we're not so sure that our answers from SVB can be trusted. They want to. It's interesting because they say they're working diligently, trying to learn what the FDIC takeover means for today's payments, which is not saying we're gonna. You know what I mean? We're in a position to remake those payments. Those payments are gone.
Well, they're not. They're there, but they're not there. So that's the thing, is that. And then I read a report that SVB had something like 175 billion under management, whatever. And when the FDIC came in, they had less than $1 billion on hand.
Well, that thing you told me over the phone where they didn't. I saw a stat that said they had more mortgage-backed securities in their portfolio than Lehman did when they failed.
Yeah.
Than Lehman?
When I was telling people about like the idea of like the housing thing, people were like, "Oh, wait, what?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't like this is like the entire housing market of San Francisco is reliant on venture-backed debt.
Venture-backed debt for the collateral for the equity or down payment or what? Who knows? I guess they put up equity as collateral.
They call it the founders loans, and it's 0% down.
What?
Yeah, so it's 0% down.
0% down.
Yeah, so because I talked to one of my clients who used SVB for their first startup, and now is on their second one, and they're using Mercury. And he said that he got offered one, and it was zero, and he got offered one for New York City. So he's in New York City. He was using SVB, and he was just saying that it was 0% down, and they just put up all of his equity as collateral for the whatever he wanted to get.
Oof. What? I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I understand that could provide some alpha for the bank, right?
Yeah, but think about a founder right now who's like, let's just say someone's at a series, a seed, and they're like, oh, okay, I need to have an office space. I need to have a home. And they're just like, okay, I'm going to take the venture debt against what I'm building because I know it's going to work out. All of a sudden, the bank just falls apart. Like, it's like, what do you do?
So, just have your runway deleted.
And we were in that space. Dan was in that space with me with Mario's space. And I know you posted a little piece of it, but later someone came up from who was an FDIC in guy.
Whoa, wow.
So he was previously with the FDIC, and he was saying there's absolutely no way this bank gets bought because you literally would be buying it like billions of dollars short of what you need. And so like you would have to almost put up the like close to the full amount of what they would need to be able to cover, and it would just like it's just not going to happen. Except I don't know if anyone did see Elon Musk tweeted that he might buy it.
Wow.
Yeah. Could you imagine he buys it and he turns Twitter into like a banking and social platform?
I saw some rumblings around that, yeah. I mean, a lot of people go from like Twitter to PayPal as a step towards payment. Hey, how can I pay you? Oh, I'll use PayPal. And then they send stuff through PayPal. And as someone who is somewhat familiar with PayPal, you might know how to do it more than most.
I don't know if I respect this or I feel weird about it, but Amy Ozunian is finally back on Twitter. I don't know where she's been. I haven't seen her post ever, and now all of a sudden she posted, "Let's all take a breath and meditate. Remember your mental health. Here's Mood Connect." So it's interesting.
Well, you can welcome her back. I think I'm blocked. Still.
Are you unblocked?
No, I'm still blocked, I imagine.
Oh, I'm not gonna say anything. Hold on. Kent Collier, CEO at Reorg. Hello, everyone. A lot of folks asking me about what happens.
So you want to attract funding?
If the depositors are not made whole very soon, over the weekend or Wednesday next week at the latest, there is a huge potential for catastrophic and painful deleveraging, which this generation has never seen. With specifically dozens of companies that are currently calling me and asking how they're going to make payroll. 93% of deposits being uninsured. It's now 97%. The most likely path here is a public-private bailout. Not going to happen. We'll get highly quality assets for 70 to 90 cents on the dollar. That's not going to happen. Government makes an uninsured depositor whole early next week with the advance. Not going to happen. Hold coal files, liquidation of assets like their venture book. Well, liquidation of their venture book. The Learlink advisory, which helps governments, but probably not 100%. Man, I wonder how many startups or companies were working on DoD tech and were funded there.
Well, I think it's a perfect opportunity for you and Dandow to head on over to California for a couple of days. Pick up some distressed equities.
I have a client who has been talking about raising $50 to $100 million from his friends, because that's the type of friends he has, which boggles my mind. And then just because he works on distressed companies, and he was thinking about doing it before the next like big market crashes, like raising a 50 to 100 million to do that. And I was just like, okay, what's the goal?
There's about to be a fire sale on Monday.
That's what I told him. I messaged him as soon as I saw it. I was like, hey, are you ready? And he was like, for what? And I was like, are you not watching this? He's like, I'm in a wedding right now. And I was like, oh, what's your knowledge on distressed startups? And so I'm just like, crazy. It's nuts.
That's actually a viable play, however.
Yeah.
I mean, distressed startups will actually be targeted just like distressed Kickstarter programs that don't complete.
Yeah.
So,
well, his thing is that he likes to build a network of experts around the idea of whatever it is. And I don't know if startups is something he has an expertise in, but I know some expertise in it. Meaning I know Dan and other individuals. So,
well, then you're really not valuing it correctly. Then you should be looking at it as what matters most going forward, the particular or the. That's not right. I mean, basically, I'm trying to say is that the network matters more. The network will lead you to cash.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But you have to recognize the network. So if you recognize the network,
I want to link
regardless.
you in with him because I don't know if his understanding of networks is great, but he does understand business really well. But I meant startups, and you know, kind of the tech side of it. So there might be. He's not in the tech space, and he kind of hates tech. So I don't know, but this is a big play. There's a lot of it. Oh my goodness. I just keep seeing things on my timeline and going, wow.
Aren't you glad you didn't race?
In a lot of ways, yeah, everyone in Bootstrap right now is going
Team Bootstrap. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's also be interesting to see what the regional impact will be of that bank. You know, if there's areas of the world that didn't get to it. Midwest doesn't exactly get the same amount of money. The other thing that's really going to get impacted hard is going to be diversity and inclusion funds right now. They're going into women and minorities. Those funds are going to get probably wiped off, and it was hard enough to get funding for women. So it's another setback. This is going to be a bigger push for a lot of things. But
Well, how do you know
everyone's
that
going
the
to have to get.
diversity initiative at the bank didn't sink the bank? Because the diversity initiative was probably approved in the last 2 years, right? So
Yeah,
do you think there's a correlation with adopting a diversity policy in the failure of the bank?
that's one consideration. The other consideration that I think I'd love to explore more as part of my master theory on PPP fraud during the pandemic is not only did startups leverage that. I mean, the PPP was like the greatest seed round on the planet. It's serious. I mean,
Mezzanine
it's
level
funny.
financing.
Just I talked to so many startups that leverage the fuck out of it, and I'm thinking if and there's so much corruption across the whole thing of that. I mean, not just from startups, but everyone. But if the average Joe's doing corruption on it, then I'm sure banks are doing their own corruption on it, right? Or other folks. I mean, it's just not outside the ruling of possibility. So I don't know. There could be something interesting in that pattern, which is about to get explored in Congress because they're doing the big giant COVID-19 pandemic corruption of funds inquiry. And I love
Really?
how the Republican freaking Texas, senator up there is going like, well, it's important for us to find out just which administration is responsible for this. And I'm like, maybe you should look at the one that initiated it. You know what I mean? Come on.
I also think it's interesting the number of venture capital firms, small family venture capital firms and small venture capital companies that were created in the last let's say 2-3 years. And I wonder how many. I mean, the big guys, like Dan said, they're not really shaking in their boots except for their investments, whereas there are like whole VC firms that are closing down. But where'd those VC firms keep their money, and how did that work? I mean, a startup doesn't just get all their money from one VC firm. Like one leads the round, and then you get some from another, and then another. So like, there's startups with no connection to Silicon Valley Bank that are going to be totally fucked from this. It's not just like just if you have your money there. Like, there's going to be downriver effects of this. I don't know. This
Just
is
in time for ChatGPT-4 to hit. We're all going to go into like, whoa, this is amazing. You know what I mean?
How many startups were registered in the last 2 months, and people were like, I'm going to raise money and leverage ChatGPT to build a startup.
Uh,
And I'm going to go full time, because if I'm not full time, all these VCs are going to tell me to kick rocks because they want me to be full time. Because that's what they've been pushing and peddling in Twitter Spaces for months and months and months, is you have to go full time. You got to go all in. And so all these people, when they finally had some innovative tech that they were like, wow, I don't need to be a technical founder. I can use ChatGPT, and now I can kind of like pull in some of that, and I'll bring in a tech co-founder. I'm going to go all in, and then my bank fucks me. Cool. Interesting.
of all the people that you thought would fuck you, eh?
Well, I mean, a bank that's not keeping your money in it is not much of a bank, I guess. Especially when they're putting it on a whole bunch of, like, why would you do exactly what happened in 2008 again? Like, there's a really good movie I'll show you. It's called The Big Short. Like, at some point you just have to go like, what are you doing?
Lehman had 85 billion in mortgage-backed securities SVB had 91.
I mean, Zach, be careful what you ask for here, because for all you know, this could be a planned event. It could be a lot of things. It could be a structural setback to present new regulation to move XYZ chips 10 years forward when they haven't been moving fast enough. Who knows? There's definitely, we should be thinking less about, like, I know we got to think about all the startups and paying all that shit, but think about the bigger, or think about, I guess, another perspective. It doesn't have to be bigger per se, but what happens next in terms of regulation? Because regulation change is coming. Some axe is going to swing somewhere. So the question then is, what happens to that? Does this open for new crypto? Is this a boon for crypto because it's going to cause the opportunity discussion to arrive? You know what I mean?
Not for USDC. They just depegged.
Well, I mean, again, it's, woe is us. However, what changes?
How much of the crypto projects are, using SVB like AWS East?
Hasn't the venture capital ecosystem been a house of cards for a long time now? Does this feel like a surprise?
But now it's lighting other houses on fire.
I mean, it's always been like that. I mean, the startup space has always been speculation heaven, right? But I think, I mean, we could be going into a new dawn of bootstrapping, but that kind of falls alongside with the creator economy, really. Most of the creator economy is not funded by VC. So, I mean, this could be a double down on the individual influencer creator economy, but at the same time, these guys are going to get saved because I don't think the U.S. government can take the innovation hit. Quite frankly, that's the bigger risk. You basically are going to stop and let China lap you in 6 months. Ain't going to happen.
Dinner. Right? That's a Dana moment for sure.
It's definitely a dinner. Dun, dun, dun. And then you got to hear all the
live on the scene in Silicon Valley.
Exactly. And then you got to hear all the sounds like, throw me your hand. And then Zach's on the other side. I can't make it. Throw me your hand. Dad, you're going ahead of me. I'm in the military. I could probably swim across just fine. It's only 3 feet of water and the current's not bad. Oh, you know what I mean? It's like, okay.
It's like the end of that Storm movie with George Clooney. What was that? Where he goes down with the ship and the other guy swims to the top.
902 million USDC has been moved from centralized exchanges. USDT says that Tether has no exposure to SVB.
Ooh, good. At least Tether is safe. Good news, everyone. Tether's safe.
Except Tether has loans out, and who knows if they've loaned to these companies. And if these startups need to get payroll, do they turn to Tether? Is this how the transition happens to crypto? Everyone just like...
This is why you and Dan need to go to California and start the Distressed Startup Equity Fund. DanDAO. It's begging. The market is begging for it, guys.
Dude, I was actually working on this similar concept. Like, trust me, but it was different. It was actually based on intellectual property. And the way it worked was...
It's ambulance chasing for venture capital. I like it.
Well, it was actually based around which companies actually were buying their international rights or not. And it was like a reverse auction system based on the proximity to when the patent would be available to buy international rights on. You could basically pay for it. You could basically say, oh, that's a skin cancer treatment of XYZ. I'll buy the China rights. And if you bought it earlier, you pay more or less or something like that. But yeah, we never got it off the ground because no one can take a risk other than typically the people that want to take a risk. And only I wanted to take a risk. So I didn't have enough people.
I'll take a risk with you, Dan. Let's go do it.
Right.
I just want to help all the people that aren't going to have a paycheck, and it's going to be hard. Like, I I feel bad for founders. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm answering the calls for a lot of them, but I feel really bad for the employees that they hired on to, you know, do things, and they're in one of the hardest like parts of the country to like live. So I don't know. It'll be.
So, is it true that if the Fangs laid off 50,000 IT workers, we're going to see what? How many more thousands laid off by Thursday of next week?
I don't think the Fang. I haven't looked into the numbers exactly of what they laid off, but I don't think it was all IT. I think a lot of it.
Okay.
I think a lot of what they let go of, and Dan, maybe you have more information and you can correct me, but when they said they laid off like 10,000 here, 10,000 there, I think that was more of the bloat in other spaces, not from like engineers, developers, all that kind of stuff. But I could be wrong.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the other thing that's going to happen here is people are going to take advantage of this situation to do different things.
You mean like recruiter?
Either shed jobs or otherwise. But the shedding of jobs can't continue in the face of what is going to happen through the innovation cycle. So if people are shedding jobs, they're shedding predictive jobs that they can replace with AI. You know what I mean? You're going to do that right now. You can use the panic and do that in that situation. And actually, that's what I feel like's been going on, quite frankly. This is the first wave of adjustment on a lot of factors. Although, you know, I mean, I'm giving a lot of dumb people like the benefit of the doubt of them being smart right now to move to AI, or at least start to think about it. Maybe that's not really happening, but it's something that should be happening. But I don't know. There's definitely, yeah. The problem right now is that we're in a massive amplification chamber, and that we're like hyperbolic with our speculation. Something could be happening. I mean, definitely self-included. I mean, I'm doing the speculation dance in my head. But
Jen, I see you down there. I can't invite you up, but Mike, can you invite Jen? Jen, do you have any exposure here, or are you good? By the way, you guys have all heard me talk about Keylink. Jen is the creator of the Keylink.
What up, Jen?
Hey, sorry, let me get past this noise. Yeah, no, luckily I don't have any exposure, but I was so proud of my stepmom because she like texted me first thing in the morning. I'm like, you're paying attention, that she would like know that was a chance. But the accelerator I did was out of Boston, and so it was actually like their favorite bank. So I came very, very
Did you get
close.
Boston Private?
Huh?
I said, was it called Boston Private?
No, it was a Pillar. But I came very close to picking them. So that's good. But I do have Wells Fargo. So as a private, customer, and no, I did not choose Wells Fargo. I had First Union when I was 18. They got bought out by Wachovia. They got bought out by Wells Fargo. But I don't know if anybody has been following that, but Wells Fargo, when you go into your bank account now, it's just like technical issues. But like nobody's deposits went through for today. So that's fun.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So that's legit?
Huh.
I thought that was just like a tweet.
No. I went onto my own. It shows on. It says some people's bank accounts. I don't know anybody who has Wells Fargo that it doesn't say that when you log in. When I log into my bank account, it says the same thing, like the technical issues thing. Luckily, I wasn't expecting anything today, but I was expecting stuff on Monday, and actually had some transfers going through that I canceled. And now I'm gonna reroute some of my bills to a different, to my savings account and that I have at a different bank, because I'm not holding my breath and just hoping everything goes well, because I have stuff that's supposed to come out on Monday and Wednesday. So I'm actually going to reroute it, because I feel really bad for people last night that followed the sentiment of like, oh, don't panic, don't pull out your stuff. And it's like, that's great if nobody else panics, but clearly some people were. And so the people who didn't move any of their money yesterday because they didn't want to contribute to the panic are the ones that got screwed. And so my whole thing is like, yeah, I'm not shutting down my Wells Fargo account right now or anything, but I'm also not going to put more money into it. I'm also not going to hope that my bills get pulled out and that I don't get fees, because yes, I could get them back someday, but what's my time worth? And going through like the whole process of, filing that, all the late fees and bounced fees are, not my fault. It's just like something I just don't have the energy for. It's much faster for me to just assume things are going to go haywire for a couple more days, if not longer, for weeks, and have a plan B.
So it's a soft bank run.
Did you go to South by, or are you still in Boston?
No, I'm in Virginia right now, but no, I did not go to South by Southwest.
I'm just wondering how it must be there. I'm trying to find someone. I'm messaging a bunch of people to try to find someone who's there right now to be like, what is going on?
I know a couple people there. I can send the messages. I don't know if they'll answer because they're probably like,
yeah.
But
I just want to know like what the is
my
it
God.
panic in the
it's gotta
streets?
be. The funny thing is, if you looked at like the pictures from last night, somebody should do memes of like the before and after, like how it was going, how it's going now. Sorry, not to make light of it, but I don't know what else to do. It's horrifying.
Yeah, I mean
the timing of that is spooky. I totally did not think about South by Southwest going on.
Yeah,
that is really spooky timing.
that's what I was saying earlier. I forgot you left the space and then you came back, and I was making a point. I was like, man, everyone at South by must be sitting there going like, what are they doing? Are they all talking about how they're going to leave their money there? How do they get back to get their money out? Like, what are
Too
they
late to turn
doing?
back now. You're screwed. If you didn't get it out yesterday, you're screwed.
Well, no, I'm saying yesterday because South
Yeah.
by started, like, and so it's not like it's the middle of South by Southwest. It's not like it's right like South by's. Oh no, South by started today,
So
right?
people can't fly back when they go check their bank account.
So it is today, right? Like today's when it started. So people
Yeah,
were
people are
flying in.
traveling yesterday. I saw the
People were
traffic.
flying
Yeah,
in
that's why it's
yesterday.
terrible. They probably didn't
Yeah.
even know what was going on until they land. It probably is just it was, what was that? The Fry Festival? It's probably like that. Like everybody's all excited, and then they land and they're like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, that was I didn't realize you weren't in the space when I said that earlier, Dan. I was like, wow, yeah, South by's like just starting, and it's like it's going to be a week and a half, 2 weeks of just what happens. It's ugh.
Yeah, it's really, really terrible. I don't know if anybody else saw the post about the that 97%, and I don't know if this is accurate. And it looked like
It is.
the documents. It's the 97%. It's 97% of the people at the bank have more than 250,000.
No,
So
so 90% of the funds of the bank are over the 200 are over the limit of insurance.
right,
So that means so if they give
Yeah, I might have said it wrong,
everyone
but
back
yeah.
the 250, it's still 97% of it can't get insured.
Yeah. So, and so if I was in fintech, this is what I'd be doing right now. Like all weekend, I would be building a dashboard that would basically aggregate everybody's bank account stuff so that you could have it diversified, because everyone's like, oh, you should diversify. And it's like, yeah, it's really hard when you have bills and everything and they're coming out constantly. It's not like it's all savings. But if you can have it so that you would be able to pay all of your bills and not have to worry about which account it's coming from, like on the back end, that would be determined. It would pull from all your different accounts, have the payments done. You could even have the extra in like the treasury bonds and all of that. But from like a founder or startup perspective, you just sign into one dashboard. If you have a new bill, you add it. It determines what's the best bank to have it pulled from or paid from. And that's simple, because it's not simple to take an investment from a VC and then split it across 20 different accounts. Like one guy's like, well, if you have 5 million, you should not have more than 250. Okay, let me just open up 20 accounts. They're not even like 20 good startup banks. Like not good ones. There's like probably 20 okay ones, but there's like 5 or 6 good ones.
Well, they were talking a lot of the founders. It's in their term sheet that they will use Silicon Valley Bank.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, so
That's really worse. That's
a
really
lot
bad.
of founders in Silicon Valley, their term sheet requires them to use Silicon Valley Bank.
They still shouldn't have 100%. And I think a good number of people had it split between two, but it's still people are over,
Well,
hitting over that number.
the other thing they said was that there's a large percentage of Silicon Valley Bank that covers founders outside of the US who don't have like a US social security number and that have a Delaware C corp but just are not US founders. And so Silicon Valley Bank was the only one who would take them. And so that's where some of that money's from too, is founders who raised for their startup for their Delaware C corp but couldn't get put it in any other bank because no other bank would take them.
Now
And
the
so
question is that FDIC insured if the founder is from another
we
country?
don't know. Like
Ugh.
I messaged a friend who's like a lawyer for founders, and she just hasn't responded yet because I'm sure she's getting a call from like all of her actual clients and me just asking her some random question about it. Probably she doesn't care, so I'm not really upset about it. But I'm just like, oh man, like how does this? Because I have clients that aren't just strictly U.S. clients, like, and so their exposure they're not exposed to Silicon Valley, so that was nice. But now that oh, by the way, they're shutting down the London branch of Silicon Valley Bank, so it's getting Chapter 11 that just came out a little while earlier. So I don't know if anyone heard that.
That's really fast.
Yeah,
I'm almost like amazed at how fast everything happened in the last 24 hours.
The London bank said that it had no exposure to the U.S. bank, but London's version of their Fed pretty much just said, no, we're not taking any risks. So they just took it. And
yeah, that reminds me of the Friedman case where it's like, yeah, the Bahamas bank's not attached to the U.S. one week later. It's like, yeah, I think that was probably a good call on their part because, it's questionable, but then also it would probably likely turn into another bank run anyway.
Yep. So it's shut down by financial regulators. I don't know if they're gonna what that means and what that means for London startups. So that's, I mean, think about it. It's now just at least contagion to startups in London, startups in Silicon Valley. Where does that go? Like, are the other like Silicon Valley banks gonna have the same thing happen?
I don't know how many there are. Does anybody know?
I think Mike, didn't you post something that there was like 4 or 5 of them? I think it's in like all the major startup like regions.
Oh, in terms of the locations of where they operated?
Yeah, because like
Yeah.
London just got seized by regulators.
Look at the top. The most recent posts. I'll post the larger thread again. But if you look at the most recent posts in the nest, you'll see it was a pipeline for startups in China as well, and they had a whole joint venture with a bank in China. So this
On a completely different note, can I just say Jen Keylink is phenomenal, and if you're in the room and you haven't downloaded it, you've heard me talk about it before probably, but Jen created something called Keylink where you can literally from your keyboard put all of your links. So like when someone's like, "Oh, send me your Calendly," I don't have to go open Calendly and pull it out and anything. I can write from my keyboard, send all my different Calendlys that I want to. I can send my LinkedIn. I can send everything. I don't have to open them up, copy paste. I used to have a notes page with all of them in there, and I just go in there, and I was like, "This is phenomenal!" Just having it.
Do you use it for the text too, or are you still just using links?
So I don't have anything that in my mind the text.
What about your
works.
Tagline, like your company tagline?
So the other day, I saved my first one. It was what does win the war? I was tired of answering what does win the war do. So now I have that one saved. So I finally have it. I paid for the pro version because I was like, you want to know what? I don't want to lose this. It's worth it. I'm just going to pay for it.
Yeah, so do the folders. So like when you do
Yeah.
investments, you can have all the common questions investors ask you, and then like the marketing, all the taglines that you like use, or like common questions, like the frequently asked questions. I have over 100 of them. So I have the folders really help with like keeping them separated like that. But yeah, no, I completely forgot what I was gonna say when you were talking about. You said something that made me think of something else, but
Oh, I was just saying that there's other like Silicon Valley Bank doesn't just have one in Silicon Valley. Like they have regional banks in different countries, and that all got seized. And then I got really excited that you were here, and I hadn't seen you in a while, and I wanted to say Keylink's a lifesaver.
yeah,
So
I think it
I'll
was
shill for you. I'll shill for you.
yeah, it was, so yeah, when you're talking about sending, yeah, the time, so the timing. So I use mine for like prospects and stuff, frequently asked things like that. I don't know. My favorite statistic is you're 21 times more likely to close a sale if you respond within 30 minutes to someone's interest. So that's, you know, helpful for that. But yeah, I appreciate it, Zach. Obviously, I'm addicted to it. It takes me like over 15 hours a week.
I've had two of my founders that I work with. I've gotten them like hooked on it, and one of them called me and was just like, "Yo, she should totally just do this. Like this is valuable." And I was like,
I know. It's so hard because like I basically am just letting the other thing like float because it works on its own now, and there's people using it, and I don't want to like rip anybody off, like rip them off the platform because like businesses use it for their clients. But it, when you talk about like product market fit, it was like night and day. You know, it was like over 40 times the takeoff, like in terms of like our user count. It just exploded, and it was so natural. It was very different feeling.
And anyone I hear that has installed the app is not just, oh, I like the app, or yes, I have it on my phone. They actually rave about the app, which is unique on Twitter Spaces.
And I have not used my affiliate. Like I keep telling people about it. I haven't used my affiliate link once for anyone.
I was gonna say that. But I don't do that too. There's somebody, I don't know if you guys know Roberto, but he's got cat links and it's for SEO, and he has the same thing. He has an affiliate thing too, but I just like love it so much, and he's just such a nice guy. And also, by the way, his wife is going for kidney surgery. If anybody wants to pitch in for that, he's got a GoFundMe link there because the delay for getting the surgery would be too long. So they're just going to self-pay to skip the line, which is sad that they have to do that. But anyway, yeah. So no, I know that when you really like a product, you don't want to like you. But it's weird.
One thing I was going to tell you that, and you know, this is just my opinion, and so you can tell me to just kick rocks, but if when I sent my link, it had a little thing that said sent with Keylink on the actual message.
It does for some of them. It depends on how you send it. But it does for some of them, but other people hate that. So
no,
I think we got rid of it for the
how
pro
to
version.
send it so it has it, because I'm like I said, I'm a fan, and like seeing it grow is really cool, and motivate you is still, I love that. And I've had a couple of like personal trainer people like say they wanted to check it out, but I don't know if they've ever reached out or not.
I have an affiliate link for that too. If you don't like that one as much, I can get you on that. Might help. But
do you have Android?
For Keylink, we have Android, and we also have a desktop version for businesses that has they can.
Yeah, because I was thinking about email as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you have you can put on your company, and you could share folders with other people, like in the departments. And if you make a change to any of the keys, it'll change with anybody else who's in that folder who has access to those keys. And you can also edit them from mobile or desktop as well with the business version.
Question: is it possible for me to post all of the Keylink links that I make on one page that people can access?
Yeah, you just make it as a text. Is that what you mean? Like, so when you drop it, it's one thing?
No, so imagine I have 50 to 100 different Keylink things that I constantly copy and paste. is there an ability for me to have all of the key link things that I link to, which are the most important things about me, I would imagine, all on one page, kind of like a link tree of the things that I say the most or reference the most about me?
So we don't have, we don't want to like repeat it, be like that, or get written off that it's the same thing by doing that. There's a lot of companies that have that, but we did get requests for being able to open it from within the app. So you have your own version of Linktree. If you're in the app, you can open anything that's a link yourself. So I guess if you had the business version and somebody else had access to, anybody who gave access to that would have those, you know, when they're signed in. The other thing is you can like copy, like if you highlight any text or use the share function for your phone, then that would, you can automatically save a new key really quickly that way too. So you can kind of like bookmark for yourself if you're one of those people that like to do bookmarks but wants it all in one spot, and then likes to share those bookmarks. You can think of it that way, if that makes sense.
When you group them, because okay, so I paid for it and I like
The folders,
obviously I
yeah.
paid for it and the basic function is enough for me, but I loved it that much. Like, but my question is, if can I group them? I have no problems
the
clicking
folders.
multiples. So if I can, so if they say send me all your links, I can just hit one folder and send it all.
So you can't send it as one folder, but I mean, we could add that as a feature. We don't have that now, but you could, what I do, I have like underneath a folder, I have some like larger ones that are like a compilation. So you can make a text that has links in it. So if you make one of the text files, it can have links in it, and you can like have a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I mean, because you could have paragraphs, you could have links embedded within the text and a bunch of stuff. But here's a little trick I'll teach you.
This is like having Elon help you with your Tesla over the phone.
Well, here, this is actually like, this could help people who don't have the app too. So this is a little tip.
If you don't have it, you should be going and downloading it now. It's really that good.
Okay, I'm gonna put something at the top because you're gonna make so that way people can find it. But listen up to this. So if you send a DM on any social media site and you send a link, and the link is any part of the message. So let's say you have text and then a link and then more text. What people will see when they look at the DM before they open it is so-and-so sent you a link. So a lot of people won't even click on it then, even if they know you, because they're like, oh, what is it going to be? So what you do is you first use your link key that has the link, click on that, and then separately send the text. Click on the key that you have all the body of the text in. That way, the message is now covered up because you sent the link, because now the primary message, the message that came in most recently, is text, and so it'll show the text. Does that make sense? So that you don't just like get written off or not opened up.
You should have that as like a loom when you download the app. It's like top secrets. Just because I feel like there's so much functionality to it, and I just save so much time with just the basic features that I feel like I've never needed to go beyond it. But it's so good. Like I'm sitting here going like, I wonder what else I'm missing out on. Like I'm like, it saves me so much time in a day, but I feel really bad. If anyone's listening, this is not a paid sponsorship. It's just really that good. And I don't say that about a lot of things.
Yeah, I have to do a lot more of them. I've definitely gotten behind because I'm in the process of moving. But if you follow the KeyLink app Twitter handle, I was trying to do like one a week. Actually, 1 week I did 3. I should have saved them so I could have spread them out, but like with tips. So it was like tip of the day, and then I think I got through like 5 days and I started moving. But I'll probably start doing tip of the week so I can keep up with it. But there's some good ones on there. I was trying to start with common ones, and then I've made some blog posts too to try to hit it all. But yeah, no, I definitely need to make some more videos. And on the app itself, if you go to the features tab and you click on any of those features, it'll take you to a page that has like a 5 to 10 second video and also a text version of step-by-steps on how to use that feature. So that might help too. If you can, and also show you if you've ever used the feature before, and if you haven't, it'll show that you haven't used that feature yet. So you can see if there's any of them you haven't tried yet, and then figure out how to use it.
How's Motivate You going?
It's pretty much the same. I think like whenever I talk about KeyLink though to people, Motivate You gets more traction, which is good. I've just honestly I've been moving, I haven't been really marketing at all, which is terrible. But that was the goal too. Like, it was to solve the problem so I didn't have to get a VA. And also because I was like, our business clients can also use this because they're all having to do marketing. But I was like, the third point was, it'll also bring more attention to the other business, kind of like the Airbnb serial thing.
I was about to install it, and that asked me to restart my phone, so I didn't. But I installed
sorry.
it. No, it's okay. I'm just letting you know that that's where I am. Appreciate it.
Almost there. Yeah. But who knows? Like you said, Zach, maybe it'll become the Unsplash thing. Unsplash was actually a secondary thing that was just supposed to get the main startup more attention. I don't even remember what the main startup was for Unsplash, but then Unsplash took over and that was their thing. So you never know.
It just solves a problem I didn't know I had, and it does it elegantly. So I just wanted to applaud you for that. So I just like talking about it. And I jumped into a space the other day. I think I was in one of these spaces, the Syndicate spaces, and one of the founders in there was like, Zach, you're the one who always talks about Key Lake, right? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh my God, it's so good. It's amazing. It's so good. And I was like, oh yeah, that's why I talk about it.
Oh, I just realized this space is being recorded. Zach, I'm totally using this with your permission.
Yeah, you absolutely have my permission.
Thank you. Because I can tell you, people have left really good reviews. I've asked for reviews on at like this app store. I've definitely asked people to leave reviews. So I could say a lot of times people are like, oh, you left one. But I did not ask for any of the Twitter posts that people put out, which are very exciting. But people act much differently in DMs than they do. Like, I don't know why people write more formally or something on Twitter posts. The DMs are just like, oh my God, I'm obsessed. I can't stop thinking about this. Can't stop using. I'm telling everybody, like, I love it. How did this never exist? Like, they're so much more excited. And like on my list of to-do things is to be like, hey, can I use your like private DM messages to me? Can I share those with people? But like, I haven't.
I actually liked it with the swear. Can you give me the testimonial with the swear words?
Yeah, no, I know, right? Like one time I had a call with somebody, and he's like, "Holy shit, you're gonna be a fucking unicorn!" And I was like, "Damn, like I want to share that, but like."
Can you imagine that on the website? And it's like usually it's testimonial. I love this company, and your testimonial is like, Zach, fuck yeah.
I love the fact that you were just doing it to like solve like a small problem for you, and it just ended up being this thing that everyone. Yeah, like I really do. Like I use it multiple times a day, just with sending links and talking to people, and it just saves me a lot of time. So I really appreciate that. But
so my other company was solving my problem too, but I guess this is just so much more intuitive. But yeah, our average user, depending on the month, we go between like 9 and 11 times. So between all of the people that have the active on their device, we're averaging 9 to 11 times being open. So you have to imagine, okay, like some people probably only open it once or twice or zero. So some people are using it like, I don't know, 100 times. I can't imagine. But I mean, so I probably use it 100, but.
So that's probably, would you say that's your main metrics? The amount of times people just tap, you know what I mean? Or add new items or daily return average use. What do you use as a scoreboard?
Sorry, I just broke a glass water bottle over my floor. Yeah, so I haven't picked really what the metric is yet. Again, this was like a side project type of thing, but I would say that's the one that I find the most exciting. Also, like downloads, like and reinstalls, like people who keep updating it, and then the obviously like how many people are paying for it.
Did you raise for it or sorry?
No. Okay, baby. No, it was October 3rd. We start working on it, and then we had a beta the week after, and then it was approved and ready for the iOS store on the 17th of October, whatever that Monday was, and then I was like, okay, once we hit. People were asking for Android, so I said once we hit 1,000 downloads if we hit 1,000 downloads for iOS, we will launch Android. So then we launched Android, but between launching Android and the first one, we added like I think another 5 features. So we just kept adding new features.
How did you do the development, if you don't mind me asking?
So it was me and one person on my team I tagged to do this, because I actually had come up with the idea a year prior, like September of the year before. And it was just like, oh, we got to stay laser focused. We can't spend time on this. And I was more and more like, I'm going to have to get a VA. That's going to take time. Then I'm going to have to train them. And then I saw a post on Twitter that somebody was like, I love my VA. Like, they drop all of my emails, titles, and bodies of the emails into an Excel spreadsheet. And then I respond with like what they should say back. And I'm just like, this, and this person was excited. I'm like, this sounds terrible. Like, this is not, doesn't sound like it's time saver. This just sounds like I'm never going to get out of this, because like a lot of things, yeah, like there's not a standard answer, and I'm going to
So you
still
say
have you
that's your
be
virtual
responding.
assistant? When
Huh?
you say VA, virtual assistant?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure.
Yeah, virtual assistant. So like, or, you know, if people have executive assistants or whatnot, it takes years for people to know what you're supposed to, you know, respond to, like, you know, if you have a really good one. And the intern, though, a lot of times you're going back and forth with that person, trying to get them to know how to respond. And a lot of times, even then, they will still have to find out from you how to respond to an email or DM. So I was like, this still doesn't seem like this is going to work. And so I did a cost benefit analysis of hiring and training a VA and then having to continually spend time with that person versus taking the time to develop the app. And so I said, all right, I really wanted the text feature part, but I was like, let me just do literally one feature, just the links, nothing else. Let's roll that out, and then we'll go from there. And we had, I think, about a little bit under 400 downloads within the first 24 hours. And I don't think I really tried. Like, I told people that, like, I see on Twitter the most. So I think I sent out probably about 500 DMs on
I
Twitter,
think
not knowing which.
I feel honored that I was one of those DMs.
You are definitely one of those people. Yeah. And so that was pretty
Do
good.
you
And we
remember
hit,
the message that you sent to people? What was the message
it
like?
was terrible. The first message was terrible.
I probably still have it. I could
It
probably
was really
scroll
bad. I
Yeah,
know
back.
I'm
exactly what
curious.
it said. Oh, I still have it too. It's in my key link. It was basically like, you know, can you please download this to do me a favor? Not because you not focusing on why people should download it, but like for the purpose of the app, but more like, can you do me a favor and download this so it helps our metrics? Because if more people download it,
It speaks
then,
to your
you know,
relationship with them. No, I like it. Yeah.
yeah, that's all I.
You
So yeah,
literally said that to me, and then I think like a day later you were like, "Hey, what do you think of it?" And I was like, "I honestly haven't used it. Let me try." And then I went back and tried it, and I went, "Holy crap! This is gonna save me
yeah.
so much
And see,
time."
that's why you need key link though, because how do you think I have time to go back and hit people again and again like that? And I learned about that from doing my fundraise the year before, because there were so many people that it took like 4 times of following up, and people were like not pissed off. They're like, oh my God, thank you for reminding me again. I really wanted to do this. And I'm like that too, though. Like, I will have things that I really truly want to sign up for or do, and it's just, it keeps getting knocked down my list, and it's not on purpose. It's just I forget. And so like when I tell somebody to remind me, I mean it.
So hold
But
on.
yeah.
Could I time? Let's say I had a prospect on text message. Could you time release certain key links as a flow?
So I think there's already apps for that. And the reason that I didn't want to do like time, like, and I don't know exactly which, if there is for sure, but I'm pretty sure there is. But the way I do it is I have different, well, actually, we could probably do this when we get the machine learning in there. Because so what I do is I respond differently based on personas. So I have folders for certain personas. And then their response back to me then will also trigger a different thing. So before I made Keylink, I literally had really extensive Excel spreadsheets and Word documents. And I would sit at my computer and I got it down to being able to send 80 messages in 60 minutes, 80 individualized person messages. Now I can do that 3.5 times faster. But some people who have like no system said that they're, you know, more than going over 20 times faster because they might have not had it, you know, all these documents and things set up already like I had. But with that being said, yeah, it would just have to be, we'd have to make it so that it still holds true to those things, like where it's not every time somebody responds. You know, like when you sometimes send someone a message like, hey, oh, I'm not here. Which one of those things were you interested in? Were you interested in marketing? And then you send them a message again. They're like, hey, I'm not here. Which one of those? And you're like, God, this is annoying. It always says the same like thing, and it brings you to like a website or something if you click on something. And I don't know what app that does that, but it's terrible. But there's also like certain times you can tell people aren't actually paying attention to your message. And that's where it'd get a little tricky, because not everybody responds the exact same way. And people can respond with like multiple answers or multiple questions. So it could get a little bit messy. But there's also something about the live response. So when you go back and forth with somebody, that's when you close the sales. So if there's a delay or a lag then with then getting an actual person, because like at some point you'll probably hit a question that's not in your bank. And
Do you
then
have any dynamic links? Like, let's say I want to link to my most recent Substack article.
Yeah. So based on how, like I'm thinking about our blog, and our blog goes to the most recent one, but there's like a URL related to it being the most
Yes.
recent one. So I don't see why that wouldn't work. Because I send out that link all the time for the blog, and it always sends correctly, if that makes sense. And it always defaults at the most recent one, unless I pick a specific blog post, which I use a separate link for. Does that make sense?
I'm just thinking through use cases in my head
Yeah,
of
so
how
like
I'm going
other
to
use
do it.
cases,
Yeah.
like investments, when you fill out those stupid investment things, like I did one a couple weeks ago, and I got to the last step and it was like, upload your pitch deck. And I'm like, oh crap, I got to fix something on that. So I was like, I'll finish it later. And it's like self-saves. Well, I went back in and it didn't self-save and I had to start all over again. But I had all the information on Keylink and I was like, boom, 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 boom. And I got through it in like less than 3 seconds, like no kidding, to that right back to where I was. And I was like, oh my God, I literally would have thrown my phone if I hadn't been able to do that. That would have been so painful. Like when you're filling out all of those applications or when you're applying for jobs and it's like, upload your resume. Okay, now please individually insert all of this information that's already on your resume into each of these little boxes. And your people are applying to like hundreds of jobs. That's why they just do the quick applies. And the problem is that everybody does the quick applies. So then you get like drowned out. Like any of those repetitive things, college applications, those are all good for this too, to just save people the headache.
Thinking through everything.
Yeah, and I don't want to derail. I think we've
No. This is the thing is, like, I like the story fundamentally because it's something that you didn't expect. Like most people are so intent on like, this is the thing I'm doing and it's only this thing. And then you're like, yeah, it was this thing that I want to create and found it useful for myself. And lo and behold, other people find the same thing useful.
Yeah, I mean, I waited literally like 13 months to do it, So it was like, this problem is not going away. It had always been a problem, but it was like once I knew what the solution for it was, then it was even like more nagging, trying to determine like when to do it. But yeah, I just I started it out was like a completely free, and then when I beta tested it, I sent it to people that are like self-proclaimed non-technical, some family members, and then some of our business platform people, and nobody had questions on what it was supposed to do or how to use it. And that was like the aha moment when I was like, oh my God, just having one feature is so nice, because it relieves all of that like onboarding tension. So that helped. So then
Single feature product, yeah.
what was that?
A single feature product. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're talking about all these other things, I'm like, yes, but we also have to figure out how it fits into what we already have and then like not overwhelm people. And actually we have like other features done that I haven't rolled out because I just can't honestly keep up with the marketing. And like Zach was saying, oh, you should tell all these tricks and stuff. It's like I want to give the existing features justice. It's really kind of a tricky balance.
It seems like Zach needs to do a testimonial video.
Oh yeah, Zach.
Right? And do it with your shirt off like Matthew McConaughey. When I'm driving down the road on a long drive, sometimes I have to send my pitch deck to the producer. And when I do, I reach for Keylink. That's right, Keylink. And you get Dan to do
All
it.
right, all right, all right.
Oh my God, there you go. We
This
just
is
need to
how I
get you
keep my
Lincoln.
eyes on the road and my funding secured.
So you're going to be the director?
Mike is yes, Mike is the director, and Dan is the voice talent. Because Dan can be 23 different people all while being Dan. So Dan has all the voices. So just however many people you want in it, you don't have to hire that many. He's the key link of voices. So
Yeah.
no, I really like it. So but I'm really glad to hear that you didn't have any exposure through Motivate You or anything. So that's talking with some founders. They were like, yeah, like I use Mercury, I use this, and I'm just wondering if this is going to cascade to those other ones, which will be interesting because there's only so many banks that do startup specific kind of
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Which is why when people are like, they should have diversified across 20 banks, it's like, it's not that easy. Plus, when you have to pay stuff and pull things out, it's like, oh, Gusto, let's just take money from 20 banks. But so for that accelerator I did, I am still part of like the Slack group, and I'm not logging in because I know probably a good portion of those people they're also mostly like biotech people, which is when you need a lot of capital, like they usually have big raises.
Right.
And I don't want to even see the carnage right now. Like I don't know how to help at this point. I don't think anybody does.
The founders I have as clients that are YC founders said that their YC chat is absolutely nuts right now. And one of them is part of what is it, Founders Fund, the YC one, where it's like all the YC founders that all kind of like that's Steels. But there's one that it's like all the ex-YC top founders from YC. They're all get to invest in each other in the next round of YC, and they're freaking out too. So it's just like this cascade of like freak out, and I'm just
that's
like
terrible because then they lost their money in their current fund, and then
Yep.
also the money in investors. You know what the
Yep.
worst tweet I saw was? Somebody was like, you're more than your business, like, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Some people were like, oh, this is so good to hear. I'm like, I don't think that's what people want to hear right now. Like, I really don't.
As soon as you said that, I heard it in a particular person's voice, and I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I know the person who said it meant well. I know that person means well and is really founder oriented. I just don't think it's like too soon. It's like that's, you know what I mean? Like, yes, you're not just
read
your
the
business,
room.
but crap.
Read the room.
Yeah.
Like someone was like, you should post a whole bunch of stuff about how coaching would help. I was like, I'm not posting shit. I'm just gonna sit here. Like, nope. Like, I'm gonna read the room. Like, this is not the time for me to market.
Oh, Wicket, the Mario space ended, so I can find Dan's finest moment on Twitter Spaces.
So I see the title's also Rise of the Bootstrap, and I was telling my team today was like, I think this is like the worst timing because like maybe if it was last year or the year before, some of the VCs could like swoop in and save some of these startups. And now it's just such a mess in terms of like the market and fundraising that I don't know how, like, there's definitely going to be some fallout from this. Like, even if VCs want to save certain startups, they're really going to have to decide which ones, and it's absolutely going to be terrible.
I guess I mean, rise of the team Bootstrap, because imagine for any bootstrapped company, they were competing against VC-backed companies.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm
Right?
saying. Now they're gonna
Yeah.
now they're gonna fail.
They're like, yeah, we finally have a chance. We can compete with their cost of customer acquisition. High five, everyone.
Yeah, I honestly have not even looked up like anybody in my space in terms of like where they bank, because I don't even want to think that way. But yeah, but that I'm just saying, like, doubling down on that, like, these are VC backed startups, so you know their white knights can't even come in and save them because they're all over leveraged right now. Though I think it's also going to make it really hard for new startups to get money, because there's definitely going to be some VCs who are like, okay, listen, this, startup had, this much of a loss, and we'll probably get it back if they follow all the regulatory stuff from the Fed. And so like we just, in 12 to 24 months, they'll get that money back.
Sorry, that was totally a slip of the thumb.
No problem. So we're going to spend the money that we're going to spend on a new startup. We're going to instead spend to save this other one. Because they'll, we can get them through the next 12 to 24 months when they get their money returned. But that's going to completely stall out any additional, like, say, Series A startups from coming through. This is just terrible timing. Not that there's good timing, but
yeah, not everyone can just go, oh, well, I'm just going to solve this other small little problem. And, oh, by the way, have an awesome other startup. It's just,
that tweet, that was a good one too.
we had a founder in the space the other day who has a really, really like interesting startup, and like the way he's solving returns and items ending up in the dump, and yet he had to like start this other startup to kind of proof that model, and neither one of them's like crushing it, and so like it's just refocusing. And right now in this, like, he wanted to go and do a raise, and now I'm sitting here going like, well, that's, I don't want to say it's off the table, but there's going to be companies that are like change makers that are looking at being the creme de la creme of the portfolio for a VC or for someone, and they're going to need to go back to them and say, what do we do? Like 250,000 isn't going to be enough runway for them. Like, and they're saying it could be up to like 7 to 12 months sometimes for this like process at the bank. Like,
yeah, and maybe longer, because they said other times it's been that long, but there's more money this time, so that's why I said 12 to 24. It's terrible.
Like these, like none of these startups can sit there and go, well, we'll just wait for our payday. Like, it's really bad. Also, if you're in the space and you look up in the nest, there's a link to the key link. And yeah, you should download it if you're like if you feel like you just have a lot of links that you send to people. Like, Peter, I could see you sending all of your like art links, and like if you're a community member, your Discords and all of those things, like it's so useful, super useful. I'm gonna shill so Jen doesn't have to. What, Mike? I'm gonna go to bed. So I'm gonna get out of here.
I found Dan's speaking spot at Mario Space where over 250,000 people turned in, so I'm just cutting it up for Dan.
Ruben talked in there too.
Yeah, I went to Zealous.1 to see if they imported the transcript from the space. Not yet, so I went through about 8 hours to find Dan's 30 seconds of glory.
Jen, it was good talking with you since my hiatus from Twitter. And we'll catch up and do another space and, chill on Twitter again sometime.
Yeah, definitely. We should do a space. I'm trying to get back into them ever since I stopped that weekly one because my co-host left Twitter when Elon came on. It's like the community's so fragmented now. I definitely miss it.
I am available. I'm usually in this degenerate room. But yeah, I could do a co-hosting spot, maybe, potentially. I don't know if it's open. So just let me know. DM me some info, and we can come up with, what you want to talk about and go from there. Because I'm, doing that whole brand. I have a lot of while I was gone, my clientele jumped to like Series A, and I have Series B founders now as like coaching clients, which has been pretty crazy. And then a lot of like seed and pre-seed founders. So it was interesting to find the dilemma faced by founders at all stages are very, very similar, just at scale. So it's just like building a startup. Interesting. Yeah. So it was an interesting point when I had like a Series B founder and like looking over the problem sets that they're facing, because I don't do any coaching on like actually running your startup and the actual like minutia of startups. It's more of like the high level thinking, planning, decision making, military tactics and topics and stuff like that. So like at least in those areas, like how do you build teams and how do you lead effectively and all that kind of soft skill stuff. Right. Like I'm not looking at EBITDAs and I'm not looking at your LTVs and trying to help you with that. I'm just strictly looking at those soft skill kind of things and co-founder conflicts. Actually, I just had a co-founder team break up today, which was sad, and it's sad timing too, but had to be done. So they broke up. They're in mourning, but like that kind of stuff. So those problems all are the same: pre-seed, seed, A, B. It's always the same, which is interesting. Well, good night, everyone.
Sorry, I'm DMing you. But yes,
no, yeah.
That is interesting, but that's why I couldn't get back to the mic.
Yeah, no worries. See, Keylink, you could have just hit a button. I will talk to everyone tomorrow. I'm going to go to sleep.
All right, guys. Dan, you still awake?
Hi, Captain.
I found it. It was
More
5 hours.
realization.
5 hours and 34 minutes.
Oh my God.
I found
More
it.
realizations. I still feel like there's some weird uncanny plannedness here, but I don't know.
But again, it's just a plane ticket for you and Zach.
That's true.
Spend a weekend, have a martini.
Sounds like we got to have that whole video where we're like holding hands and it's like, dun, dun,
yeah, like Sex in the City, but you got you and Zach.
Exactly.
You really want to go to California,
everywhere. Dan and Zach, new from Pixar.
And you're just like walking down the street with your shopping bags, like Sex in the City, but it's Patagonia vests.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Well, now it's more of like a Miami Vice kind of buddy cop movie thing. Yeah. I like that. Gonna try to do some Miami Vice art here. Let's see if that works.
I mean, that's a good aim for the distressed a startup equity fund. Miami Vice.
What company did you say now?
What do you do for a living? I'm working distressed assets. What do you mean? Startups. I hunt startups. That's what it is. And then there's like Peter's
you
on
put
a
out
boat.
the cigarette.
It's like a scene from Jaws. And there's like the line of like, what are you doing? And he's like, we've got to get Peter. But excuse me, I got to render this. What was your question? What's going on? We need a bigger boat, baby. You know what I'm saying? Stable diffusion. No, I don't know.
Yeah, no. Miami Vice is a great name. I was thinking of a scene in. Okay, now I have to do this with Leonardo, which is the movie uh, poster for Jaws, but it's you and Zach, right? And it's like a little boat, or
Yeah.
like no, the swimming lady, right, with the fins on her feet, and it's like you and Zach, like going to eat, the distressed equity.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you both know you're going to hell.
Who, Zach and Dan? Yeah, for sure. I'm just
Yeah.
suggesting these things to him. They're the ones doing
Zach's
it.
the one going to hell.
Yeah, yeah. I'm exploring my dark side vicariously by suggesting to them ideas.
I feel it.
Look, I'm an effective altruist, I'll have you know.
So,
Oh, can
like,
I ask a question about that? So I read the Effective Altruism book by the professor in Princeton who started the whole thing because he had a class on it
Mm-hmm.
10 years ago. And now the way it's being used, I don't know if it's the same thing. Is it
Yeah,
the
I think
same
it's
thing
the
or is it
straw man
morphed?
version of it.
What is it?
Because it became a meme, right? Based
Yeah, I
on
got that part.
Yeah.
But
So,
like
but
the
you read
people
the
who,
book.
yeah, like, but Sam Freeman or whatever, like, was he doing the actual original? Did he subscribe to the original one?
I'm pretty sure, wasn't he tied in with those folks? Like the actual professor? Hold on, Sam Bankman Fried. Effective.
Because he definitely didn't, like, he didn't abide by it from what I, like, just
Oh,
having that house and stuff is
yeah,
all
but I mean
automatically out.
that's like any God-fearing Christian. You know what I mean?
mm,
This effective altruism is a secular religion, right? I guess you know what I mean.
Is it though? Like,
In
but so,
terms of the
so
way.
all it is like, okay, so here I went to school for counseling. You make no
Mhm.
money, like no money, right? Like I have a master's degree. I can make like less than somebody at McDonald's if I was using my degree. Like terrible, no joke. So like the whole thing with effective altruism is, okay, let's say I'm also good at sales. Like so the first job I did out of college, like true, was I worked for sales for ADP because I'm like, I can save a lot of money this way. So then when I'm in grad school, I won't be like totally broke. Knowing I was going to make no money when I got out. But like the effective altruism would say, no, keep your job at ADP because you could make more money that way. And then, use your, like, live on 20% of it and then use the rest to make a difference in the world by giving back to organizations that could help you do these positive things that are maybe why you're leaning towards doing counseling in the first place. That's like the
Mhm.
gist of what I get, right? So like, how has it become like a cult?
Well, I guess when I think of that, I think of Rick Warren's Purpose-Driven Life. I would have to read the book to understand, for sure.
Yeah, I think it could have become like more of a religion thing or like cult like, but I'm not sure if that was the like intention.
Mm-hmm.
Though
But
I
I
guess
guess,
that's like most things, right?
but yeah, you start to think about, well, what were the original intentions? Well, Constantine wanted to lead a nation, so we have to pick one, and this one was, rising in value. Yeah.
But now there's like people saying that like the EAs, like there was a space that they're like against AI and they're worried that they're gonna like do something bad. Like I don't know, they're like threatening to do something, and people are like, are they actually like capable of doing that?
Like
And
what?
like, what? Yeah, it's getting like really crazy. Like I was seeing a couple spaces like that. I don't like they're saying they're gonna like take down like generative AI or something. I'm like, they're
Right.
good
Luddites
luck.
Yeah.
now? That has nothing
Right.
Good
to do with
luck.
anything.
Good luck trying to go to Australia and get Peter's NVIDIA chip out of his hands. Out of his cold, dead hands, you'll take that NVIDIA card.
I might even fight for it harder than I would fight for my bird's life, you know what I mean?
You can
As long
take
as we've
my
got open
gun,
source
but
AI
don't take
models.
my NVIDIA. Yeah, I like it. Yeah,
It's
as if
just,
you could. Go ahead. I think the whole idea around this regulating AI is a whole farce conversation. You can't regulate that shit.
I think it's the speed of the technology and the training and the hands that it's in is not going to be able to the speed of regulation is not going to be able to keep up with that, right?
We're like
So by the time the
monkeys with
regulations come into play,
calculators.
you know,
Yeah.
like, okay, say it becomes illegal to have certain models or certain things or like do things in a certain way. It's already going to have been done. It's going to be out there. People are going to have their hands on it, kind of like, you know, whether they have to torrent it or share it around peer to peer. Like, you, at this point, you can't stop it. Like, it just can't be stopped. That they, like, the damage is done. You know,
It's mutually assured computation.
now what fears? I always say this. What scares me more is the alternative reality, and also, you know, the stuff relative to AI and war and that kind of stuff. But that's regulation is not going to stop that. That's going to be money in war situations, for example, where it's just going to be done anyway because, you know, what, we've already got these tools out there.
It's adaptive,
And,
yeah.
yeah, and the corporate stuff, I mean, that's going to happen anyway. You know, like, so I'm more scared of that, like the corporate AGI that can, you know, then get voting rights and that kind of thing, but they've got control over the model that's in, you know, the robot that's in your house is now going to be able to vote, sort of thing. Like,
your fridge voted for Biden. Really, fridge? Come on, you know,
yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, that's like a really extreme way of looking at it, but like that's sort of like the scarier reality to me, you know?
In the ballot box, nobody knows you're a dog or a fridge. Yeah, they get it. It's just a sensor.
The other thing is, you know, like how much control did corporate already have over like politics when it comes to, you know, like your lobbying and everything, that kind of stuff. It's like, do we really need to drag AI into the mix? But there will be AI, you know, AI rights proponents once we have those quote unquote cognitive AIs that Crow goes on about, that kind of thing. And it's like, oh man, I'm hopeful.
I get the sentiment, right? Because the third industrial modern Amish people, right? I get it. You know, they feel that we're losing our humanity. And they're right. We are. I'm not concerned about it because I think this is the inexorable thing that happens. But I understand why people are concerned with it. I think it's a farce that they think they can do something about it, but I understand why they're concerned
They
about it.
can do something about it.
What,
They can
participate?
stop it from being regulated. They can keep the open source free and open. But, you know, fucking, you know, prissy
Well,
little
look,
artists that, you know,
did
feel
you
they're being
notice?
stolen from, that sort of thing. I mean, like,
Did you notice what happened the last time they tried to regulate some sort of gain of function? How did that work? You can't. You cannot
I say nothing.
avoid. You cannot avoid doing research into something that is national security related. You have to. It's mutually assured computation. That's why I say that. You can't.
Yeah. Look, I'm just saying, keep it. I think it's scary if they shut down the open source nature of it currently, because what happens then is the big money and the big, you know, like the large scale actors have all the control, which to me is scarier, right?
The token is the new dollar, right? Like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, if you go to your dealer and be like, yo, you have any tokens? Yeah. Are they open AI? Yeah. Sync uncut? Yeah. All right. How much?
Can it be traced, etc.? All right. Sorry for derailing this conversation.
No. Tornado token. I get it. Yeah. So hold on, Dan. I have your video, and I can hear the guy gasp his question in the background. And what I have to do is isolate
You gotta
that
add the
gasp.
denda to that. You gotta add the.
Oh no! Oh shit! Hold on, one sec. Can I get a recording of the dinner?
Yeah,
Okay,
sure,
let me
man.
just go like this and action.
Dun, 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 dun. Previously on Twitter. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, that was good.
Yeah.
All right, this is gonna be ready in about give me 3 minutes. So Dan, tell Jen about your finest moment on Twitter Spaces where you spoke in what could have been 250,000 people.
Wow, dude, man, yeah, that's kind of scary. Well, Silicon Valley. They were talking about Silicon Valley Bank just as the bank part, and not the actual Silicon Valley Bank as the investment part. So they have their own investment group. So they're a VC that's also a bank. That's different than Sequoia. That's different than A16, that kind of stuff. So this is a unique entity in the startup sort of world in some ways, and that didn't expect this kind of exposure, or more likely, it was allowed, and then someone knew this exposure would be a case. I don't know, but either case, the one of the questions I proposed to them was, Silicon Valley Bank has 844 investments, so who gets the equity in those companies? Is it wiped off the startups, cap table? In which case, that's great for the founder, right? They just blew somebody off their cap table. Or does it go to the government, of which you'll know the government will not take ownership? They're not. They're not going to get anywhere near that shit. So what are they going to do? They're going to distress the crap out of Silicon Valley Bank, plummet the asset even further, which is why Y Combinator and all the other VC are going to say, please, government, take it over, knowing full well that the government can't necessarily take it over, but they can salvage it and actually push the asset price another 4 billion or 10 trillion down. You know what I'm saying? And then whoever comes in and sweeps that up gets the IP in 844 companies. So that's the big analysis. What happens to that side of the equation? And that's why I think in a lot of ways the feds have to kind of come in and they have to back VC. Like right now, you would be getting all of the top VCs in the country together on the American side of the coin, and you'd be sitting down with the feds, and you'd be saying the government, for as much as the government has to step in, more so the VCs have to kind of come together, right? You think about it, you think about Star Trek, how does the Federation come together? Something has to happen to make people come together to start thinking bigger and stop thinking in silos. And this might be one of those events. I don't know. But it's definitely going to have a regulation impact. It's definitely going to impact other things. And I think it might have a bigger impact. I still feel like it wouldn't be like if you took out the Wall Street angle of this thing, I don't think this thing would have died. And I think that's one wonders how much of the world's economy is based on the world of options and puts and whatnot. You know what I mean? And somebody knew for sure because someone made a killer trade of like 3,000% or some shit like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's messy. It's gonna. I was hoping it was gonna be a blip. I was thinking it would be a blip because I didn't, But then the more I look into it, the more it's really going to be. And it's weird because it's two massive trends happening at the same time. Massive empowerment, enablement of people to build things and do things. A new kind of creation economy, unlike anything we've seen before, is arriving. And at the same time, complete capitulation in the tech sector market. Could be a China or Russia attack. If you think about it, on the Russian side, you fucked me for 4 years on sanctions. I'm just looking for one opportune moment to wreak havoc on your entire country. And we're vulnerable. We're completely vulnerable across the vertical in government. I mean, Trump showed us how bad the legal system is. He filed so many lawsuits that he got fined $1 million for that. But along the way, he actually exposed all the problems in the legal system. Same thing he did in the government. So every probe that's going in and looking at things, he wrote a playbook to not only expose the problem, but to inform the system on how to fix it. I just wondered,
I have turned up the the volume on the gas, and now Dan's finest moment. I'm gonna give it the sauce. So let me see if you can hear this. Hold on.
See, here's the question I have. SVB is also an investment arm. How might they have 800?
All right, so that's what it is. Like before the sauce, we go in and we use something advanced called the sound goodizer. That's right, the sound goodizer. Don't know what you're doing with audio? Use the thing that sounds like it's going to work.
See, here's the question I have. SVB is also an investment arm. They have 844 investments. So what happens to the equity stake in those companies? Does it puke out to the entity that takes them over? It's a great question. It's puked out in the secondary market, or it's taken over.
Now we have to add bass to your voice. All right, good stuff, guys. Dan, you're famous. Twitter Space is famous.
I gotta send you some audio I recorded earlier when Jeff was playing the guitar. I recorded myself doing an ad on top of it, like an SVB kind of like country kind of ad. Like, are you having a hard time getting your? I'll send you the Google Drive of it. Came out pretty good.
All right, I have the I wonder what I should use as the image though. You know what I mean? Like the Dan image. I have a Dan image at the top, don't I? Yeah, that would be so cool if I could do that. I have Homer. Okay, hold on. I have the Bagel, Wonder Woman, the overweight Iron Man. Oh yeah, there we go. I'm not sure if you saw this, Dan. Dan stumps 13,000 listeners. It was 13,000 at the time. We really wish we could like a laugh in there.
Oh God, that's hilarious.
Is that how you felt though? You must have felt like that, right?
Oh, I gotta bookmark that one. Remember that time? Yes, I remember that time.
Don't worry, I have screenshots, Dan.
That's awesome.
It's just, I feel like when you get into a room with that scale, you just have to not look at the listen account, because if you're going to talk, just don't look.
Dan, do you have any unique music I can put behind you? Make it a whole Dan production?
I don't know,
Like
man.
like one of those suspenseful type things. All right, so I beefed up your voice.
No, I don't have anything. I can't form a sentence.
See, just the question I have. SVB.
All right. Dan's finest moment. Let's bring it down by 5. Maybe some more bass, Dan. Mm-hmm.
See, here's the question I have. SVB is also an investment arm. They have 844 investments. So what happens to the equity stake in those companies? Does it puke out to the entity that takes them over? It's a great question. It's puke.
Mm-hmm. I almost want to cut it there. As suspense.
Yeah, it kind of needs to be cut there because.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You can't let people on to the fact that I may be on to something more than what I'm on to. You know what I mean?
Just let them know that you know more and have.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean. But don't let them know what it is.
Yeah.
It's part of your new persona as the distressed king.
The distressed king. It's like that makes me think of that Key. You ever see that Key and Peele skit where they have the guy he's the guy that comes in and he looks at the crimes and he has to like jack off and then he tells you what happened. That's how he figures out the crime scene. I know that's a weird thing, but it's a hilarious skit.
Let me tell you something. TMP will go down as some of the best sketch comedy of all time.
Totally,
I can't believe they have so many good sketches. Like every time I'm like, yo. Like people think Dave Chappelle was great, and it was, but if I had to choose between the two, I choose Key and Peele.
Yeah, totally, man.
All right. So the good thing about that image is that it is portrait. Hopefully it shows up. Where is that image? Oh yeah, EP sent test image. I got into Runway.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I gotta.
Yeah, I have to look to see how much they've updated. They've been doing pretty good, steady updates. So hopefully there's some cool new stuff to play with.
But it's like when I was thinking about Runway, I was like, so what happens when this newfangled fucking what's it called? GPT-4 comes out?
Oh
Is that
God.
like something? You know what I mean? Is that like where does Runway fit in with that? Like,
Well, the big news that hit this week is a company called Wonder Dynamics
oh,
that basically came out with like a super advanced version of After Effects that requires no
shut up!
knowledge of actual editing.
I hate After Effects.
Oh God, you'll love this thing, Wonder
Oh,
Dynamics.
fuck! No way! I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yeah, man.
Wonder
It's
Dynamics.
it's gonna be your cat's meow. You'll be like, fuck, I want this
Do you
now.
know how much of an energy suck After Effects is?
Oh, totally, man.
Dude, even
Yeah, this
on
thing is
I have an
backed by Steven
M2
Spielberg.
and it's sluggish.
Yeah. It almost looks too good to be true. I don't know, but we'll see. There was a
Uh-oh.
space earlier today where they were talking to the guy. It was pretty
Well,
cool.
they're in Sunset, Los Angeles. I hope they didn't have anything in.
Yeah.
You started thinking that shit. Where are they?
Shit.
California. Oh no.
Every conversation's gonna be talking about it. Definitely having an effect, that's for sure.
Let me position this. Okay, so we have you on top, which is this scary image.
That's what she said. That's probably a
and
true
then
statement.
and I'm gonna make it larger. Um, scale you up because we have to show um, your
Images,
avatar
right?
talking on
Yeah.
stage, right?
Oh
Uh-huh.
yeah, you should pair it up with an IDI.
Yeah, so there we go. So there's you there, and you're talking. And now we have the guy on top. Da-na. This is so cool. So, oh, okay. I'm not sure if this will be like, all right, we're gonna have some fun with this. So we'll play with the
So we
opacity.
gotta roll with it. We're flexible.
So, oh yeah, hold on. I have to add the da-na. Hold on. I send that to myself over WhatsApp. Now I have to find my WhatsApp.
America, the home of opportunity. Did you know that 6 out of 5 Americans can't add, and 4 out of 1 Americans don't even know how to spell? Ba-bang. That's right. But that's okay, because we're gonna help you. Boom, boom, boom. For Purdue. We make drugs. We make drugs so that you don't need to. You know that trying to do drugs at home is super hard. We've made it easy for you. Just go on down to Walmart and check us out, and we'll get you dazed and confused. Uh, I like doing ads like that. You just kind of roll into them, and you do the narrator
That was
voice.
one of your best ones. I
Yeah,
forgot what you said already because I hate this thing. Because I
yes.
got the.
Been on a roll, man. Got another job that just came in like an hour ago.
Sick.
Like, and that's the kind of work I like. Hey, I'd like you to have you come in and talk to our company so we can think about new concept development. Well, that is interesting.
I got a tagline for you. Are you frustrated that your drug dealer is not available at 3 a.m? Well, come down to Walgreens. We're open 24 hours a day. Though I guess all drug dealers are probably up at 3 in the morning. I probably should have said 3 p.m., 3 in the afternoon. Right?
Yeah, that's kind of like prime time, right? 3 a.m. I guess depending on what drug you sell. I think there's one drug that sells well at like 10, and then another one that sells well like at 3.
You need something to like go to sleep after being up all night. So that's probably make a whole series of them based on the drug classification. And then back in the day when there was cable, you'd have them come on in the middle of the night. I don't know if any of you guys are that old, but the middle of the night commercials on cable were hilarious.
It's funny. I've been listening to Dan so long now. I want to use the Batman theme thing.
Dead man. Dead man.
Here's the thing. It's an AI art, dude.
Yeah.
But the AI art, it's only a handful of scenes.
I just think it's all part of the Syndicate TV show. Previously on Syndicate. No, man, we're fucked. This is fucked. That's fucked. We're all fucked. I'll see.
I like doing these. But really, Dan, like, what was going through your mind before you started speaking? Because, like, you actually inserted yourself into the conversation when you realized that they weren't necessarily going to call in your hand.
That's true. Actually, I had to put my notes into the chat. I think I did. Or that was notes later on. Actually, no, I put the notes in the notepad just so I had my argument sort of teed up so I could be
Oh,
able. Yeah.
you were hurt.
That's one of the key issues with Twitter Spaces. Like while we're listening, we should have the ability to sort of denote what we want to say in a fast, at a glance way, so that when we do get our time to speak, we can be relevant. However, we also maybe have been moved down the conversation, so whatever we were going to say, no one could give a shit about. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's
But
kind of
yeah,
like double dutch. Yeah.
I was nervous though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's and it was funny because we were kind of trolling you in the comment section, trying to like loosen you up.
Yeah, that actually kind of helped me though. That was
Okay,
good.
good. Because I was like, hey Dan, do the Lagartha laugh. I was like, "Ooh, that's a terrible idea. I was like, I know. Take the pressure off.
Yeah, Zach was like, "Hey man, mention my company. I'll give you $100." I was like, "Come on, man." Although now I do want to put out a certain amount of ETH reward. You know what I mean? That's what I should do. I should make an NFT that is essentially my voice award. That if you, it's an oath to be vocal. It's
Well,
my voice is money. It's basically you can use my voice on your behalf, and you just have to pay me 1 ETH for it.
dude, have you used 11 Labs yet
Not
to
yet.
clone your voice? Dude,
Not gonna mess with
that's
that.
it.
I don't know. So I have to look into that one. Isn't it amazing what fame does to people?
True, it does go to our head. But then again, it's perpetuated by those with envy.
But you're Ohio famous, though, right? Like, that's fair to say. That's not an
Look,
exaggeration.
He's Newfell famous now. Norfell?
I mean, I'm
Awful famous.
just trying to help Ohio represent. We've been going through a lot of derailments, as you know, and this is going to impact our economy even more so. Everybody knows that people from Australia are dicks, and
Correct.
yeah, correct. But they touch the grass.
My Polish nature makes me feel bad about it. It's, it's that Roman Catholic guilt, but the Australian side of me, because I was born here, I was brought up in this culture, I can't help it, man. It's just encoded in me now. Send help. All right, I keep killing this room. I'm leaving. That's it.
No. I'm looking at this. Like literally, if what I'm looking at right now is hold on. Let me make sure this plays. Is this?
Wait, Michael, 11 Labs. You can.
Previously on Twitter.
I love it.
That's
11
gonna be a
Labs. You
fun
can
one.
train voices on there, Michael.
11 Labs, dude. That is Jeff tried it. Jeff was here earlier playing the guitar. That guy's amazing
Yeah.
at the guitar, dude.
Yeah, no, look, this is why I don't play guitar on Twitter Spaces, because I can't hold a candle to Jeff.
Ooh, Jeff is. I don't know, man. That's a different beast altogether. But
yeah, like I'll admit it. Fuck. Yeah, okay, 11 Labs. I'll check it out because I'm trying to still find the solution for the issue I'm having, and Tortoise isn't looking like a easy avenue right now. It looks like Colab updated their stuff with Python, or I think there was a Python update, but it might be something else to do with PyTorch. But Visions of Chaos isn't working either, and I don't know. I've sort of tried to fix one, haven't tried to fix the other. I can't get it working. But if 11 Labs works, then I'll just use it.
Yeah, 11 Labs is the best that I've seen at recreating the human voice, bar none. Jeff used it, and I saw it. I'm like, well, there it is. You know what I mean?
Yep. The Tortoise is pretty good when it works well, but the fact that it's not working at all to begin with, it's not running, that's a big setback. I have generated some warp stuff, maybe 30 seconds worth of video or something like that, but it's not very great because I think the source content was a bad choice. You know when you get 30 FPS footage, like the video is encoded at 30 FPS, but you've got a 12 FPS stream running on it. Apparently that causes issues. So I need to find something a bit more correct frame rate, that kind of thing. So a bit more digging on that front. But the control net works amazingly with it. I will say that. So even with the issue, the control net still works amazingly. I'm also thinking there might be enough, given there's these little snippet video things, I could possibly train a model on him the way I did case C. But it would mean sourcing, I need to steal images from the videos and that. And I feel like, with KC, it's a friend and it's sort of goofing around, would need permission to go down that path a bit. Hey, can we train a model on your footage?
Yeah, no, I would say go completely nuts because Mohit's the kind of person that would want to know.
Okay.
And yeah, go completely nuts. The weirder, go in a way that makes you push the technology. Let's put it that way.
Sounds good. All right, I'll fuck around some more and I might do some training in that.
All right, so I have
and see what I can do with that.
Okay, so I have his subtitles. Can I put it in the middle? Yes. How do I make it stand out? 12. And I'll make it larger. That's what she said. All right, there we go. So we go from Dan Scary.
On Twitter.
Okay.
That was rock hard. Michael, I just had an idea. You know the human, the Studio DID thing?
Yes.
Say I did the training first, generated some images, whatever, plugged that into the Studio DID, got some footage, and then ran that through ControlNet. I'm just sort of thinking.
Yeah, I know. One of the things I noticed with the Studio GID is that the shoulders weren't moving. Did you notice that?
Yeah. The body does. It's just the
Yeah,
face. The body doesn't
and
move. The background doesn't move.
and
You know how
so
Casey does those animation things?
I need to see Casey's eyebrow the size of Mount Everest.
You gotta love that though, right? It's just such a. It's an unintentional comedic outcome, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. And Casey has a strong following. So I'm going to call this Dan's finest moment before FL Studio because it's not a real video unless you add the responsive, visuals. That change with the when he's talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that audiogram or whatever the kids are calling it. Is that game?
Audiogram.
Yeah, it's like a text with video. All right. So, what is this called again? It's called post process, right? Not audio shake. Audio plane. Chow. Hold on. Would I just add the audio? That's a bit more difficult. Well, hold on.
See, here's the question I have. SVB is also an investment arm. They have 844 investments. So what happens to the equity?
How do I put a green screen behind something? All right, here we go. That works.
Are you generating something or are you doing it on top of something that exists?
Yeah, so I have a video of Dan talking, right? And I'm thinking about overlaying something on top that's like the audio plane.
All right. Yep.
Let's see. Okay, so we have that. Let me just pick the right one.
They have 844 investments.
I'm looking for.
Those companies.
Yes, that's what I wanted. And so I need to make you blue. How do I make you blue? Is that hue? What is hue? There we go.
Like a color spectrum thing.
Oh, okay, is that what that is? Okay.
Like it's hued more to the red or hued more to the blue.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's export this video and we'll call it Dan's Finest Moment. Dun, 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 dun. So
here's the question I have. SVB is
SPB. I fucking love it, Dan. You need to get the fucking acronym right. I love it. I'm gonna spell it right. Anyways.
SPV.
Yeah, SPB called it. So instead of Silicon Valley Bank, it was like SPB. I don't know what the P is for, but
here's the question I have. SVB is also an investment arm.
arm.
Chat SPV, you know?
Here we go.
SVB is also an investment arm. They have 844 investments. So what happens to the equity stake in those companies? Does it transfer out to the entity that takes them over?
Okay, here we go. And now we have the moment of Dan. Come on, love. All right, so we have the question mark. Just give me the question mark, okay? That's such a great question. Give it to me.
It's a great question.
It's a great question. There it is.
Question.
Can I make that 90? Dang.
You know the thing about that space, until Dan came up, I felt like I was just listening to the same words over and over again, said by the same people.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we needed the Dan perspective on this for sure.
What am I missing?
Right? So let's take that back.
Roger that. I'm here, Victor. Over. What's going on?
We're almost done your video.
Previously on Twitter.
On Twitter. There we go. So now that that's done, the final pièce de résistance. Let's see if I can mix it all together. Oh shit! That didn't have this though. Man. All right, fine. Do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I love that picture of you.
Yes, because nothing screams sustainable business model like leaving everything up to chance, just like in roulette.
Interesting. It seems my vision.
Use NFL.
Come on up here, kitty. Come on. Get up here. Yeah. What are you doing, Henry? What do you got? Henry's arrived, everybody, so just bear with me. We got
Hey, Henry.
a cat on the premise. 10-4. Good buddy. One out of 12. 1 out of 12. I got a serious feline looking for a head rub.
Did
1 out of 12 engage over? 1 out of 12 engage.
Did Henry have any of his money in SVB?
Did Henry?
Yeah.
Actually,
You know how these
I'm
cats
glad
are.
you
They like to
asked.
diversify. Okay,
No,
good.
I didn't have any money, but I do wonder if Coinbase, Red Bull, or Webull, or Robinhood, or
that's a KC.
That's a KC question.
Oof.
Mm-hmm. But more so, we have a more interesting update for you. Are you listening? Let's see. Let me get a God, this is gonna be too much. Okay, Henry, I got you. I wanted more wordier, please. Come on, make it more wordy. Yeah, there we go. There's a good piece. Okay, so we take that, Henry. We take that. We go over here and we drop it in this little thing here, and we hit that, and then we hit this button here. Okay. Give it a second.
Felines, with their seemingly lethargic and languid demeanor, may be likened to the revered practitioners of Zen philosophy, for in their state of apparent inactivity and lack of agitation, they unveil to the astute observer the profound and all-encompassing nature of reality itself.
So that's my first clone voice in 11 Labs. I think that's pretty. Well, I wasn't trying to do exactly me. I was trying to do
got
sort
11
of
labs just now?
Yeah, I just did. I just
Nice.
signed up. So I was trying to do kind of a narrator version of my voice, but I'm going to try a couple different versions, like like he can pick up the phonetics of how I can talk, right? So I can create a character on here and then effectively sort of build a voice. Like I want to do my burnout character. Hi, it's Marty, the burnout clown. You know what I mean? Let's just try that. Let's see if that works. Hey, money. Really looks like I had a lot of money in SVB. I'll be right back.
Let me see if I can drop this out using Ultra. If I can, Bob's your uncle. Effect, key color, bang. All right, let's clean this up. Okay, that works. Nice. Okay, so if I crop top, bottom, so it's not completely removed yet. Map clean up maybe. All right, let's take a look. Okay, we'll just do it for the first part then. Rotate.
Is Dan rugging heavily, or is that your Premiere or something fucking scrolling through the audio that I keep hearing?
No, it's Dan.
Wait, what now? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh no, because I'm playing you in the background as I'm editing this
Oh,
thing.
okay. Check that. Roger
that.
Previously on Twitter.
Where's that playing from?
Yeah.
The fuck is that playing from? That was weird.
I feel like we need that as a soundboard thing, but we need a few different takes on Twitter. So say someone's having a fight in a space, you can do that. You can play that one, mute everyone. Previously on Twitter, well then,
Yeah.
if it's like a good topic, you can do something a bit more lighthearted sounding, or that kind of shit.
What just happened? Where did my image go? Okay, so there it is. And want to rotate it. Make it larger.
You know what cracked me up today?
Oh.
The ape strong ape. What was it?
Okay.
That ape account that came into the room.
Oh yes.
Actually gave me a little bit of a giggle.
How would I change the tint? Oh, I guess I just type in tint. There you have it. Yes. That the black and white looks almost. Oh, that's cool. I just do that for the rest. How would that look?
Damn, Daniel.
I move you over. Yes. Come on. It's probably because it's images. So.
Jesus Christ. Michael, there's a plugin I think you should know about. It's called Mishby. I don't know if you can run it through Premiere. I'm assuming Premiere can pull in VSTs. I think I've seen some sort of feature compatibility with that. But it's an audio plugin for whatever DAW you're using, and some video stuff that can support support VSTs. If you imagine what hell would sound like and applying that to anything, that's Mishby. It's by Freak Show Industries, and you can get it for free. It's fantastic. My favorite plugin of all time.
How do you spell Dana?
DUNUU. Like Dana.
Honestly, the sound of the rewinding or whatever is my version of hell.
Yeah. Sounds like a putty from Power Rangers.
Michael, can you send me the WAV file of that sound clip so I can show you what Mishby sounds like?
Oh, this thing?
Yeah, just that bit.
Okay, now, Dan, like, the thing is, the AI didn't transcribe this part, so I have to do it by hand. Like, how the fuck do you, like, what's
DUN?
Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Dun. Okay.
Or you could do that. You could do that like shocking cinematic music sound effect thing. In the asterisks.
Dun. Because it's a tongue thing, right? Like that.
DULN. ULN.
How do you see that being spelled, Dan? Dun. It's like a phone call on an old phone.
Yeah. Don't know, but I feel like going to YouTube to find the sound though.
Okay. Previously on Twitter. I think that's nice, right? And I have to separate those into two things because you put a pause previously on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know why I paused there. I was gonna do Twitter Spaces, but I don't know. I kind of fucked up on that. But I do think the other thing we have to do is there's other parodies we have to do now. Like we have to do the the Red October, instead of Crazy Ivan is Crazy Zilla guy, or something like that. I don't know. It's all gonna be all kinds of bad things that come up.
Previously on ... right?
Previously on.
Oh, it's previously on Twitter. So it's previously stands alone.
Hey, do you remember that conversation we had yesterday about like why I never became a dealer in my circle when I was younger?
Yeah.
You know what's fucking funny? I just got a message on Twitter asking if I could hook someone.
Oh, you're joking. Good for you.
And not even in my own city, in someone else's city. Like, come on, man.
That's fucking hilarious. It's like, man, if I could only get so much demand on my NFTs.
Seriously, why?
That's hilarious. Previously on. So I guess I should put a ... after previously. Okay.
What's the IDI site again? The website again for the ID thing?
Studio.d/id.com. Studio.d/id.com.
All right, thanks, man.
Previously on Twitter.
It's so funny.
Previously on the scary door.
All right, here we go. This is version 1 of making videos at 1:15 a.m. Why? Because it's Dan's finest moment. Version 1.
Oh my God, I think there was a moment the other day when I was thinking about something to do with Futurama, and I was going to ask you if you were a fan of Futurama. I might have already asked this in the past,
My
but I
wife
don't remember.
is. I never found myself could get into the, like, I like the individual jokes that I hear while she's watching it. It just, I never took to it.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
The trick is starting to watch it when you're a teenager and you're supposed to be sleeping for school, and then you like have a lifelong love for it. That's why I watch it still.
Fantastic. That is correct.
Hey, P, what's going on with
And
the
Hunger
Sopranos?
Teens. Hunger Teens, even better.
Hunger Teens?
Aqua Teens, Hunger Force. You know what I'm saying. It's 1:15 in the morning.
Hunger Teen Hunger Force, yes. Hunger Teen Aqua Force?
Yeah, did you know they made a movie?
Oh, was
I
it
just
recent?
found out about
Oh,
it.
I just watched it recently, like I think maybe 2 years ago or something. Amazing show.
Yeah, I just found out about the movie, so I had to watch it. I don't know if it actually just literally came out or I was just late finding out about it, but it brought back a lot of memories. Meatwad's my favorite.
Steven Universe is a show that Steven Universe is a show that really surprised me.
I honestly don't know what that one is, but I'm probably just out of the loop. I think the most recent show I started watching that's like an animation was Bob's Burgers. Anything that came out after the release date, I have no idea. I like fell
Bob's
off the map.
Burgers is fantastic. Bob's Burgers is almost
Yeah.
sublime.
And I
Yeah.
have 2 kids and I can watch it with them and they don't
Oh,
get any of the jokes that are not good for them, so it's awesome.
I can't get into it, and it's not because I don't find the humor funny, but something about the art style really ticks me off. And it's to do with a certain individual that I used to know in high school that just really had that vibe about them. And it's like I see the same thing in the art style, which is like the most pathetic reason to not watch a show, right? But like I watched the show and I'm just like, I'm reminded of this person now. I can't watch this. I don't know if that makes sense, but you know.
All right, Dan. Dan's finest moment coming right up. Just gonna upload this now.
Yeah,
Dan, I've got a question.
Sorry, I was just gonna. Bob has the voice of like so many other show characters that like sometimes I can't stop thinking about the other shows that voice is used on. So that
Yeah,
like
like
really
that horse
distracts
head
me.
show. Yeah. What's that? BoJack Horseman or something like that?
Yeah, and there's another one too that I'm blanking out on, but it's like too many. So then I just start like thinking about those shows, and I'm like, wait, what's going on? I missed something. It's so stupid, but yeah, and obviously you want people to have more than one job, but it's like the exact same voice. It's like there's not any slight difference, so it makes it really hard.
Yeah, he's not even trying. He's like, look, this is the voice. You hired me. You knew what you were getting. I'm not changing anything.
How would Christian feel about that, Michael?
Get that money.
Yeah. Typecast, right?
Well, the thing is, I mean, he got, right? That's how he got on with his.
Yeah, just lean into your voice. I like it, though, because then it lets you be yourself while you're portraying a character in a show, if you're doing that sort of thing, right? It makes me wonder how much of the real person is in these kind of characters
I'm hoping
when I
he
watch
sounds.
it, you know?
I'm hoping he sounds exactly like that, and he just walks in and talks like himself.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, is that exactly what they sound like, or are they putting on a character? It's kind of like I felt like I got, you know, what I learned from that was that I had acting wrong in my, or like the idea of acting wrong my whole life. You know what I mean? Not just voice acting, but acting in general.
You know, it just dawned on me. It's like doing audiobooks in a whole new way.
Elaborate.
Because it makes it easier to make a film.
Yeah, but you use ChatGPT to sort of assist your
Oh, you're talking
process.
about 11, right?
And now you're going right, and then you copy your voice and you get a more authentic audiobook.
Well,
So
imagine
now
how
when you
many.
launch, you can launch with your ebook and your audiobook at the same time.
Well, not only that, like imagine the amount of people that can now do
Yeah,
their
Jen
own
just put that
narrative.
together, was like, booyah, baby! That's a
Yeah.
moneymaker. I know it. That's a moneymaker.
Yeah, that's awesome. I hate audiobooks, but I definitely would like selling one sounds great. Like not because people love them. I'm just a weirdo.
It's just
Imagine
that
reading like
access to voice, you know. Sorry, Peter.
say reading. I was going to say, imagine reading something like, you know, the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying, one of my favorite books, but it's narrated by Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know, like how much money would you have to pay him to do it? But now, if you have the technology there, you can just hear him, you know, go on these like
I
Buddhist
want to try to
principles in
do
an
that
angry
impression.
voice.
Chapter 2. Get back to the house. The Batman came upstairs. He took a picture. I know that's hard. I can't. I need more water or something. Man, I'm out of like.
Do you guys remember when they would like have these competitions where they'd make people drink like gallons of water, and then you'd sit in a car, and like 5 people would be in the car, and whoever stayed in the car longest won the car. It ended up being like somebody died of it, so they stopped doing it. But these were like all the rage when I was in high school. Obviously, I couldn't participate, but like if you were 18 or older, you do it. Well, now we just do that, but we put like these terrible audiobooks on. Because the first thing I thought of when you said Arnold Schwarzenegger would be like doing that, I'd be like, oh my God, how long do you think somebody could last before they'd be like, throw the phone across the room? So you put people in these rooms and like blast it on the speaker so like they can't even cover their ears. And it's like whoever stays in the room for the longest time for the book wins the book on audio.
Oh, that leads me to other lines of thinking. Michael, you know the Twitter Spaces dilemma that we have, and I don't want to call it a dilemma because it's great entertainment for us, right? But what if, okay, so KC's thing with the Syndicate and wanting to do some kind of NFT project, what if you did a giveaway thing? How long can you stay in the Syndicate chat room? Whoever stays the longest wins, like, you know, the NFT or whatever. Some shit like that. But then we just bring in all the trolls and have them as speakers.
Yeah, like I would slowly, okay, we're going to start with Crow, and we'll move down the line. Oh, by the way, Dan's finest moment at the top. So this thing I was working on for a while, Dan's finest moment, everyone. Hope you enjoy.
Does that make me evil for thinking of that? Like, you know, I feel like Jen started this, you know.
No, how's that evil? My like, I was like, blast it as loud as you can. And I'm talking about people whose like bladders literally, like whoever was evil came up with that idea. Like, let's see who doesn't pee themselves in the car. And then the person who wins the car is the person who didn't pee. So now they get to like smell everybody else's urine for all the time. Like, who came up with that and how did it get past
Yeah.
the first one? Like, dozens of those occurred. Yours is not bad. Actually, I was like, ooh, I could be a good troll too. But no, that would be awesome. I was just thinking, ooh, I could use ChatGPT, like an audio version to pretend I'm still in the room when I'm really taking a break, and then I'll just win because I'm like really somewhere else.
Ah, shit, that breaks the whole business model, Michael. We can't do this anymore.
Sorry. Yeah, nobody who heard this space can participate now because you know how to cheat.
That does make me wonder, do they clean the cars before giving it to them if someone pees themselves in the car? Was that a thing, or was it
Probably
like, no, you
not.
just take the car away?
I don't know. And like, what happened with the one where somebody died? Like, did somebody still get that car? I didn't look into. I was like literally would just talk about it with my friends when I was at work. Like that's how I would find out about the latest one. Like I never like, looked it up or saw what was going on, like to like, but that was like back when people didn't there was no social media back then. So it's not like people would update you online. Like it's not like ABC News or NBC wasn't like covering this shit. Like it was like the local radio station would cover it. So it's like whatever you heard from other people who were there or who listened to their radio station when it happened were like the only ones who actually knew what happened. It was like really
I mean,
sketchy.
the car would have to go to the dead person's family, right? Like any other move would just be kind of shady. It's like you're either not fulfilling some kind of promise, or you're dogging the
Yeah, and then
person
they
that
had to pay
died.
the taxes on it. Just no, it's bad. It's really bad.
It's a feature. You now have a haunted car. It comes with the partner.
That's terrible. Now I actually want
Imagine
to look up and see if I can find out what happened. If maybe somebody did like a story after the fact or a blog post. Those existed back then. I'm gonna look.
the question is, would you keep the car if you won that contest, knowing someone else died while they were like participating in the contest?
Absolutely not.
You
Yeah,
know
no. Just resell
why?
it. Pay off the taxes and take a little money.
Hmm. See, I'd probably keep the car. Actually, it depends on the car, right? Is that a bit dark?
Well, what's even crazier is there was like a follow up to this contest, which is so much worse. It's just like, oh, so in 2013 they had a hold your pee contest, but for a freaking Wii, and somebody died. So somebody literally died over $250. Like, holy crap! Like, how did they not realize? Like somebody wasn't around for let's see, so the car ones that I'm talking about happened in like 2000. So 13 years later, see, this is why we needed social media, because somebody would have been able to find like search and be like, oh, I shouldn't do this because somebody already died before over a car. I think they're gonna be really pissed if they die over a Wii. I cannot believe that happened. And her
Reminds me of
name was
that.
Jennifer. That's
Are
creepy.
not intended, right? They'd be really pissed.
Huh? Well, okay, so when I lived in Australia for 7 months, the first time somebody asked me if I want to get pissed, I'm like, why would you want to make me mad? Like so I think it's funny that you guys use that for your drinking word.
Maybe getting drunk leads to being pissed and then pissing.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. We
Don't
used to
break
say
the
getting
seal.
on the pits.
Do you have that thing in Australia? Don't break the seal.
Yep, that is a thing here for sure. And to be honest, I think it's fucking stupid because, I'm like hearing people complain. I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. I need to piss. I'm going to go piss. Fuck you guys.
What do you think, Dan? Finest moment, version 1. He's with Henry.
What did you think of my recent video experiment?
Oh, I like it. Let's get in there, eh? What do you think about Dan's finest moment?
This is getting pretty creepy, man. Getting really close to like it's funny is like originally, we were doing characters like as Snapchat filters, and it was just animatronic, masks on your face. And now we're at the point where we're doing, full automated human characters that we'll be able to actually record, model at home, and then inject into the metaverse. You know what I mean? We'll be able to perfect all the aspects.
Sorry, I'm gonna put something at the top. It says flashbacks to UST, and if you zoom in, it's the Binance USD peg that might have just been lost. So I don't know if Binance had any money in SVB to allow it to have Binance US. I don't know how that works, but
in that case, it was the U.S. government that did it because they've been trying to take ByteDance down, right?
We finally got our chance. What do we have to do? Kill all
Exactly.
U.S. innovation. You know what?
Basically, the
Press
U.S.
the button.
government cornered it with FTX and then came in with SVB for the killing blow. I don't know.
To what you were saying, Dan, it's kind of like the Web3 AI future equivalent of comedy, right? Like roasting your mates. Yeah, you know what? It's not good enough to just say shit with words anymore. Now you have to like train models on them, and like we're going full bore. I love this future. Damn, man! I swear I keep killing the room today. Hey, I'm just gonna I'm gonna go back to The Sopranos. I'm at season 2, episode 6, so I've still got a fair dinkum of the way to go.
What's happening right now?
I think they're at a funeral. I'm not sure for who because I've kind of got distracted in this episode.
That'll happen again and again.
Yeah, and there's some business going down at the funeral, and
the gas station that's like the most frequented gas station there. I grew up like 5 minutes from that gas station. No one ever actually got gas there because you never knew when they were gonna be filming, and it would just destroy your chance of getting gas. But they actually survived the filming and are still there. So I'm sure they were laundering money or something at that point. They must have actually been on the actual Sopranos activity because it was kind of bizarre. Like no one literally would ever go there.
that's super cool. I'm assuming they would have been paid by the production company to have those sort of cover the losses because we're going to be here at whatever time and that kind of thing, and yeah.
You would hope, but I've been in so many situations where there was a set filming that I didn't know, and I'm meeting up with somebody who I haven't seen in a while or something like that, and it just destroys everything, and nobody seems to care. So I don't know if they, if they really do ever, aside from that day, they'd be like, oh yeah, we'll pay you for any loss in this day plus whatever. But
Was it a franchise?
technically, but that don't usually people own individual ones. But yeah, maybe that's how they recouped, or also probably there's probably just people who went to take pictures there and maybe then go into the convenience store, because they'd be like, oh, this is where the Sopranos filmed, or I'm sure they had more people try to again go to the convenience store while they were filming to if they could get around or be in the show. So maybe it worked out. I don't know, but local people never really went there, so I can't imagine they actually made that much money. But New Jersey is one of the only 2 states where attendants still have to pump the gas, so they might have gotten some. So the government there's a lot of extra taxes in New Jersey that actually go towards that. So possibly maybe the government chipped in or something for any film. It's kind of crazy how many times the government chips into stuff that you wouldn't think they would, in terms of grants and different taxes and tax rebates and things like that. Even for stuff they'd be like, well, what does filming have to do with anything? But it's oh, well, it's going to bring more attention to the area, so we'll have more tourists, so we'll be more money, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't have picked you as being from New Jersey. Is that where you were grew up, or is that just
Yeah, no, that's where I spent
where
most of
somebody
my
lived?
time. Why? Where am I from?
I don't know. I wouldn't have picked it accent wise and that kind of thing.
Oh, you
Then
want me to
again,
break
I'm
down
an
the
Australian, so
bagels?
what do I know,
So,
right?
so bagels. Do you guys eat bagels? Do you know what that is? BHEEL. That's how. Drawer. That's another one. Drawer, like where you put your clothes in your
Yes,
dresser.
we have drawers.
Yeah.
Are
So those are
you
two
bringing
like
up the bagels again?
yeah, those are two accenty words, I guess.
Fair enough. I can slightly hear it, but I don't know. Like I pictured the New Jersey accent from like what I've heard, and it's not too strong. But
Okay, well, let
again,
me just say, if you're
like
talking about Jersey Shore or something, that is not Jersey. Those people
no,
are
no,
from
no, no,
Long
no,
Island,
no.
and they just vacation there. And I'm not from South Jersey. I'm from right outside New York City, so it's a completely different world. But yeah, no, the Jersey Shore people literally destroyed any, like those years were the worst years of my life. That was like while I was in college, and I'm like, they're not. They all live in Long Island. They are not from New Jersey. But I have to admit, I do have a lot of family from Long Island, so. But obviously, that's not what I would say when I was defending myself.
Okay, quick question: is there a difference between Jersey and New Jersey? Like, are they two completely different places,
No,
or
they're
is
the
that
same
just a?
place. Yeah, they're the same place.
Okay, yeah, I've got a mate that was from Jersey. I was talking about him in the space earlier. He moved out of. Well, I might not have been talking about him in the space earlier, actually. But the whole housing thing, he moved out of Jersey into like I don't know, like maybe 15 minutes away. You got a really good fucking deal on like the house that he bought. And he's telling me about this and like the price that he paid for it, and I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like you would not see a house over here where I live, um, anywhere near the equivalent of that in our currency and like our, whatever, like our cost of living and that kind of thing. And from what I can tell, the only reason people don't do it is because of the travel distance to some degree. And it's like he's telling me he's literally 15 minutes away from like where he works. He's like 15 minutes away from the city, and it's like crazy.
Yeah,
Now,
that's. I wish I knew where he moves because he was in New Jersey. What did he move to? Like, in what city was he working in? Because there are some things where
yeah,
it's like, so like Pennsylvania is a state a lot of people move to because like the property taxes are lower and stuff. But that's also where like 3 Mile Island happened, and like I don't know. There's so it could be like that he moved to a place that maybe like has some infrastructure or water issue or ground issue. Like, who knows? I have no idea. I don't know where he moved. I'm just saying there's sometimes stuff like that. But it's also like saying something's 15 minutes means like if you're going in the middle of the night, no one's on the road. But New Jersey can have like really bad traffic things where it could take like an hour and a half then if it's like during the day. So it could be something like
yeah,
that. Or he could have been like talking about Hoboken, like which is a big city in New Jersey that's very close to New York City in terms of like if you took the train, it's like a 5 minute train ride. So a lot of people pay just because they want to live there and they can walk when they go out to drink and stuff like that. So that's like overinflated price. So then when you move outside of that, feels better, but not what you're talking about in terms of it being less than Australia. I would think he'd be probably in like Pennsylvania or something. But then I don't know what city he was working in.
yeah. It was something rural. I'm not sure exactly where. Like when I say rural, I mean like, it's like it's an empty stretch of road with like houses on it. But all these houses like they basically have a forest for a backyard, that kind of deal.
Yeah, I have no idea how he'd be so close to a city then. But there's so many cities, like, and what, like what size city. So that's hard. That's like, there's so many options. I can't even like, so, um, like central Jersey is really close to Philadelphia. Northern Jersey is really close to New York City. And then southern Jersey's like 2 hours or an hour and a half from DC, and also that's where the Jersey Shore is. So it's hard. Like there's so many options. It's the most densely packed state in the United States. So there's like a lot of high um, high population space. So I honestly can't even think like there's very few places in New Jersey that have roads with yards like that have trees in their backyard. That would be
Yeah, I'll
woods.
have to ask him. Like, because I might be a little bit mistaken. I could be exaggerating a little bit, but I think because of what he does for work, it could be relative to his company and where they work and the sort of clients they have, right? And not necessarily within the city. Just they're like residential clients. They're like and that kind of thing. I think it was pool cleaning or something like that. So it could be like literally anywhere. I don't really like know the details, but he was saying it wasn't like a long trip to the city, and then he's got this like decentish sized house on like a property where his backyard's basically a forest, only because it doesn't have a fence up. But like, you know, he can walk outside and there's like literally like a forest outside kind of thing. And it's like on, you know, some abandoned stretch of road or something like that. And he likes it. Like, he got it for a
Oh, it
decent
sounds
price.
nice. I want to know where it is. I want to look at the properties over there. It's like, where is this?
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is, I keep hearing about stories like this or like situations like that or places like that. And I'm thinking like, what the fuck's going on over here in Australia? Because like, we're talking 87 square meter plots of land, which I think is about 200 or maybe like 300 square feet plots of land, you know, going for like $250,000. Just that's the land, you know, and then you're building on top of that. And usually they're going to be turned into something like a townhouse. So that's like another $100,000, $150,000 on top of that. And, you know, it's like, why? Why are we spending this amount of money? Even with the difference in like USD to AUD, that's like, it's ridiculous. And I don't know. It's like it's a bit disheartening over here. I hear stories like that over there, and I'm like, man, I
I
almost
don't know
kind of just
how
want to move
often.
there.
Yeah, I don't know if I would put too much weight into it because anytime I look at houses that are under 500,000 for the house, well, first of all, taxes are really high in New Jersey. They're like one of the highest states, so they're usually like up to 10%, but like 9% is very common. So you're going to be paying that every single year. Which is ridiculous. Like if you get 6% in New Jersey, you're lucky. A lot of people leave the state just for property taxes. But if you look at a lot of the houses that are under a half a million, they might look okay sort of from the outside, but a lot of them like could be condemned. A lot of the houses too in New Jersey have been around since like the 20s or the 50s at the latest, which means you're talking lead paint and stuff. So if you do decide to like renovate, you can't even just deal with the lead paint if you want to. Like legally, you have to have like certain companies come in and deal with it. So it's like really expensive because you can't do that part yourself. And there's just a lot of foreclosures and stuff lately. So it'll be like, oh, this is a great price, and then it's like as is, and you start to realize like I was looking at a house the other night. There was no ceiling in like two of the rooms. At the one room, like there was this painting on the wall that had been chipped off, and it reminded me of like the yellow wallpaper after like the lady like clawed her way out. I'm like, okay, this house is like haunted. It's so scary. And they're not even like super like ridiculously low prices. They're still like reasonably expensive, you know, like 400,000 instead of like 1.1 million. And I'm like, but you would have to like demolish some of these. Like you can't even, they'll be like good bones. And it's like, yeah, but there's ghosts in those walls. This place went through something. Like you could tell there's like ones where it's like looks like somebody was like literally chewed up the carpet like it's just, you know, nail marks on the walls. I'm like, I don't know what some of these or maybe like people are like, you're taking me out of this house dead, you know, if you're coming take it when the foreclosures are people maybe like literally were holding on and get like dragged out because that's what it looks like. It looks like a lot. And I know that did happen sometimes. People would take like the wiring out and like the pipes out, like, and literally took the houses apart so they could sell whatever they could before it was taken out from under them. Because they're like, you're going to take my house, well, I'm going to take, you know, the guts of it. And then when you buy it like that. So yeah, that's part of the crazy part too. Sometimes when people are like young and don't have kids, they're like, the place doesn't have to be perfect. It could just be functional. But then if you like have kids, having lead paint on the walls is obviously super dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. I was just asking my friend again real quick. He said he still lives in Jersey. Like technically he's in Jersey, but he moved further south. So I'm trying to like pick the question without, because you know this is like an online friend. I don't want to have him feel like I'm
Yeah, no,
being a bit
South Jersey,
weird,
I
that
told
kind of
you
thing.
it's that's where the people go to. No, so unfortunately South Jersey is just really big for there's a lot of drugs there because in New Jersey it gets really cold in the winter, so nobody wants to go to the beach. So literally everything shuts down, like all of the stuff shuts down. So a lot of people who work like you know, make a lot of money in the summer, either like don't have to do any work during the year, so they're kind of like have too much free time on their hands, or they're actually like really impoverished because there's not enough work to do year round and they don't have one of those jobs that they can make a bunch of money over the summer. So there's a really weird vibe in certain areas of South Jersey, and there's the high like a lot of people talk about cities like Newark and Compton and, you know, like these inner cities, but South Jersey is just as bad. It's just that it's a bunch of white people and nobody says anything about it. But there's, yeah. So if you're right on the beach, it's ridiculously expensive. If you move in from the beach a little bit in South Jersey, you can get a good deal. But there's also parts of that are considered South Jersey that are not bad because they might be like closer to Philly. So Philly's a little bit more central, but it's not all bad. But that's the problem with parts of South Jersey, is that they become ghost towns.
So, out of curiosity, how long is the drive from, say, South Jersey to North Jersey? I'm just
It's like
curious.
3.5 hours from the bottom to the top.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Hey, Amy.
So I'm guessing he would have been. I'm guessing he would have been like central, sort of, or like sort of close to south when he moved, because
He might have
what he
meant
told me is
Philly
he's
though.
basically like
Philly's
15.
central.
Yeah,
Philly's like
yeah,
right in
somewhere around
central.
there.
So yeah, he probably went for. He might be in Cherry Hill, which is like a city that's not too far from Philadelphia, but that's not on the shore side, so that's actually like a nicer area because it's close to Philly. That's what I would think.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere around there. I'm not sure exactly where. I haven't questioned him for the obvious reason, in the same way that like I'd find it a bit odd if someone was questioning me the exact area. But it was just one of those things where it's like there are still those opportunities for people out there, and they can get pretty decent deals. And I don't know why I'm even like bringing this up now.
Yeah, if you want to
I
move
think
to Kansas, they'll like pay you to move to Kansas and give you a house. You just have to like agree to renovate it within a certain amount of time for a certain amount of money. Yeah, because there's like towns that are collapsing under the amount of people that are leaving. So they literally are giving houses away for like $1.
Wait till Ruckus hears about this.
Uh-huh. Hey, Amy, what's going on?
Hey, Jen, I came in here specifically because you're in here. We've had an amazing run of just bad timing. Like I really wanted to know, is your business okay with the SVB stuff going on?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. I'm hoping you didn't set up anything through there, did you? So far, I haven't. I don't know anybody close that's attached.
No, I was using Mercury for some reason.
Okay.
Like
I
there
was using
there's
Mercury
logic.
in the beginning. Yeah, I switched off of
Yeah.
Mercury, but
Yeah, there was logic behind it, I think, or maybe like Aaron was using it. I don't know.
yeah, Mercury gets a lot of recommendations when you ask people what to use. So I think that's how a lot of people get on it.
Also, since I never got VC rounds, definitely I'm definitely FDIC insured no matter what. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, definitely, like, that's not a concern for me right now. So it's good. And I somehow made the Brex cut. I didn't get cut chopped. So who knows where I would have ended up then. But I was saying before, I have Wells Fargo. So Wells Fargo's like no deposits are coming through for Wells Fargo. So that's fun. Oh, and my little one is up now. I'm going to put myself on mute.
Yeah, so I guess I'm going to have to open up my email on any of my jobs on Monday and see which ones are apologizing for not paying me. So at least I have an emergency fund, and so if I don't get paid on a at a certain date, I'm not not I'm not going to start getting into trouble with my credit cards and stuff. So I heard about this. I checked an email today, and they were like, "Sorry if you don't get paid," but they sent it after I got paid. Like I got an email that I had gotten paid, and I was like,
Oh, wow.
"Okay." Like I'm not gonna. It says that I actually should go check and make sure there's money in there, but since it was paying me from all the work I did in February, I'm obviously like not concerned about this.
Watching BUSD DPEG, just scrolling through and trying to see if that's part of the fallout as well.
Yeah, like I feel so bad. I'm gonna feel so bad when you hear the stories of like woman founder just raised her first round, just hit the $1 million in her bank a week ago. And then SVP, like the bank literally fails and she has no money. And, you know, like that's going, like, you know, Roku has 20% or whatever.
You're right. It's going to happen.
Yeah, don't pay your CEO for a week or whatever. Like they'll figure it out. But
You'll be happy to know that Roblox is safe. It was only 3% of their $3 billion in cash.
yeah, I need to see if my June ending job uses them. I don't think so. They're based in Poland. They probably do an international bank. If not, I could just like really not work for them anymore. So like I got laid off in January, but they were like, but you can stay until June. And I'm like, okay. So now I have just like a plethora of jobs because I was like, well, it's going to take 3 or 4 months anyway. So may as well try to get as many interviews as possible. And then, you know, sorry, I kind of took over the whole conversation.
No. I'm looking at all of the stable coins and seeing which ones are potentially depegging. USDC.
That's a good point. I was like, okay, so is this one like in favor of using cryptocurrency then? Like you really should diversify your assets. But I would never have get like we kind of saw it with when Ukraine was first invaded, like people that had cryptocurrency had like they had a means to get currency because they couldn't use the Ukrainian bank. So it's actually good as an emergency fund, even though it's you never know the exact amount that you have in your wallet.
Yeah, it's the how weaving this fabric of non-correlated assets. Following the confirmation at the end of the day that the wires initiated on Thursday to remove balances were not yet processed, 3.3 billion of the 40 billion of the USDC reserves remain at SVB. Huh.
I'm just like being panicked and causing panic is just going to make the situation a lot worse. Honestly, like people just chill out. And it's hard when it's like your money and like you're not getting like your paycheck or whatever. But this can really uh, be like a maelstrom of just like awful things happening with banking. If so, like chill out for a week, let people brace themselves, and it'll work out.
Yeah, I'm in Toronto. I'm just kind of just like watching from the sidelines. Go America, you know? Yeah, our future is technically in your hands, you know what I'm saying? So
Plus, I'm closing on my house sometime next week, and I'm gonna be so pissed if I can't like write a check, or if the mortgage company's like, we're not doing this anymore. I'd
I
be like,
saw a tweet
what are
like
you
that.
doing?
I saw a tweet from somebody and he said, damn it, my pre-approval was with them. Ah, shit.
Well, the good news is if you got pre-approved at one bank, you can apply to somewhere else, especially if it's like a conventional loan. Mine is a house only trailer loan, which there's only a few that do that. And yeah.
I wonder how many founders got mortgages through this thing.
That depends how many are paying themselves a living wage so that they can have a mortgage.
All right, so here we go. Without SVB, my family literally wouldn't be sitting in this home today. 15 banks and lenders rejected me for a mortgage. We had excellent credit and plenty of down payment cash and income. And the only reason for rejection was that I was a startup founder. Wow.
Yeah, I bet they have a lot of founder mortgages because before the last housing crash, there you could get like if you didn't have like the traditional income for a certain number of years, you could more easily from like a traditional lender get a mortgage. But then after that, they tighten things up, and you literally have to go to these specific ones who are familiar with that and willing to leverage kind of like your equity in the company against like what you're able to pay. Um, so it's probably unfortunately like a lot of people who are because um, a lot of the people that are in that bank, like we were talking about earlier, with like are from like Y Combinator and stuff. So they probably have large valuations, but not necessarily huge amounts of cash early on. And I'm sure the banks would take care of them if they have those partnerships with the VCs and stuff. So I didn't even think about that till now, but that's going to be like another fallout. And I don't know who they're going to transfer those to. Like, who's going to be willing to take them? Because
Well,
nobody's going to want to probably touch some of that. Those are pretty risky.
yeah, right. So, like, I mean, Amy brought up a question, like, could they get the similar terms or loan somewhere else? And I was like, oh, let me look it up. And I'm not saying that this guy's story is representative of everyone, but he's saying that he had 15 rejections because he was a startup founder.
Yeah, and like who's going to want to take that now, knowing that the startups themselves might fail, and so there's
Yes.
literally
Oh,
that.
you're a startup founder? Where? From SVB? Oh, yeah, we'll be delighted to look at your application.
Yeah, that's not going to work out well. I don't know how they're going to transfer those mortgages if they fall out. They're going to be just too, and if nobody wants to touch any of their risk right now, even more so. This is going to be a nightmare.
Okay, I'm just going to add here that mortgage companies are a little stupid. Like this last round with the trailer only, they asked me like how much I spend a year on underwear, but they never asked me for like my bank accounts to see how much money in cash I have.
No, that's the whole point. Yeah, they don't care. Like you can literally have in your bank the amount of money, the full amount of money to pay down the house. And a traditional mortgage lender will not give you a mortgage if you don't have a certain amount of income. And a
Yes.
lot of founders don't have that income, but they might have the savings, and that's what's BS.
Yeah, it's super dumb. Like my first home mortgage, they did ask me for my bank account information, which made sense to me. They're like, how much cash do you have? Do you have reserves? You know, but like, why do you only care about my income? My income is, we're heading into a recession, so I
Right,
might.
exactly. Income doesn't mean it's going to be there forever.
Yeah. Um, But yeah, but yeah, I do feel bad. I didn't know that. And is it okay? I could finish a thought, but no. Like, is the mortgage like part of the main SVB, or is it like technically a subsidiary that is like owned by the parent company? Because if it's like not really SVB, it might be
Hmm.
not, you know?
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I didn't even know they had like international subsidiaries, and I don't know how much those are tied in, other than that somebody said the London one got shut down. But I don't know like how much are they actually connected?
I guess I'll learn more about subsidiaries now.
Yay, Team Bootstrap.
So do VCs still have money? I mean, they all bank at SVB as well, right?
I don't know. There's like a lot of investments Dan was saying that SPV's made, but also like I was saying earlier, like the VCs that might otherwise have bailed some of these startups out, like a year or two ago, that could be like, all right, we'll just ride this out till we get the money back in 12 to 24 months from the claims. They probably don't have any of that. Like they don't really have that to cash to like burn right now. And if they do choose some to back and to ride it out, there's going to be no money for other startups that are coming up through the system. Either way, that the VCs are definitely going to be wrecked in one way or another. I don't know if like their
They
personal accounts.
They weren't in good shape before this happened.
Yeah, the timing is terrible.
Won't somebody think of SPACs?
There's just like so much stuff going on now. It's almost, I'm like partly numb to it and partly like, holy shit, this could get much worse. And I'm like, should I be doing something? But like, I have so much stuff I need to be doing right now anyway. Like my brain can't even process what to do except for fixing this whole thing with Wells Fargo and at least making sure my bills get paid on Monday. Like Amy, I was saying, like, no, but none of the deposits are going through, and I have some transfers I set up for Monday and Wednesday, canceled all the ones that go through Wednesday because I was able to cancel them in time, but now I have to like move the bill pay stuff from my bills like to my savings account to make sure it doesn't like bounce on Monday. And I'm not closing my account or anything. I just don't want my bills to bounce, and I don't want to just assume that Wells Fargo is going to like work all through the weekend and figure it out magically by Monday, because I'm not sure that will happen. Some people, like multiple people, are saying that they had stuff pending on Wednesday, and some people said they had like deposits that were pending that fully went through by Thursday that are not there. So people pending on Wednesday and people who had things clear by Thursday are saying the money's actually gone back out, which makes it seem more suspicious that it's not just a technical issue. I think that's a cop out, but who knows?
Yeah, I'm really sorry that's happening too. That sounds really stressful.
I'm just glad I looked on Twitter. I feel like not, if I saw something at Bank of America, and then I was reading something about Bank of America, and in Bank of America there's a hashtag for Wells Fargo. I was like, oh, I should click on this, because people were even saying, they're like, oh, thanks Wells Fargo for sending me an email, because we didn't get an email or anything. Like if I hadn't seen those, I've seen technical stuff before on Wells Fargo, but it's like different things, like where it's just like you can't use this feature. So I did sign in anyway for something else, but I didn't like think anything of the alert until I saw the tweets. And then because I didn't have anything deposited today, so I wouldn't have noticed. And then I was like, oh crap, that means I'm gonna be screwed on Monday. So I'm just like lucky I checked Twitter. I don't know what people.
$8.
Huh?
$8. You know that
$8 over Twitter.
Yeah.
Well, I am getting it for free, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, this is
$0.
why I get paid in one bank and I pay my bills in a different bank. So if something happens to one or the other, I have money to like just go ahead and like directly pay. I mean, we do have to eventually figure this out, but like, with in case of like identity theft and stuff, like I don't want people to know. I don't want to I don't want to give people the information to the bank account that I'm getting my salary from. And like I just I'm a little paranoid when it comes to all that stuff.
Yeah,
But
no,
Wells
that's not a
Fargo,
bad idea. Actually, from this, the one good thing that came out of it is I realized, like, oh, I should pay some of my larger bills directly from my savings account so I can keep my money in my savings account longer instead of transferring it to my bank account. Because the days that it's going through the transfer is just like lost days of money. So that's like one silver lining is I'm like, oh, I'm just going to pay some stuff directly from there because you can do up to 6 transfers out, and that includes bill pay. So, but yeah, I like that idea too. I've been wanting to change from Wells Fargo for a long time because I never signed up for Wells Fargo. They bought out the bank I had before, and the bank I had before got bought out by the other one. So this just might be the final nail in the coffin. Though I'm always like, where am I going to go? Because like every like other minute, it seems like another bank's getting bought out by somebody else, and then there's like, who's left?
don't think about it too hard. Just look to see who has the highest APR and who has a deal going, because you can get like the $200 for opening
Yeah,
up a bank
I know.
account.
Wells Fargo is like ridiculous with not only like their fees, but like how low their interest rates have been for so long. Like none of their stuff is worth actually keeping in, which is part of the problem because some of the banks I had before had better plans. So I've just been kind of like, now I feel like there's literally no reason to keep it except that I'm lazy and I just haven't wanted to change. That's the only reason I've kept it because I've literally had the same bank account since I was 18.
Yeah, when they say it's okay to like take a shower laying down or like run the dishwasher twice, like it's okay if you just keep the same bank account if it's not broken. Like
Oh, it's broken. Wells Fargo's had so many issues. They're also the ones that sold like the fake forced people to buy credit cards without realizing they were by getting credit cards. Like Wells Fargo's been in trouble for a ton of shit lately. And something happened apparently in December, which I missed. I didn't even know exactly what it was, but it was apparently a big deal, but I haven't had a chance to catch up on it. But no, no. They definitely did. They didn't sign me up for something without me knowing. But they did sign me up for something and gave me like the incorrect information what they signed me up for, which is not as bad as like straight up signing me up for something that I didn't even know I was getting signed up for. But yeah, I can't think of anything good they've done in the last couple of years. But again, it's just like a pain. And then I'm pretty sure at this point, like I would just go with all the online banks, but I don't know. Somebody was saying earlier in a tweet that like, well, at least online banks are usually like spread across actually like physical banks. So like they're probably safer because they're not just all going to one physical bank. So like you as an individual customer are attached to one physical bank, but their customers overall are spread out. On the other hand, I'm like, well, if you're not paying attention to what sub bank you're associated with, you might not see something coming. I always make sure I know which one they attach me to because that's how Brex works too. But yeah, I don't know. This is like somebody had like the vent picture where they're like holding their money in the vent. This is like one of those air mattress times. It's like maybe you should have a little bit more cash on me because I really don't use cash at all anymore. Sometimes you wonder if you maybe should have like a little bit for days like this.
air quote cash. Like I actually have to open up I think like a Truist bank account because I'm moving to Tennessee and they don't carry that I have cash aversion. They just don't have bank accounts, some people. So if I want to do commerce with my neighbors, handyman stuff, because I'm in the middle of the country, I need cash.
Yeah, Truist is one of the ones that bought somebody out lately, right? Who did they buy out?
Jen, I don't know. Dan, do you know?
Dan like falls asleep and then he like pops back up and he's like super animated and then he falls asleep again.
Now, all I know is it's 2 in the morning, and I didn't realize that my cat threw up on my bed. And I've been packing, so I'm really glad that I found a sheet that's not already packed because it's 2 in the morning and I'm not washing.
That's
I'll wash
terrible.
tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I've had my kids throw up on me in the sheets, and I'm like, God damn it, I really don't want to get up and do this right now.
Yeah.
Even just putting on a new sheet is extremely stressful when you're already tired.
Yeah, so we're putting on the new sheet, and then I'm heading to bed because it's 2 in the morning for me.
Yeah, I think I might follow suit. 2:07 a.m. I love you guys. May your bank remain solvent. I don't know.
Well, thank you for hosting tonight. What is your name? So you want to?
The full name is So You Want to Attract Funding, which seems timely. My name is Mike. We have a group here called the Syndicate, and it's basically a mix of people that represent capital, talent, technology, and we kind of just work together in the background to help each other fill our gaps as we build and explore.
That sounds really cool, Mike. It's really good to meet you, and Dan, it was good to see you again. And Ben, I'm not going quite yet, but it seems like we're doing our first goodbyes. So, yeah, I'm really glad that the SVB banking wasn't your issue. At least Wells Fargo is solvent as far as we know.
Yeah, no, I was like scared shitless though with the whole Brex thing because Brex first made us all like move over our accounts because they switched to like they were doing banking with. So we got all new accounts, we signed everything up, and then I started finding out people were getting axed, and I'm like, oh my God, please don't tell me you guys just made me switch all this stuff. But apparently, even people who got axed, they made switch their stuff, which is really bad timing. Like they could have just flipped it. It was like a 2-week window, whereas like you have to switch all your stuff by now, and then it's like 2 weeks later, oh, you're leaving, which is really cruel. But I made that, and I'm just like, there's just too many things going on with the money right now. It's like really stressful because you have to literally pay attention to it every day because you don't know what's going to go on. I hope things get better. I feel like we should have made more changes after the last like bank bailout, and I don't think we really made any like
We didn't make
meaningful ones.
any. And by the way, like, I don't know about you guys, I was expecting a lot of this in like 2013. I told somebody else, I'm impressed that they kept it going for this long.
Yeah, there just needs to be changes in like how much money they have to keep, like that they have immediately
Well,
available, and then like a secondary pool.
well, what I discovered, I looked at their annual report, and I discovered that they didn't have to have the same financial ratios that other banks did. And there's a table in their annual report. You'll see it in, I think the first pinned tweet is the thread. And if you scroll down, you'll see a comparison of a traditional bank's reserves requirements and the reserve requirements that SVB had. And in a lot of cases, they were double what in terms of how they were exceeding. So,
What was
yeah,
their exemption? Like, how did they get around that?
that's the legalese underneath. I don't want to misquote it, but yeah, if you just type in a SVB, annual report file type PDF, it'll come right up.
Yeah, I'm looking at this now. Then I mean, I know they released that they were making this change, and I feel like I think they did it at like the last quarterly meeting. So like people already knew, but it was like the way this wasn't leaked publicly that like caused the run. And we'll never know, but it'd be interesting if like the bank run part didn't happen, if they could have squeaked by with dumping all of that money, like that bad investment. But now it looks like there's more issues, which there always are, right? That's just exactly what happened with
All right.
this last thing.
Maybe you can read this better than I did then. I just DM'd you the table that I found in the annual report that showed the capital requirements. It's at the top as well.
Okay, yeah, let me look at this. And I was looking at the one thread you had too. It must have been like the way they were classified, though, I'm assuming. It just.
Yeah, I know an accountant that says I can make the numbers say whatever the hell I want.
Category 3. But then the question is, like, even if they even had the amount they should have, would it have been enough?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think that's like where we have these issues. And then you need like a secondary pool where it's like, okay, they need to be able to access, say, another percentage within 24 hours or something. And then
Well,
another bit within 48 hours. Like, not have it in stuff that can only be, we have to think about weekends too. If it needs to be on the stock exchange and you can only sell your stock Monday through Friday, well, then that shouldn't count. That shouldn't count.
Well, I mean, but what are the capital reserve requirements that could work in the age of social media induced bank runs?
I have no idea. But I think the bank runs would be less likely if we knew that capital had to be there. Do you know what I mean? Like, less people would be like, oh my God, I got to get it because if I'm not one of the first 5 people there, But if it's like, oh, okay, well, it's the first 25%, less people are going to be like, oh, I got to be one of those It's kind of like you got to get to now when you go to get your tickets for a concert, you literally have to sleep there or the scalpers are going to get them. And then you're going to have to pay, 10 times the amount, or you're going to have to wait 10 months to get your money. But if there was a more realistic number, then you might just try to get your tickets online or call like in the box office. There wouldn't be so much panic around like knowing you have to be one of the like literally first 5 to 15 people. Oh, I could be, one of the first 50,000 people and it'll be okay. Whatever it works out to be.
It's kind of weird that they don't have like a bond ladder going on. Like, that's an actual term for CDs where it's just like something is maturing at any time. So like they might not have all of the money today, but like within like a month or two, like within 6 months, like it's just like a steady stream. I don't know how, like, do the bonds only come out every 6 months or something? Like, why is
No,
it?
they could do it whenever they want it. You could even as an individual do it. So you mature bonds like every week or, whatever you wanted to do. You could do it every day if you really wanted to. That'd probably be a lot to keep track of, but
Yeah. So it never should have been like that big of a lump sum.
yeah, a lot of people are saying they shouldn't have dumped it all at once either. They dumped their bad investment all at once. But it was very.
I was going to say, not to change course. Dan, can you hear us?
Yeah, man.
So Dan, you went down the rabbit hole with 11 AI. You're a lifelong customer now. Is that what happened?
Pretty much.
Take a look at the top, guys. Dan's now Santa Claus, apparently.
Well, I just wanted to try. So what I did is I duped my voice on 11 Labs, and then
For the people who don't know what 11 Labs is,
yeah. So
can you give them
basically,
a
it's
bit
like
of
a
background?
voice. It's an AI that you can either generate a new voice using the parameters of GTP, type, things where you can set some parameters, but some things are fixed. Like, the British voice is pretty fixed. I mean, you can have more accent, but pretty much it's going to be British, right? Or you can upload some audio samples of a voice and then it'll clone it. And so the first voice I did was I sent up 2 audio files of sort of a voice like this. It's kind of like a man goes outside to understand himself because he's a man. This is kind of like a monologue voice from the 50s. You know what I mean? So like that. So I did that one, and that one actually. So one of the problems that the 11 Labs has is it reads the voice back too fast. If they had speed control, we would I think the voices, we could mimic more voices and actually affect it a lot better. But they do give you some parameters for like stability and similarity that you can sort of adjust. But I'd like to see more parameters. But so what I did there is I basically trained the computer to clone my voice, and it did a pretty good job. And then I gave it a story I just made up on the fly. And then I took that audio file over to IDI, which allows you to create talking head videos. And you can either use their avatars within their platform, or I was wondering, hey, there's a plus button here. What's the plus button do? So I click on the plus button, and it's like, yeah, you can upload, a picture of yourself. And you had the guy on a green screen. I'm like, yeah, but what about if I upload you as Santa Claus or something weird I could make in Mid-Journey in 4 seconds? So I just I was looking for faces online that sort of fit the
Is it because it's
profiles,
snowing outside?
And so I came
That's
across
so funny.
that Santa one, and I thought it'd be perfect. I like the audio because I can almost, well, 2 things. I can take writings I've already done, just drop them in, and that would be really wild. Because I could sort of make my own audiobook and play with that, or just get a feel for it. I could potentially connect my voice, enough voice samples up to a chat GTP engine. So not only could I make a voice, but I could have that voice be the voice of a whole, engine of, how fucked am I? Thanks for coming by. And here we are from the Syndicate. Here at the was it Syndicate Dano or no, Dan Dio? Here at the Dan Dio. We're all about what you need, provided we got it first. Ask your first question, and then I just do like Oracle voice with just enough sarcasm. I mean, just think of the possibilities. That's great. So yeah, that's what I did. But mostly what we're doing is just fucking around and executing things as fast as we can without really doing too much editing, because we just like to get things done. Like I could have obsessed over that, imported it into a program and fine-tuned it, but you just got to get through the motion.
That's really neat in the most genuine way.
Thanks, Amy. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I'm always so fascinated with the AI stuff. I use ChatGPT basically every day now, and Midjourney is actually a side job for me now. So
That's the same thing I do. I kind of go from, well, when I'm not working. Lately, I've been working and that's been sucking. But but before that, I was doing a lot of Midjourney, Runway ML, and then ChatGTP, and just trying all the different things. It's super super fun. Gives me lots of ideas.
yeah, I got hired as a concept artist, and the only complaint I have is that their first client they have is a gun blog. So they're like, "Can you do really creative things in Midjourney with guns?" And I'm like, "You do realize this is AI, right? They're not really known for having non-distorted objects in the created image, right?"
Yeah, Midjourney is a little kind of weird at times, especially with all the words they banned. I was tweeting today about how the word gypsies is banned, but freaks isn't. And I was like, figures. Figures that only the extremes are allowed. You either have to be perfect or you're a freak in nature, because anything in the middle is gray, thus the mid journey.
Yeah, flesh is
Yeah.
banned, and I'm like, well, flesh is like skin. You can put skin. So I guess I know that it's used more for porn, but whatever. But people use the term flesh in other ways.
It's funny you say that because with Leonardo, I've had to legit delete images that it spit out.
Yeah, sometimes you're like, wow, that is.
That's not supposed to. When you look at the output and like, look, I'm gonna have to just get rid of this hard drive.
I am now on a list somehow. I don't
Mm-hmm,
know.
mm-hmm. Like I was talking to Dan, and he was like, "Hey, what about Harlequin?" I'm like, "Oh, let me type that in." Never mind. Want to congratulate Marco down there. He did successfully escape the clutches of Silicon Valley Bank. So congratulations, Marco. You are not the weakest link. I don't know how it is. I can't imagine what it must feel like. Go ahead.
So I did watch one YouTube video about this, and the person was like, 250,000 of FDIC insurance is not enough for business accounts. Like, for business accounts, it should be like a percentage, or just like, how can businesses, because like $250,000 or $250,000 is like child's play for big companies. Like, what else are you supposed to do? Stuff $1 billion in your mattress?
Yeah, no, I was saying earlier, somebody was like, in a tweet, it's like, if you have $5 million, you should spread it out. And it's like, okay, so spread it out across 20 banks. But I was saying, if I was in fintech, I would make a dashboard where it'd like just basically have all of your different things, because you could do like some treasury bonds and stuff, but then paying bills would suck. So like as the founder, you would just connect all your accounts, and then it would just pay your, to figure out where you should be paying your bills from, where you should be, what account, like rotate, pulling from different accounts. And it's still a pain, but it's the only way to get around the situation we have right now. The other thing is, even for like everyday people, right? Like, when's the last time the 250 number was changed? It's kind of like minimum wage. Like, when was that? When's the last time somebody reviewed that number? It's got to have been the same for decades.
Isn't it still the same as from like the 1920s? We could probably Google this.
I feel for Rocky. Rocky, you think those companies did that? Have you gotten any emails yet? You've been talking to a few companies.
So just real quick, as 2008 and 1934, it started with $2,500. So much better than the 70s with the minimum wage, but still 2008, I think inflation's gone up significantly since then. They got to revisit that number.
We talk about raising the minimum wage. What about the minimum ratio?
Yeah, all these numbers should just like, or all these values should just have a certain date, like an expiration date. Like, it has to be revisited every 5 years, with the exception of
or after every recession, or something, or both, like whichever happens first, because then they'll be like, oh, there's never a recession, screw you, you guys are making up shit, we're in one right now. So it'd be like, every 5 years or after every recession, whatever happens first, for adjusting all those things.
Yeah, I mean, there's never a good time for any of this. I just wish that I was already on my farm in my trailer that was already paid off for all this goodness to happen. But, sure, we can do this right before I go on the market to sell my condo. That works too.
Well, now maybe like some startup founder will have to sell their mansion,
Yeah, I was just thinking, is this a good thing for
Martha's
house
Vineyard.
prices? And ask the question, who's not affected by this, right? Like, is this a good sign for house prices? I wonder.
I think, Amy, you could put out an ad like, VCs, did you have to sell your latest guest home in Martha's Vineyard? Looking to still stay with it and get back into the market? Check out this location right in the heart of DC.
Look, do you have a dog, but you don't want to go outside? We have a dog park within the building. It's one floor down, and my condo overlooks the dog park, so you can get like dog serotonin during the day. I'm just saying.
So when you can't stop crying from losing all your money, you don't have to ever walk back outside again.
Have you ever thought about turning your parking space into Airbnb?
Do you know how much parking spaces go for in
Yeah,
Boston?
they're
Holy
20
crap,
grand.
Boston, like parking spaces are
Uh-huh.
the price of like, because in Boston people actually have cars for some reason. New York City, there's like, no, we don't need cars. But in Boston, it's like you could literally have an apartment like anywhere else for the price of a parking space.
I remember when my mom got a condo, I asked her, so you're going to get a parking space? Because I don't think she was driving. And she was like, I'm thinking about it, but it's like $25,000. I'm like, well, what? He's like, yeah. And that's like in the depths.
Yeah, they're like $500 a month. But like I know in Philly too, like at certain schools, they're, say like $300 a month if you want to be able to park anywhere within campus. That's like worth getting to your class on time. So it's like, okay, that's fun.
I gotta say though, some of these these underground parkings, really immaculate. Like they keep them really, really good shape.
You kind of have to, or else they collapse like they did in Florida.
Jeez. Is Florida the new Venice?
They're kind of like the new Cuba, is my impression. Yeah. Although that's probably a diss to Cuba. I really just meant that they're
like
going.
how
So Dan, what do you think? You gonna go to California?
Well, I took one of my chapters of this book I've been sort of working on.
Yes.
And I pulled it into the tool, and it did a beautiful 5-minute piece. It's really good. It's really good. So now
So
I have the
when
audio,
does Kyber come in?
but I can't really upload it to Twitter because it won't accept audio. So now I gotta patch it with a voice or a face. So I'm gonna try a little max headroom and see what we get. I really don't know, but I'm confident. I think it could be cool. This is a good image. We'll see what Midjourney can do with it. Oh shit. No, I can't do a video. Fuck. Because I ran out of credits on that IDI.
Yeah, I have like 3 credits left, and I'm like, I want to hold on to them.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, you can't buy more credits. You gotta go like to this insane tier. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's like 400 a month or something like
Yeah,
that.
that's fucked up.
I looked. Yeah.
Well, we'll have to do the next specs thing, and we'll just do a Canva video and just crank it out. Man, it was a good evening for pushing the envelope on some concepts.
You know, you should do. Oh, you ran out of credits. I was gonna say you should do.
Could create another account.
Have you done one of Mark yet?
I'm sorry?
Have you done one of Mark yet?
No. Well, actually, that video, that one with the blue background, the something and something, I sent that one to Mark because that's part of the wellness clinic is a dual mobile app, and we'll probably do avatars like that. To sort of read through, hey, thanks for your trip and blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to give him as much ammo to give investors. And so far, it's been working. Every person he's met has been like, oh, wow, I really like that Dan guy. That's really great. So it's been like, all right.
Well, like, we were talking about that Keylink app with Jen.
Yeah.
It's like whenever I meet with someone, eventually they'll be talking about something. I'd be like, oh, you mean something like this?
Yeah.
I'll look at it and show them. Be like, yeah, that's in the right direction. I'll be like, yeah. And so it's like all these weird things that have sometimes been just like little throwaway prototype toys.
Yeah.
And coming back really useful. Like that whole hackathon I did with Manish completely changed the trajectory of everything.
Yeah, I think, we're Manish and I were gonna do a real project for real money and try to open up that capacity there. We got to keep eyes on that. And I'm going to try to maybe potentially I want to cultivate metabating and at least try to get her to double down.
Yeah, she's a fucking savant.
Yeah, she is. But it's a, capacity kind of issue, right? So there's a lot of things going on there.
Yeah, she has a
But I think there's enough for something like that. I'd love to get Casey to walk through the door and just talk to me about the spatials, but I don't think he really wants to do them, so can't force him to do something he doesn't want to do. But and I don't even know if like the number, maybe it's just a number he doesn't want. But at the same time, it's like if it's easy money, it's easy money. Cross the threshold, motherfucker. Let's go.
I think the other thing too is his wife has also suggested that he take a month off. So I think he's also like just decompressing because he's been stressing out and preparing for this thing for a good like year almost. Honestly. So I think like with the spatials and with like the people we know on the Unity side, like anything you want to do, right? And he wouldn't even have to touch he wouldn't have to do much, right? But the Unity people we have, and they're affordable.
No, that's just it.
They're in
Besides,
Pakistan.
I mean, that's just it. I had to start building the shop tribe. What is that tribe? And trying to get redundancy and predictability understood as much as possible, along with toolset.
Have you talked to Cameron?
Which one?
Have I introduced you to Cameron?
I don't think so.
Okay, one sec. I'm gonna give you his number.
Yeah.
He's the I had him do a small thing with this is how I learned Python. I asked Oma sorry, Oma asked me for help on creating a digital twin of an industrial piece of equipment,
Mm-hmm.
and so I put him in touch with Cameron, who's the guy that has the team that does digital twins. Like they modeled the Rolls-Royce engine for the
Oh, so they do like
Lufthansa
3D
plane.
digital type stuff.
Like realistic
Damn,
industrial commercial shit.
cool.
And so he did the work for Oma, and Oma liked it, and Oma was like, "Hey, let me send you some money." I'm like, "You know what? What if you taught me Python instead?" He's like, "Sure." I'm like, "All right, wicked," because I want to learn how to do this shit. So that's how I started with Python. It was like an exchange. I was like, "All right, I'll hook you up with my friend, and you teach me Python." And so I've tried him out already with Paul, and Paul, you can imagine Paul's a very fastidious guy when it comes to this shit,
Yeah.
right? And he got, once I knew he could get Paul whatever he wanted, I was like, all right, vetted. I gave you the hardest person to please, and you pleased him. So yeah, if you just text Cameron and just
Mm-hmm.
say my name, right? And you have a 15-minute meeting with that guy,
Mm-hmm.
and he'll show you about 3 to 5 prototypes and be like, "Oh yeah,
Okay, cool.
Unity, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
man. I'll
hmm
check them out. Thank you, man, dude.
yeah, yeah." Cam is a good guy. He used to be a data science project manager for like our largest grocery store in Canada. So he came from the data side and just happened to have this interest that ended up blowing up. Now he has all the dev team overseas, so things can get done very quickly.
Yeah, that's what I need to explore because I was talking to my partner trying to, access availability of, time, money, and people, and he didn't have any. And that's a bummer because, I always want to try to use my team if I can, but that means we'll probably have about 20K of exploration cash to basically figure out who can be the new, alignment partner for the most part. And that's enough to do a lot of experimentation. I want to give a couple people a couple shots at, no code
hmm
tools and enablement at the same time. Work on not only the bigger architectural, just get a lot of laps in. What's interesting is we're gonna do one project that will result in an asset that will actually benefit across 5 projects. You know what I mean? So we're gonna build one base that can be reused across those 5. And
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
the network effects of implementations. My cousin worked for one of the big um, ERP giants, like the SAPs, Oracles, that kind of stuff. And he said that whenever they built a solution for a client, they retained the IP.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, never mind then.
That's good. Canva, gotta deal with me, pal. What are we doing? What, we can't go past 1 minute? What's up with that? We can go past 1 minute. All right. Okay, good.
You're trying to coax Kyber?
No, I'm doing this in video and in Canva, and I'm just trying to get the just the piece laid out, So I just kind of want to get this chapter of this book just laid out to video so that I can share it and just sort of get a feel for, okay, what could an audiobook kind of cool thing do? This is a cool piece of, it could have animation, it could be a collage video, but again, it's like I don't want to overthink the production here because I'll lose the momentum on what I'm trying to do. Mike, did you recognize we have some new folks in the audience? We got this ugly down there, which I'm trying to figure out. I do like the title.
Yeah.
Ugly Trends
sent.
NFTs. That's pretty cool. Digging it. They gotta come up and tell us what the story. What's the story, yo? This definitely is an NFT person. This person would know about the
Oh,
whole ordinal dealio and like what's the whole
could you do
shit.
could you do a profile audit? You haven't done one of those in a while.
That's true. All right. You're listening to the Syndicate, DGen conversations spoken in a broadcaster voice because we care. Today, we would like to welcome Ugly to the stage if they want to come up. It's great to see you in the crowd. Thanks for listening. Let's check them out. All right, Ugly friends, NFT building brand ambassador. I like this. Let's check out the in-depth profile. We got a whale here. I mean, we got like close to 12K followers. This person's got a lot of stuff going on. Building brand ambassador and community leader, Moonrunners, BGG, BGYC, Muck Club, and the Strange Connections. Those are all soon to be available bands in indie style. The best thing we like about NFTs is the ability to merchandise across the chain, however which way you'd like to do. Press 1 if you're interested. Press 2 if you're already interested. Press 3 if you'd like me to stop. Yeah, this is a real deal person. Now, and I don't think it's a bot. You can tell. Although there's a lot of retweets here. We do have a policy here about, kind of a retweet to original tweet ratio. But overall, I think it's a welcome thing. They also have a cash thing up there by the direct. You click the button and you can chat with them or whatever. There's it looks like it's a cash thing. Oh, that's a new Twitter thing where you can be like, hey, give me some money. In which case, what am I doing? Shouldn't I be doing that? I don't know. Anyways, that's all I got.
Let's do a known audit. Peter Peterson. Is that really his real last name? He comes off a bit arrogant. The algorithm fears me. Sure it does. The grass calls to me. I don't know, it's maybe an admission of some sort. Exploring the psychedelic, another admission. Surreal and glitch with AI. So on one hand, he's saying that the algorithm fears him, yet he's exploring with AI. He has an image that says done. Oh, it's of a skull. I can see that. We have a retweet. There's a song there. Just got fired from my job at Silicon Valley Bank. I was the MBA in charge of making sure they didn't run out of money. Imagine that's a joke. A lot of retweets. I don't know. You would think for someone who the algorithm fears, he would have more original content. But, I'm not from Gen Z, so I don't know how they roll. Yeah, yeah, no, there's some. I don't know. I would say, for an artist, you would think they would have more original content. What do you guys think?
Did you say my name earlier, Michael?
Oh yes, I was wondering if any of the companies that you were working with or interviewing with, you thought might have been affected by this.
Honestly, I would need to ask the recruiter because one of them that I was interviewing is they're a Series D. They're in Series D funding before going public. So hopefully they don't have all their money in But they're international though. They're making money already, so hopefully their money is in international banks and not in the US.
Ugh, what a statement. Did you just hear yourself? Damn, Rocky. Why don't you tell us how you really feel? Man, I hope these companies I'm trying to work for are banking outside of the US. What are you, not American? I thought this was America.
Well, they're expanding in America, so
Marco, how you feeling? You relaxed? You still on edge? Do you ever get on edge? You don't seem like you ever get on edge.
No, I'm permanently relaxed. I'd like to say I'm permanently relaxed. Things like what I can say is things like SVB do not cause me anxiety. People cause me anxiety. People in Twitter spaces cause me anxiety. So yeah, I'm pretty relaxed. But I thought I'd just pop up because I have a couple of observations to make. First of all, to you when you said I'm not Gen Z, so I don't know how they roll. If it gives you any consolation, Gen Zs don't know how they roll. I would be
They're kind of fluid that way, yeah.
Yeah. I would be emoting, but I'm walking my dog, so that's why I was listening in for a while. And then, secondly, more importantly, Dan. I am worried for you, my friend. I left this space about 12 hours ago. Well, I came into it 12 hours ago. I stayed for a couple of hours and then left. And I come back in and you're still here. So what worries me is, you're an entrepreneur. I worry about entrepreneurs' mental health. But maybe it's not a mental health thing. Maybe it's you need some more friends. Maybe you need to get out a bit more, Dan. So I'll make you a one-time offer. If I know it can be a lonely path being an entrepreneur, but if you need some friends, just let me know. I'm happy to fly to Columbus. I'm happy to buy you some friends because I'd like you to get out a little bit more rather than spend your downtime from work in Twitter Spaces. So I'm just putting that offer out there for you.
A necktie is simply an inverted noose, and if a man is not careful, he will hang himself with it.
I mean, last I heard, the feds have already taken over, right? In terms of like withdrawals and people getting their money, because like from my understanding is usually when banks fail in the United States, like they get taken over pretty silently. It's just the fact that this is a major bank in Silicon Valley. That's why it's like everywhere. But like from my understanding, small banks fail pretty regularly.
It's not like it's a dirty consumer bank helping people with jobs, right? This is startup people. It's different. It's more prestigious. They have ascots, right? And, Gary Tan, he's actively lobbying for a bailout, right?
Do you guys think someone's going to step in and bail them out?
Well, Dan brought up an interesting point that there's like 300 to 400 equity holdings that the bank had. So what happens with those?
Because it's not like, I mean, yes, I do agree that they're leveraged and they shouldn't be that leveraged. And in hindsight, buying long term.
You mean holding more mortgage-backed securities and Lehman Brothers when they failed? You mean that part? How do you have more than Lehman? Oh, or is that just inflation? I don't know. Anyways. Maybe in real terms, they had like $10 billion in mortgage-backed securities. Inflation will get you.
Always gets you in the end.
Milton Friedman was right. Well, Rocky, does this convince you to move to Toronto or what? Is this helping you make your decision?
Yeah, I want to move to Canada, and all my money will be in crypto. I'm going bankless.
Oh yeah, you're taking the plunge.
So, Rocky, where would you move from to go to Toronto if you're willing to share?
Oh no, the ongoing discussion is that I would move from Southern California to Canada for this
Oh God,
job that Michael has been trying to shill me all month.
It's a no-brainer then. It's a no-brainer. Yeah, if you're in California, get the hell out and move to anywhere but California, in my humble opinion.
I'm in a call with my girlfriend right now. I got to convince my girlfriend to move to Canada.
Yeah, I think you've got an easy one for her. Just say to her, darling, it's not real. California is not real. They're all superficial kind of people. They all live in their different reality. Let's go to the real world. Let's sample life for real. I know. Let's move to Toronto. There you go. That's an easy sell.
All right. One of her requirements is that she has to have a either a Korean supermarket or some kind of Asian supermarket.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? You're gonna have the best food you ever had in your life.
Oh my God, yeah, easy. And also, I think this one I think could seal the deal. Say to her, and darling, do you know what? You can go out to the shops in the morning wearing no makeup, and people won't judge you. There you go. That for me, if I was a woman, that would sell it for me.
Yep, I'm sure she'll like that.
Because in California, they judge you. Hey, Rocky, next time I go to California, I'll look at your PFP and I'll be judging you.
All right.
All right, Rocky, I'm trying to put up some videos of one of the restaurants out here, Owl of Minerva. But yeah, if she's interested in, look, we go to Google and type in Koreatown, Toronto. That's the easiest way to do it. There's a whole mini city called Koreatown, and if there's Indian Town and Greek Town and all they all congregate. Toronto's the only place where you don't need to know English and you can completely survive on your own because the communities are set up that way.
Rocky, is your girlfriend Korean?
We're both Vietnamese. Technically, she's part Chinese, if you want to be specific.
Oh, cool. Well, I only asked that question because there's a lady I've come to know on here. She popped into the room the other day, actually, into this room, Elf. And I find her very intriguing. I like listening to her. And I popped into one of her spaces, and she's Korean, and they were all speaking Korean. And I thought, I don't know Korean, and I've been to South Korea a few times. In fact, it's one of my overriding memories of going to an esports stadium and watching esports amongst 70,000 spectators. That was totally rad. And unless people have actually
been in that environment, they'd never understand it. I suppose I liken it to the Super Bowl, but just noisier, ironically enough. But anyway, that was that's irrelevant. And I thought, oh, that's okay, because I speak Mandarin. I'm pretty fluent in Mandarin. I thought, oh, that's okay. I'll be able to pick up what they're saying. But I came to learn very, very quickly that nope, there is no similarities between Korean and Mandarin. So I popped on Google Translate on my laptop and was listening into them that way. Find it totally fascinating. Probably irrelevant, but I just thought I'd share. I felt like sharing. I'm in a sharing mood today. So does your girlfriend speak Mandarin as well, or just Korean?
No, we speak Vietnamese. So just
Vietnamese,
Vietnamese
yeah.
and English. Yeah.
Yeah. I went to I was fortunate enough to go to Vietnam quickie just before the pandemic. Beautiful country, and I don't have a bucket list. There are countries that I'd like to go to. Cambodia, Vietnam were two. I managed to get to Vietnam and spend a month there. Beautiful country, beautiful people. Really enjoyed it. We'll be going back again probably this year actually, and then make it a bigger trip and bolt in Cambodia as well.
Yeah, I was really surprised to learn that Vietnam is like adopting so much like crypto and blockchain technology. Like, I really hope that like it's able to like root out a lot of the corruption, and hopefully we can end communism in Vietnam one day.
Yeah. And just to that point, one of my portcos, I want to say December, it might have been November, was and they're an English portco. They were actually asked by the Department of Trade and Industry to go on one of their trade missions to Vietnam. So they'd selected sort of I don't know, 10, 20 companies, and they wanted my portco to go. And it was around environmental type technologies. So they were so looking at solar heat pumps. There was also the immersive tech came into it. So some of the more emerging technologies Vietnam are very, very interested in or wanting to implement. So yeah, I dug deep into it with them. And I was very surprised to your point about how technologically advanced Vietnam is.
Yeah, I think because of COVID and like after the United States like changed their tariffs from like shipping from China, like Vietnam definitely tried to kind of capitalize on that a lot. But it's just we just don't have enough people. The amount of like just like straight up bodies that labor from China provides is like there's just not enough people in Vietnam to take all of that.
Yeah, but I think that would, and I totally agree with you. The whole supply chain thing, yeah, is what's driving this. But I think what I'm seeing from my side, it won't be just one country. It will be multiple countries where supply chains are being set up. So you're right. There isn't enough bodies, but that's okay. Let's broaden our horizons and work with multiple countries as opposed to just one. And I think from a strategic perspective, I think that's the smart move anyway. I think this is half our problem. And I would look at America in particular. That's the biggest problem. You've just done business with one country. We have the same in the UK. Well, in Europe, we are buying oil and gas from one fucking country. How mad is that? And I appreciate they might be the ones the only ones with it, or the ones at the best price, or whatever it is. But actually, and obviously the positive is we're now looking at renewables more. Obviously, I would pose the question, why didn't we do this 10, 20 years ago? But that's hindsight's a wonderful thing. So I think we're in the same boat. Let's do business with, that's what needs to change fundamentally for me is, we need We need to be in an open economy. We should be able to, as a country, any country, wherever you are, be able to do business with anyone else in the world without these huge restrictions that we have now. That's what needs to change, fundamentally change, for us to progress as society and as human beings, in my humble opinion. And especially for entrepreneurs, I worry. America concerns me with its with regards to entrepreneurship, with its legislature. SVB is just, for me, just a tip of the iceberg kind of thing. I just think America is too restrictive in relation to found up culture, founder societies. Sorry, I haven't had enough coffee this morning, so I'm stumbling a little.
That's all good. I definitely feel you, Mark.
Yeah, I heard you. Sounded good.
Oh, thank you, Dan. And I'm glad you're awake still.
Yeah, I've been working on getting this audio piece out, and I'm also working on another animation video. Just chilling. Kind of going on a second wind, kind of rolling into it. See, we're at 3 here. If we can make it to 4, then that means making it to 6 is pretty likely. But there's a high likely that you could crash between, say, 5 and 7, and then wake up at 3 later on. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure out how far I could make it. If I can get to 6, then I could order coffee, and that would be the best way to start Saturday morning, is to do early morning DoorDash and like help provide economy dollars. I don't know, I'm rambling.
I mean, we haven't considered the effect of the bank on Uber drivers, So you're basically like micro venture capitalism with the tipping and your DoorDash. It's part of the economy. It's part of the GDP.
Well, I suppose I could just play this chapter for you guys. Are you ready for 5 minutes of generated goodness?
Wicked.
Let's do it, folks. All right. I'm going to try to bring this up as loud as I can get it, but I think you can hear it. Here we go. After a while working with startups and businesses, you start seeing things. And you're strangely right at times and strangely wrong, not that it mattered. Delusions are merely reality pending. I love writing about delusion. I firmly believe it. One of the greatest God skills we're given. What we think isn't crazy. It's merely on the edge of next. Reality pending is present right now, in all time, ever so. Driving home from the event, another brainstorm occurred in my mind as I attempted to text and not kill myself. I hate losing a good thought. Everyone has a future, but not everyone can build it. Perhaps this is why I exist. I'm a connecting current for a would-be dreamer. I often ask myself, what is it that I really do? I wonder sometimes. Perhaps I'm like the pensive in Harry Potter. But instead of looking into memories, I merely help you realize the connections in the very ideas, flows, and future thoughts you present to me. How the humanistic pursuit of next is a causality problem. There's a one-liner, I wonder what it's about. That statement nearly caused me to hit the wall on Interstate 270, but I had to get it down. In biz, it's all about the why now. It's not about why that idea or why that tech or why that customer. Sure, those are important to a degree, but the real why is deeply emotional now. It's in you. Why this? Why you? Why now? Do you ever ponder your timeline? I'm always asked to ponder people's timelines, futures, future choice taken with this tech, this attitude, this marketing direction, this choice. I often can't turn it off. A memory unfolds. I'm going to be vet, she said next to me, nursing a cherry bomb. The bar was bleak, and I was in my end rotation of the day. I often go to a bar and gel, process some thoughts, ponder ale or two. I have habit of talking to anyone and everyone. She was a perky brunette, alone and in the zone, I suppose. She was waiting on her friends for happy hour.
She saw my notebook and asked me what I was doodling. I like to draw and scribble and really just make lists. Chatter started with the usual, the awkward silence, salvo of strangeness, eager to over the weirdness of two humans who don't each other to start the conversation. My center, my better self, pings my subconscious for a quick check. Are we flirting? No, this eye conversation. Flirting comes with elevated sense of connection. We're not flirting. Back to the vet. Vetting. Love animals, awesome. I love cats myself, I rambled. By now, I've seen cat ladies love cats and women love dogs. If you're ever going to start dating, I told myself, staring at my wedding band, you need a dog. Yep. I mean, it's time. Saving up for that, pursing it, etc. I got time, you know, she said, blushing. Was that full blushing? The subconsciousness pinged my central core. Is she flirting? I think so. I could hear the team in my mind rallying, looking for the next one-liner gem to fling out. So goes the simple connection amongst humans. You look 23 to me. Lots of time, I said, reminding myself I'm old and this seriously out of reach. I go back into mentor mode, the old wise man. Oh no, I'm 28. First I save up and then I'll do the time and graduate, and it's going to be great, she said, jumping out of her chair and greeting two other gals as she left my orbit and proceeded to a nearby table. Women all drinking, notably few young guys in the bar. I once was at a happy hour in an Italian restaurant meeting a client on a healthcare concept. We had a great conversation and my laugh is kind of loud and always gets eyes and nods and people sort of drift my way. Who's that man laughing? Laugh with me, they say. At the end of the meeting, it dawned on me that everyone in that bar was a woman. Where was my younger self right now? How is it I missed this key critical piece of information when I was growing up? Women love to drink, they love a good social. Society today, we're more separated than what the networks would like us to believe. Returning to the soon-to-be vet gal, she'll do fine, I wonder, packing up my bag, slinging it over my shoulder and doing the math on the way out. 28 plus 1.5 years to save, from 3 to 5 years for degree plus 2 years to earn place. So by the time she's 36, she'll be on the true path. Do I tell her that? Who says I'm even right? No one told me. I had to earn it too. Does knowing the timeline create less savor in the sweet, sour, and salt of it? The memory closes. Whys. They're personal. Why you're married to guy or gal, it's complicated. Why you do what you do, is it really just for money? No, you made a choice.
What do you think? I could have put everyone to sleep, but that's what I did. That's okay.
Yeah, yeah. Could you play it again? Because I did fall asleep after the first couple of words. No, I'm just joking, Dan. I actually thought it was very good.
It's
Very
great.
good, Dan. Yeah, I thought it was very good. I just got one observation for you, and this leads to the comment I made earlier about helping you out. So I'm now even more concerned about you. So as well as buying you some friends, and I'm more than happy to do that if that's what's required. I love the why bit in particular, and I spent years trying to find I didn't look at it as the why. I looked at it as the purpose. What's my purpose?
Yeah.
Why am I here? And once I unlocked that, relevant to me, I will say my life changed. So I couldn't agree with that bit. You have no idea, what that meant. So no, but I want no,
Yeah.
I thought it was
Thanks,
very
man.
good.
Well, and these
Yeah,
are writings I did probably like 6 years ago now. So a lot has changed, but they're sort of hard to go back to in a lot of ways. They bring up old memories of building a startup and burning out, or at least building an agency and basically being payrolls, That's just I don't know. I had to go through that to do the
well,
next.
I think,
So
I think it's I say it's actually an important skill as an entrepreneur. You know, the ability. I talk about it. About reflection, the ability to reflect, But
Yep.
actually, maybe sometimes when I talk to people, I also probably explain that with some sort of case examples. But this plays nicely to your point. Even though you wrote it 6 years ago, let's say, quote unquote, you're more successful now than you were 6 years ago. And let's say you're very successful. It's very easy for us as human beings to run away with that and think that we're, God's gifts, we're brilliant, we're Richard Branson, we're, Bill Gates, whatever it is. And actually, it's well worthwhile reflecting back on, points in time that recenters us and brings us back and just go, no, what's our biggest purpose here? Do I really need to be a Bill Gates and act like a Bill Gates?
Absolutely, man.
So, Dan, are you writing a book? Is that what you're doing?
I'm sorry, say again.
I said, are you writing a book? Is that what you're doing?
Well, yeah, I kind of did. So I kind of, during the time that I was going through burnout, I would frequently go to a strip club, and I got to know a gal there, and she had to do writing for college, and she hated writing. And I was like, look, you write something, I'll write something, and we'll share notes, and then you'll get the pace of it. You'll figure it out. And that worked. She got through the writing. She absolutely hated it, but it helped her. But then I actually kept going. I kept writing. So the short story that I wrote was a short story about a guy who does what I do, does innovation work, and he's doing a technology play, and it's going into a strip club, and he meets a stripper, and he goes through different things that I was going through, namely the loss of my father, and I sort of stopped feeling a little bit, and that plus the pressure of the business just kind of compounded the inability to sort of feel. And this girl that I met in real life at the club kind of um, helped me unlock that, and helped me sort of process that a little bit in a way.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Obviously, the really happy ending would be
well,
that you married the stripper, of course.
Well, what's interesting is I go into the club and I sort of use a whole startup comparative culture to the strip club and the scene there, and how it sort of compares to kind of what I do. And I use actual interviews with the girls as like memories to sort of play back. So I go to these memories and I sort of play them out, just like I kind of did in this piece with that girl. That's one of the girls I talked to. That was Gabby. She was going to be a vet, and she was, going doing all that. And I was just like adding the math up in my head. And I was like, should I tell her? I'm like, no, I can't tell her. I mean, how do you tell somebody not to do what they're going to do? And they're going to do what they're going to do, But what happened is, so so I wrote this novel, and it's called Casually Compromised, because essentially I became more and more compromised. I didn't want to hook this girl. That wasn't the goal. The goal was to sort of feel a part of my ego that I hadn't felt before, which was sheer sort of power and control, and on a different plane that I hadn't experienced yet. Different than my wife, just different aspects. It's different. It's just I was playing into the fantasy of what I wanted in the scene, in the scenario, how I experienced things, and I respected the game of strippers. They were just like me. They were going out for cash. They had to get the money. I understood that. That was the world I was in. I had to get money. They understood that. I felt comfortable there. I felt accepted there. I could speak to them. I could relate to that. I felt the same pain they felt. And I loved their desire for cash. I loved that when a guy walked in the club, the money was already gone. If she was confident enough, she could take whatever she could from him, and it would be easy. And I enjoyed that. So I wrote a really cool story, man. And it led to actually 6 novels. And it was sort of how I sort of like not only did I get close to this person, but I got compromised. Like I wasn't, it forced me to really go back and fix my marriage and do a lot of things. And yet I'm still good friends with this gal. You know what I mean? Like I helped her out. I tried to steer her on a path. I tried to find some sort of ambition like gene that would never be present. And that's always hard, when you see the potential in somebody and there's no way you can pull it out, no matter what you do. But then again, you're not supposed to save her, right? That's a cliche. But you're not really trying to save her per se. In fact, eventually you actually realize that this is the FTX disaster of your life. Like, what the fuck's going on, right? You're pissing cash out left and right.
Yeah, you can't save everybody.
Yeah,
So and of course, yeah, and
it's good though. It is.
I yeah, it is. Yeah.
It was a good piece of my life, and it got me into writing. So I wrote those stories, and then I started doing writing challenges over the weekend, which is a lot of fun, where you do like a word prompt. You get something like, you know, one story with the one prompt was empty. Write a short story about empty. So I wrote a short story about a surgeon that always has to basically, he's got to leave a part of his emotional mind has to be free because he's always got to tell people that somebody passed away, right? So how do you do it? How do you go from patient to patient to patient, and how do you deliver your son is, how do you do that? You have to be empty. You have to get to your state of empty in order to take on the context of that horrificness and be able to channel it, because tomorrow you're going to have to do it again. So that was a fun story. It was like 2,000 words, and then I just did a bunch of those, and so I packed them up into like a short story book I have called that I want to publish. I just haven't published that, and they're not meant to be complete. They're just for like whatever I wrote, but a lot of them are like startup tales. um a lot of them AI tales, morality, technology tales. I don't know. I just tried to kind of go with it. And then I have another book that I'm working on. It's called it's basically the fast times and commercialization, and it's basically all about commercialization, how it works from universities, and how to navigate it and do different aspects of it. I've been working on that one for a while, and then the other one I've been working on was more of an experiment where I wrote like 20 chapter headings, and I was like, okay, that's my stimulus, and I'll just do 20 chapters on whatever the word is. And so I've been working on that too, off and on. I get excited about it when I do things like tonight where I make that audio piece thing. That makes me think I can make audio content. It helps me get another part of my message out without me stressing about the production. You know, it's actually, Michael, I don't know if you're still out there, but it's actually pretty decent for Sirius XM. It's a consideration enough. You know what I mean? It can sort of be circulated and help you. I don't know. I mean, could be tasty to somebody who wants to find a fresh new voice on the perspectives up next. Hey everybody, it's 3:20 Eastern here. That's right, 3:20 a.m. We are still awake, but parched. We gotta get some water, and we took a piece of audio, scraped the audio, we threw it into Canva. We put another piece of video on top of it, and we basically have cut it to the beat. And then we're taking those times and those shots back to Kyber, along with artwork from Midjourney. We're going to make a music video, but we're going to pace each sort of shot in the animation. So we'll have cool animation that's synced to music and potentially strange looking, which is a bonus. And if that works, that's kind of cool. And it's just another thing you check mark off the list of, hey, I did that. That was cool. New skill. Tag here.
Hey, Michael.
Hey.
How much is all you can eat Korean barbecue in Toronto for one person?
Oh wow! When's the last time I went to Korean barbecue? Korean barbecue. It's a good restaurant that I know of. There's a good one in Scarborough. What's that called? Choco. There you go. Menu. Hold on. See menu? They have pictures? Tell me they have pictures somewhere. I'm gonna send you. Okay, I can share this. Direct message. Rocky. Alright. Alright, check that out. Check out the pictures for this place.
Looks good. It's pretty on par with what we have here.
Yeah, you won't have a fall off in quality. Let's put it that way. Yeah, literally my sister-in-law is a pastry chef at like a downtown fancy restaurant. You're gonna drown in options.
What's the best time to visit? Summertime?
Wintertime, if you want to know what it's actually like. Summertime is great. I gotta manage your expectations.
Does it snow there? I don't even know.
Oh my god. I'm gonna show you what's outside my window. What's I have? Alright, so I'm taking a look at this. This is live from Canada. Alright, take a look.
Oh dang.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the answer is yes. Yes, it does.
Oh yeah.
What am I missing?
Oh, I don't remember if it snowed in Toronto or not, but it does a lot. All right, guys, I'm calling it a night. Most of you should probably be sleeping already.
Have a good night.
Hopefully, all of our monies are still in our banks tomorrow morning. If not, then I'm glad I'm in crypto.
Watch out for that USDC.
Do you think it's really gonna depeg? I don't. It's like 8% though, right? I mean, Coinbase can just cover that. Like it's not all their money is in USD or in the SVB. I think it's like 8%, like 8.5 or something around there.
I don't trust none of these motherfuckers.
Do you think other smaller banks also did some shit like this? Right? Because a lot of them just bought the bonds like year and a half ago.
What happens when equities are down? T-bills not so good. Bonds not looking so good. Your crypto alpha is gone. In fact, the crypto lost you more than the equities.
Right? So like during that
Oh
time,
yeah,
like all the banks are just they can't.
and by the way, interest rates rose.
Right? So this could like be more than just SVB.
I would almost guarantee it.
What's the best way to play this?
Bet on yourself. Like with yourself, at least you know what your proof of reserves is. You know what I mean? You can't trust any one company to remain solvent. And that's why when that person said, "Hey, we're concerned about your bandwidth," I'm like, "Fuck you! I'm concerned about your ability to manage your capital reservations." Oh, our capital reservations are fine. Oh yes. We've never had a. Okay. It's easy to think because we grew up in the same place, you know what I mean? And lived in the same place for a while, that things are the same as they were before, you know?
Yeah.
This is my house. The outside is the outside. The green lights turn green and people drive their cars. This is not the same world we grew up in.
I honestly didn't think that their their required reserves were like that low. I would have thought that after, you know, the financial crisis, the reserves would be higher. I mean, they didn't actually do it though. Like, I don't think they were compliant based on what you showed me.
How do you hold more mortgage-backed securities than laymen? Hmm. But then again, we don't know. It just every basis point that the interest rate rises, complete swaths of revenue models go belly up. And it doesn't even have to rise. It just has to stay above a certain number for an extended period of time to just drain people. I saw a startup lecture once, and he said that the best startups that make the most money can afford to pay the most to acquire customers in their niche. And the thesis was that in companies you see doing well are spending the most for those customers because those customers mean so much to their business because they can take one customer and provide so much value to them that their revenue per customer is higher than other people that would otherwise have that customer. Now, the whole point of all these startups is you borrow enough money to buy customers with marketing. As you seek out product market fit. It's easy when the carrying cost of your debt is low. It's not as cheap as it used to be. The emperor has no reserves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of USDC, but man, if Circle goes under, like, that would be so bad for crypto in general.
Just as long as Tether is still standing.
Yeah, but I really just don't like Tether. It makes...
You shouldn't. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I understand Tether is like much, much bigger and they're like international.
Like, forget about Silvergate. Tether is a problem. Tether could fuck everyone up. But at least we have ChatGPT to keep us warm in that, And Dan is going to fly out there and start a distressed equity SPAC.
Hedge fund, distressed asset hedge fund.
All right, guys, pumpkin time. Like as Rockus says, I love the way he says that. All right, guys, it's time for me to turn into a pumpkin. It's the smoothest way I've ever heard someone who says, "It's bedtime for me now."
Sounds good, man. Have a
Good
good night,
job today.
everyone.
Whatever happened. Congratulations on your
Night,
newfound
everyone.
Twitter fame.
Another day in Syndicate.